There are 9.6 million job openings in America right now, and businesses are desperate to fill roles that have now been empty for months. But at the same time, you are reading endless articles about people who have applied to thousands of jobs and haven't heard anything back from companies that were supposed to be desperate for workers. So if there are so many job opportunities, then why can't anybody get a job?
But now a new report shows that some employers are spending millions just to tell people
restaurants and different stores are offering incentives to get people hired because they are forced to close.
We've featured is desperate
just not
to
enough
hire
workers to meet all the jobs here.
According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, there are currently 9.6 million job openings in America and only 6.5 million unemployed people. So why not just take the openings that desperately need workers and give them to the people that desperately need jobs? Well, it's not that simple, and there are two reasons why companies are struggling to fill roles even when so many people are looking for a job, and two equally important reasons why people can't find a job even when so many companies are looking for workers. The first reason why people can't find jobs even when companies have so many open positions is because it's easier for a company to look desperate than it is for a human to. According to the Congressional Research Service, the number of job openings is calculated using a survey of 20,000 business establishments on the last day of the month to assess if a job opening exists. According to the informational guidelines, a job opening only has to meet 3 criteria to be counted. First, a specific position exists and there is work available for that position. Second, the job could start within 30 days. And third, the establishment is actively recruiting outside workers. There are companies that are constantly advertising job openings for positions that are hard to fill or are subject to high turnover. Last year, Engadget, a technology newspaper, received a leaked internal report from Amazon which revealed that the company had a staff turnover rate of 150%. That means Amazon, which has 1.6 million employees, was hiring 2.4 million people every year just to maintain its workforce. In the same year, only 1/3 of Amazon's new hires stayed with the company for longer than 90 days before quitting, getting fired, or getting laid off. With that much turnover, the company doesn't bother to remove job listings once someone gets hired to fill a role. Warehouse staff are continuously being onboarded and offboarded at almost the same rate, so hundreds of thousands of positions stay open across the country. Amazon's turnover figures were bad, but other large employers like big box retailers, delivery companies, and warehouses use the same job advertising process. These posts are mainly for low-skilled positions with equally low pay. But even if you are someone looking for a position with higher prerequisites, these numbers can still be deceiving. Amazon's hiring practices for some of their best paid and most attractive job opportunities also showed how easy it was for job opening numbers to paint the wrong picture. Another Amazon internal document reviewed by Business Insider revealed that the company's web services utility computing team posted 25,000 job openings in 2022, but only 7,800 of these positions were actually approved to be filled. This also happened in a year that Amazon was laying off more staff than they were hiring. The strategy that these companies and hiring managers are using is to constantly have positions open to attract top talent. If anybody that is not overqualified for these positions applies to them, they just get rejected. Amazon is not the only company that does this. Most of the top tech, finance, and consulting companies do exactly the same thing. Amazon is just not as good as keeping internal documents from the press. As private companies, they are not doing anything illegal, and they only do it because it does work. But it makes the number of job openings you hear companies complaining about in the media very inaccurate.
Affectionately known as JOLTS, number 9,610,000, that best estimates, and it is the best level going back to May when it was slightly higher at 9,616,000.
Compare that to the number of people looking for work. Job openings outnumbered unemployed people, but the gap is shrinking, and it's much easier to count a job opening than count as unemployed. The 6.5 million people unemployed only get counted if they do not have a job, have actively looked for work in the prior 4 weeks, and are currently available for work. According to data published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, there are an additional 5.4 million people who want a job but are not counted as unemployed because they don't meet these technical requirements. So even though you might think it's the best time ever to get a job, the numbers are misleading, and that's just the first reason. There are much bigger problems than just the numbers. So it's time to learn how money works to find out why, with so many job openings, people still can't find a job. This week's lesson is sponsored by Seeking Alpha, an online investment research platform that provides you with the insights that you need to help build your portfolio. As a former investment banker, we had a variety of tools at our disposal, and Seeking Alpha is the one that I highly recommend to anyone looking to make informed investment decisions. News is a large driver of stock performance, and Seeking Alpha provides trending articles that can help guide your decision making. For example, I recently read an article discussing how Intel could lose billions in subsidies after a German court ruling. The comment section often provides counterpoints, and with the information I've gained here, I can do further research on whether or not Intel would be an appropriate mix into my portfolio to meet my investing needs. Trending articles can also help you build industry understanding through osmosis. Investment firm Baird, for example, is expecting Snowflake may have a good third quarter, but that Wall Street's focus will be more on the macro environment and the company's AI plans. This tells us that institutional investors are honing in on how companies are shifting to using AI in the public markets. And if you want to dive deeper, you can see what quants, analysts, and Wall Street rate publicly traded companies. Remember, 12 of 15 Wall Street analysts gave Enron a strong buy rating. So always do your own research, and start that research with Seeking Alpha. There's so much you can learn from Seeking Alpha, and I highly recommend it to anyone that wants to be more informed when it comes to their investment decision making. Take advantage of their Black Friday deal that lasts until December 5th by using my link in the description to get 30% off Seeking Alpha's annual premium subscription for $167. Use my link to start your 7-day trial to see the value that Seeking Alpha can provide you. If you have been lucky enough to secure it full-time, working from home will have radically reshaped your career in more ways than you realize. Full-time working from home means that you can find lucrative job opportunities anywhere, and companies that want to keep up in the job market need to play catch-up. One strategy that has become common is to post the same job in every major city, so there is more chances for applicants across the country to see it, which lets the company be more selective with who they hire since they don't need to come into the office anyway. This can be a win-win for the employer and the employee. But for someone looking for a job, it can make it look like there are a lot more opportunities than there really are. And that's the second reason why nobody can find a job, even when companies are apparently desperate to hire anybody. People are chasing ghost jobs. The job market is in a really weird place right now. People are unwilling to accept lousy salaries after being spoiled for the last 3 years, and companies are not willing to pay as much as they were because they can't. Major companies overhired during the pandemic and are now getting pressure from their investors to cut headcount and only focus on revenue-generating projects. According to a study conducted by the Harvard Business Review, this turmoil has increased the number of ghost jobs, which are jobs that are advertised that companies have no intention of ever filling. Companies do this for 3 reasons. The first is to just build up a database of talent. In the information age, having lots of data about thousands of workers in your industry is worth millions of dollars. If you are a hiring manager and a position in your company ever does really need to be filled, you can just go to your database of people that have previously applied for a job and start calling the most promising applicants. You might have to poach people from their current job if they did end up finding work, but that can still be cheaper than starting a search from scratch after the company realizes it needs a position filled. It's also useful business intelligence that is close to free to collect. By slowly sponging up thousands of applicants to do jobs that don't exist, the company can get insights on how many staff their competitors have, how much they are paying them, how many of them are leaving, and what skills they have and do not have. For the price of a job post on LinkedIn and Indeed, it's a lot of information. According to a survey of 1,000 hiring managers conducted by Clarify Capital, more than 60% of job postings have been active for more than 2 months, despite 96% of employees claiming they're actively trying to fill an open role quickly in the job advertisement. Posting ghost jobs is also used by managers who don't want to pay more for employees, but want to keep their existing overworked employees happy with the promise that new team members will be starting as soon as they find the right person. Posting ghost jobs also looks good to investors and customers because it looks like the business is growing even when it's not. It's a super effective management strategy for business, but it means job hunters can spend hundreds of hours applying for jobs and attending interviews for roles that never really existed. Now, it's much harder to feel sorry for them, but companies have become a victim of this new career paradigm as well. The first reason that companies can no longer find workers, even though millions of Americans are looking for a job, is because they have made it pointless to hire the right people. Businesses have embraced new technologies that have made it easier than ever to train people for a new role. A job like a pharmacist or bank manager used to be highly respected positions that required decades of experience and paid as well as doctors and lawyers. A pharmacist needed to know compounding formulas for prescriptions, and a bank manager needed to make discretionary decisions about who to lend money to. These were big jobs that could cost lots of money or worse if not done right. Once a company found people that were good at the jobs, it was very important to keep them for as long as possible. So it wasn't unusual for people to spend their entire career with just one company and be rewarded handsomely for it. Today, pharmacists are just there for compliance and to pull pre-made scripts the computer tells them to. Bank managers use credit scores and computer algorithms to approve or deny loans. They personally have no say in whether you get a home loan or not. This made their jobs easier, but it also made them easier to replace. So companies stopped valuing company loyalty, and they stopped rewarding it. Now it's people that don't switch jobs that are being left behind. People that switch jobs every 2 years or more, on average, earn 50% more than their peers that stay loyal to a company. The result is that people have learned to switch jobs more often. But now, companies do not want to invest any money into training new employees because they know they are not likely to stay around for very long. If companies don't want to pay for training, they need to hire people that are already skilled enough to do the role they are hiring for, but that can be hard to find. A lot of employees today are being forced to take it upon themselves to seek out skills and qualifications to remain employable through things like Excel courses, coding boot camps, sales trainings, and now AI seminars. This is on top of a growing number of jobs that now require advanced college degrees like an MBA for an entry-level analyst role. If companies can keep their standards high and still fill the roles they need, then they will win by not having to pay for staff training. If they can't, then they still win because they get to complain about how it's too hard to find workers with the right skills. Some companies can use this to justify outsourcing or hired skilled H-1B visa workers which depend on their employer to stay in America. If people working in America on an H-1B visa lose their job, they only have 60 days to find a new job at another company that is willing to sponsor their visa before they get deported. So companies have an incentive to make it look like they can't find anybody with the right skills so they can hire workers which are much more dependent on their job. It's a broken system that's bad for American workers and bad for visa holders, but it's great for companies that want loyal workers while everybody is shopping around for better deals. One thing that you have to remember about this whole situation is that companies do not want to admit that they can't find enough staff unless there is something in it for them. Signaling to investors that growth or operations could be hurt by personnel challenges will hurt a company's stock price. So a CEO has a fiduciary duty to keep that sort of information discreet, unless it can be used to benefit the company some other way. The second reason why companies can't get anybody to work for them, even when everybody wants a job, is because more skilled people than ever are choosing to work for themselves. Over 5 million businesses were created in America last year, up from just 3.5 million before the pandemic. There are more opportunities than ever to work for yourself thanks to platforms like Etsy, Amazon, eBay, Uber, Fiverr, and YouTube. These businesses are risky, but more people than ever are willing to take that risk if it means they don't have to sit through 10 job interviews for a position that didn't exist in the first place. But there was one online marketplace that started this all. One that, despite a bad reputation, bad design, and bad users, has remained relevant through the entire history of the internet. So go and watch my latest video over on how history works to find out why Craigslist will outlive every modern tech company. And don't forget, if you want more hard-hitting reports that can't be made into YouTube videos that are written by some of the best finance creators out there, subscribe to my totally free email newsletter Compounded Daily in the video description to keep on learning how money works. The average American is exposed to 10,000 ads every single day, all as a part of an industry that is worth nearly $1 trillion run by some of the biggest companies in the world. But you probably don't even remember the ad that played before this video. So how many more ads can companies cram in? Or are we already past the point of no return?
Hey, guy, you're the first serious gamer I've seen all morning.
Pepperoni stuff.
Advertising. We all know it when we see it, whether it's in print or on television.
It's not great as a user experience, though. I'm getting Google now on Amazon, where if I want to actually find what like the best product is, I have to get sponsored, but okay, all the way down here at the end of the page, you know, item number 13.
With social media, it's not so clear, and neither are the rules. Consumers can easily be fooled.
You can only learn so much in a day, and according to research conducted by the National Institute of Health, you will forget half of everything you learn within an hour. There is no possible way that even if you tried to listen to every single ad that you are exposed to on a daily basis, that you would remember everything they were trying to sell you. Most people are not trying to pay as much attention to advertising as humanly possible. They are doing the opposite. Most people try to avoid it by skipping the ads, getting up from their TV during commercial breaks, and becoming wise to carefully disguised product placements. People also get annoyed by the constant interruptions. Nexen, an advertising technology platform, and Magna Media conducted a survey on participants that were exposed to a different frequency of the same advertisement 1, 4, or 6 times in a 1-hour viewing session. Participants who only viewed the advertisement once reported a higher intent to purchase an advertised product, but participants who saw the ad 6 times said that they were actually 16% less likely to purchase it because they found the product disruptive to their overall experience. So if we can't possibly remember all of the ads shoved in our face and they become less effective the more they are served to us, that means we must have hit peak advertising, right?
Wrong.
If advertising didn't work, companies wouldn't spend nearly $1 trillion on it every year, which is an insane amount of money that is predicted to grow. Data and analytical reports from KPMG, Magna, and Statista suggest that companies around the world will be spending $1.2 trillion a year on advertising in 2027. There are 3 reasons why, unfortunately, we are nowhere near the limit of advertising. The first reason is that companies are widening the way that they can advertise to us.
In other words, they are having their customer, their clients, their merchandise sellers, they're charging them to advertise in their store.
The largest category of advertising is probably what you think when you think of advertising. 45-second commercials that give the audience some basic information about the 5 P's of advertising: the product, the price, the people it's for, the promotion running on it, and the place where they can buy it. All advertising will have some or all of these details in the ad. Traditional advertising is still very popular because it builds awareness of brands and products that might not convert into sales for days or years after the advertisement was aired. If you think of a soft drink, you think of Coke or Pepsi. A place to do your shopping, Walmart. And if you need new trainers, you would probably start with Nike. That's because these companies all spend billions of dollars every year on awareness advertising. Some advertising done by lifestyle brands like Nike won't even mention 4 out of the 5 P's in their materials. They won't even mention a price, a promotion, a place where you can buy it, or even the product. They will just focus on the people that use their shoes so that in a year's time when you decide to get back into shape, you think of athletes and Nike. Awareness advertising works particularly well for fast-moving consumer goods. The shelves of Walmart and Kroger are filled with products, but those products have packaging. And that packaging is like a mini billboard designed to stand out and get your attention. Competition for shelf space at the big box retailers is fierce amongst brands, and it's getting more heated as big box retailers release their own white label products like Sam's Choice and Great Value. Companies want as much shelf space as they can get, but retailers want to maximize their floor space to the fastest moving products, so the best way for a company to get shelf space is to show retailers how much they are spending on traditional awareness advertising. This kind of advertising has been around since the days of Mad Men pitching Lucky Stripes, but it's about to be overtaken by a new type of advertising that combines the awareness and shelf space into one. Search advertising is the fastest growing category of advertising because it reaches people as they are actually looking to buy something. Paying Google to be the first company to pop up when someone searches for mountain bike gives a company a pretty good chance of selling some mountain bikes. Because it's so effective, it's also expensive, and it's why it makes up a majority of Google's income. Google is not a tech company. It's an advertising company that runs a search engine on the side. Online advertising has grown in parallel with e-commerce. Search advertising also benefits from big data because an advert on TV is going to be seen by everybody watching it if they are a potential customer or not. But advertising on a search result can use collected data and advanced algorithms to make suggestions with the highest likelihood of sales conversion. There is also another category of advertising that has been growing rapidly, and that is influencer advertising. So it's time to learn how money works as I prove my own point by telling you about the very cool sponsor of today's video that actually let me do this.
This week's lesson is sponsored by a long-trusted advertiser who understands awareness advertising and the right audience to advertise to. Brilliant. Brilliant knows that the largest brands are regularly spending on making their brands known to you, and that's why they've become a longtime partner with me. They know that while you're learning something here, you'll be hungry to learn something there. Like, have you ever wanted to understand the math used to model the chaos of the financial markets? If so, then Brilliant made a smart choice placing an ad here, because they offer that course on their website. There's many more courses that they offer that may interest you. I'm so blown away by ChatGPT, Grok, and Bard that I need to understand how large language models work. And fortunately, Brilliant has an LLMs course just for that. Best of all, you can learn anywhere you are on your desktop, phone, or tablet. Brilliant makes learning fun and enjoyable, and if you like my channel, I think you'll enjoy learning with Brilliant. To get Brilliant for free for 30 days, go to brilliant.org/howmoneyworks or click the link in the description, and the first 200 of you will get 20% off Brilliant's annual premium subscription.
It makes sense that new companies entering the market need to advertise so that potential customers know that they exist. The rate of new businesses being started in America has never been higher. In the past 5 years, businesses have also found it easier to get early-stage investments from venture capital funds. VC investors want to see growth in the companies they invest in, and that means acquiring customers literally at any cost. Customer acquisition costs track how much a business needs to spend in marketing and advertising to get one customer to buy their product or use their service. If you run a business and the cost to acquire a customer is greater than the cost of the product you are selling to that customer, you have a shit business. You would think this is obvious, but this simple business basic has been tested by new companies that needed to build out a user base because their users were their customers and product all rolled into one. If Uber didn't have drivers, it wouldn't be able to get paying riders. And if Uber didn't have paying riders, it wouldn't be able to get drivers. So to make the business operational, Uber had to pump billions of dollars of investor money into advertising their service to both drivers and riders. Even much smaller businesses need to do this to get their first few customers. As more people try to be their own boss, businesses of all sizes are going to need to spend more on advertising to get their first customers. But these are all still not the companies that are spending the most on advertising. According to a 2019 report by Insider Intelligence on total ad spend, it was the largest and most established companies that already had the most brand recognition that were spending the most money on advertising, and that's because of the second reason why we are unfortunately nowhere near peak advertising yet. There's a sucker born every minute. If they stopped advertising completely right now, would you forget about a certain brown sugary fizzy water, the fast food shop that serves your favorite chicken sandwich, or the name of the tech company that sells smartphones? Probably not. But advertising does more than just inform you about new products. It can suck you into accelerating a purchase decision. You can admit it. I can admit it. You have watched a fast food commercial and become hungry for some deep-fried goodness. But even for big brands that are not selling products that are impulse purchases, advertising is still an effective tool to secure customers long before they even know their customers. JP Chase became a laughingstock on Wall Street last year for spending $175 million on an app called Frank that helped college students find grants and scholarships. The app was filled with fake users, and the founder of the company that sold it to the bank is now facing criminal fraud charges. But even if this app did have the user base it reported, at $175 million, it still seems like a bad investment because college kids looking for scholarships are not exactly lucrative banking clients. The reason the bank made the purchase was because they saw it as a great opportunity to get young, soon-to-be professionals used to banking with them before they even had earned their first paycheck. Once people become accustomed to banking with a certain bank, shopping with a certain retailer, or using a certain cell phone, they rarely switch. So brands are willing to spend a lot of money on winning over the hearts and minds of young, impressionable people before they even make their first purchase. Sometimes this is done by purchasing a fraudulent app that promised to provide direct engagement with millions, but more often it's just done with good old advertising. Brands are increasingly in an arms race to secure lifetime customers because the numbers are obvious. According to the consulting firm Accenture, Americans spend on average 57% more with companies that they are loyal to, so this should tell you two things. If you are running a company, getting people early is worth a lot, and if you are a customer, this is your sign to not pay for loyalty. Check your insurance, utilities, and subscriptions, and shop around for a better deal at least once a year. It could be the most profitable 2 hours you spend. The third reason that we are unfortunately nowhere near peak advertising yet is that companies are finding new ways to reach you, everywhere. The technology company Anzu has raised a total of $65 million and partnered directly with some of the largest companies in the world because of a new technology they are developing. Their program will let video game companies dynamically integrate advertising into your games as you play them. This will allow video game companies to tap into a new revenue stream on top of microtransactions and, actually selling video games. Even if it's not sneaking into video games, the advertising industry has come a long way from television, radio, and newspapers. Customers are also becoming more siloed into different platforms. You are watching this video on YouTube right now, but you may not have watched cable TV or read a newspaper for as long as you can remember. There are some companies that like this highly targeted advertising. Like, watch this. I predict in 4 seconds, some dude is going to pop on your screen to pitch you some kind of way to make money online. If you use Adblock or YouTube Premium, you might be confused right now, but people consuming finance content on YouTube are prime targets for people selling courses on making money. But ultra-targeting doesn't work for big companies with a broad customer base. If companies just focus on one medium for their advertising, they will be missing out on capturing all the groups of customers that don't use that platform. The result? Companies need to do more advertising to cover all these platforms, or their competitors will steal market share from them. The fourth and most concerning reason is that companies are selling us worse stuff than ever before. Just like there are so many new ways to reach customers, there are also new things to sell to them, and some of these new products are going to do a lifetime of harm to the people that buy them. The years of crypto advertising may be coming to an end, but in their place is an even more efficient way for people to lose all of their money: gambling. On May 14th, 2018, the Supreme Court overturned a law that made gambling on sports illegal nationwide. Overnight, it became possible to gamble on sports from your phone at almost any time of day, and gambling companies capitalize on this big time. Sportsbooks are now spending more than $2 billion every year on advertising, and this has created a marketing gold rush. The companies know that what they are doing is preying on vulnerable people, and that they know laws will eventually catch up. But for now, they have the opportunity to capture as many people as possible in one of the most lucrative markets that exists. Companies like Nike and Budweiser now have to compete with sportsbooks for airtime between plays, and even these billion-dollar companies can't keep up with the spending of sportsbooks. So they are advertising more elsewhere, which means you end up with more advertising overall. Now, there is hope still. For a long time, the amount of advertising we are faced with every day has only gone up. But go and watch my new video over on How History Works on the full history of advertising to find out how we got here in the first place and how it could all end. One place I don't need to be advertiser friendly is my totally free newsletter Compounded Daily. Some of the best finance creators and I write articles there about topics that don't need an entire video or just wouldn't do well with the YouTube algorithm. So if you like these videos, you should sign up to that at the link below. As always, don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works.
All right, we're checking out the only game where patience is never a virtue. It's Happy Wheels. Have patience, they say. Oh my God! Hey! Ah! I should have known that instead of glorious linoleum tile, I would be met with landmines. It's a common thing here in Florida. We like to use, oh God. We like to use all of our floor tiling. Is it hard yet? What an odd question to ask. I don't know, what does this do? Whoa! What the? Hold on, hold on, what did I say? You're not supposed to be here? Wait a minute. What a fool I was. Tom, you know what to do. Go ahead and see if it's safe for your father. Now, in case anyone's wondering, it's very obviously safe down here. Let's go take a look. You really thought, is it like a, what in God's name? Ah, you're not supposed to be here. Okay, so this is where this goes. And then you yeetus your deetus upward like so. It is not, in fact, hard. I will utilize this glass in order to create a momentary, whoa! All right, looks like I'm gonna have to, he's fine. Ah! Looks like I'm gonna have to put some effort in here. Have patience, mister. I hate you. Oh, look at that. Oh yeah, big jump. And whoop. No big deal. Yeetus! There we go, baby. Welcome to Glass Run. That's not me welcoming you. That's the name of the Glass Run. Welcome to Glass Run. Can you unwelcome yourself to the Glass Run? You cannot. Level 1, 3 sheets. How? Whoa, okay. All right, apparently the Glass Run. There we go. 2, normal. Oh, they're getting pretty long. All right, hold on. We can cheat this. Yeah, no problem. Insane. Nice. Time to move on to a spike fall. Oh, really? We'll see about that. Oh God, I guess I am moving on to a spike fall. Ah, I'm fine. Yay! Rope swing Rope swing hard. Really? Okay, guess I'm ready. Full double backflip, land on my face. Now you do get options here. I can do this on my stomach or on my back. I do enjoy having the potential to get my groin removed from my body by various katanas. Ow! Like that. I told you. Okay, so the conveyor belt moves fairly swiftly, which means I'm going to have to time this inordinately well in order to have any chance of survival. Survival! There we go. Click here when ready. Ah, this is like a ball flip or something. Go ahead like this. And I am indeed ready. Let me go ahead and bloop myself down. I said bloop myself down. Well, this is bad. My arms aren't extended. Oh, God. Grab. So, no. Ah, the taste of death. Tastes like blueberry pancakes. All right, I'm going to be ready this time. Okay, maybe I won't. Oh, hey, there we go. Yeah. All right, let me have it. Yeah. Grab, flip. Keep your feet in. Strong core. Oh God, I just made this much harder on myself. Let's try this again. No! You know, the angle of release is what really matters when it comes to your survival. Ah! It's kind of like golfing, only much more violent. All right, arms. Oh! Oh God, no. Oh no. No, 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 no. Oh no, there's nothing I can do now. Come on. No! Well, when you said rope swing hard, you weren't kidding. Okay, all right. There. Perfect. Beautiful. This is gonna be the run. There's no way that anything could go wrong here, obviously. I'm not going to get karma'd in any way. Big jump, land on my head. Perfect landing. Oh! How could you do this to me, Karma? This is why you should never skip arm day, people. You never know when your arms are the only thing keeping you from certain death. Okay. Very calmly, very coolly. All right, we're gonna release down low, like here. Ah! They'll often say, put in like 70% instead of 100%, so that when you put in 100%, you could really look like a juggernaut. Fair. Yeah, that's what I was doing the whole time. See, I was only on 70%. This is called Survive 5 Knives. No, not knives, knives. Thank you, Far Dragon. First off, can I get a, ooh, click to win. Are you lying? Oh. You really thought, oh God, oh, all right, you're a liar. Let's do this, easy. Okay, not too bad. Medium. Oh, the knives are getting bigger, they're evolving. All right, this might be slightly difficult. Oh God, oh, they have a mind of their own. Nope, oh my groin, I'm fine. Hard. Those aren't knives, that's a spear! You lied to me. You said 5 knives. It's not a knife. Ah, big deflection. Ooh. Okay, this is gonna be a tough one. In case any of you are wondering, my son is fine. He's just resting. I, however, am not okay. I do enjoy a challenge. All right, here's the plan. Full speed ahead. Out of the way. Yeah, Greystone plays. How you like that right there? You want a piece of me, spear? Ow, apparently you do. I wonder. I survived your knives down here. I'm alive. I'm fine. But there's no way for me to win. I can just, hold on there, knifey knifington. You think you can knife me and get away with it? I think not. Tom, go forth, my son. Go get him. I lost my helmet. That ain't good. What is this? What's in insane? Are the knives just moving so fast that they have broken the speed of light? All right. Whoa, whoa, yep, they sure have. Are you ready? And oh my God! Oh no, you don't! Oh, I'm still alive. This is odd. Well, I'm stuck down here with the Knives of Destiny. Really don't. Oh, hold on. Okay. How do I want to approach this? Whoa! All right, here's the plan. We're gonna try and jump this. And ow, my arms! Why have you betrayed me? Oh God, it's in my groin. Oh, ow! This board's giving me a headache, quite literally. And an arm ache, and now a leg ache. Pretty sure my groin aches as well at this point. I think every part of my body that could have absorbed a knife has now absorbed a knife. Okay. Your 5 knives, oh! Your 5 knives are, oh God, not very easy. All right, this one, you really have to lean forward and not crush your head on the triangle. There we go, baby, yeah! This is called BMX Park, okay? Every BMX park starts with a very fast downhill descent. Ooh, okay. And then up and around, and then you've got to yeetus yourself this way. I'm back where I started. Oh, that was cool. It's a happy face. It's called bottle run number 5. I like that. Oh my God! Oh, whoa. I'm back at the beginning. Ah, yes, I always like it when I can go from garbage or other to hacker, or just to the ellipsis. A different font, you say? What's back here, I do wonder? The letter J. Okay, how about if we kind of move forward here? I'm my own color. Isn't that exciting? Give me my participation award, or my 95% invisible. That's interesting too. How in the world did this happen? Don't mind me just resting on the colon as you do. Wow, death. I don't know if I want to go to death. Actually, you know what? We gotta go to death. It's fine. Oh, I locked death, but it doesn't matter because I'm already there. Well, that just crashed the game. Oh my God! Oh, I finally got my participation award. That makes me feel so good. I'll tell you. If there's one thing I love, it is participating and hydration and angels. Danny DeVito, guide my bottles. What happened here? Now, obviously the goal here is we have to get at least one of the highest levels, right? There's only a few. You gotta be kidding me. What? Oh my God. Ah, I have gone deep inside of the colon. What? Oh, I got the angel and the devil. Oh, pizza. Yeet Part 2. The Yeetening. Ah, yes. I have entered the Holy Land. I have fully landed perfectly upon death. Oh, I spawned Tom Hardy too. And also just because, how about that? Impossible. That's what I like to see. Oh my God! This is called Jump Challenge 6. False columns. I also like the random gigantic hammer just chilling out above my head. Can I hit that thing? Can it hit me? Kind of curious. No. All right, so I'm guessing this is which one is the real thing to jump through, green or blue? No problem, so they're mostly just the greens of the fakes right now. Very good. Not too much of a challenge, I will say at the moment. Oh yeah. Oh, this is simplistic. Yeah, we're just gonna cruise right through this. Look at that, boom, right there, bam, all that. I'm just taking the whole walls down, all the walls. Okay, now the openings are getting slightly smaller, I can see. There we go. Where's the rest of your holes at? Perfect. Do any of them explode eventually? I'm used to things exploding on me. Oh, there goes my helmet. That ain't good. Ah, all right, now there's a lot. Okay, so Oh, it's not the top one? Well, wait, where am I even supposed to go? Oh, there we are. All right, now we're starting to get some difficulty. I like it. Bottom? No. There we go, almost at the top. You gotta kind of Flappy Bird your way through this. Flappy Birds. My birds are not flapping hard enough. There we go. Ah! Oh, where could it be? Legit, this is, fairly technical. All right, where did you put this one at? Bottom, second. Ah, yes, about 3 feet away from sadness, I see. No problem. Just kind of bounce over it, as you do. Now, if it was me, I would put this one all the way at the top. He did not, but he put it close to the top. That is incredible. Yay! This is called impossible 1%. I don't know if that means that it's 1% possible or like 1% impossible. I have no idea. Let's go this way. Oh my God. All right, you got it. Are you ready? I'm the fastest alive. I'm the fastest alive. I don't care how many percent. I'm fine. I'm fine. Oh, I told you I'm fine. Got it. Welcome to Amazon Prime. Take one of the 3 TVs to Jamie. Watch out, it's deadly out there. Why is it so dangerous? All right, it's been a while since I've had to bring anything anywhere. Let's see here. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. And one of the TVs, perfect. Okay. Oh, looks like we're gonna get 2 TVs. Oh God. Oh wow. Hey ho. Also, apparently Amazon Prime now sells battle axes. That's interesting. Ah, deflection. Deflection. You can't. Ow! What happened? I'm fine. I am. Somehow I'm fine. I don't know how, but it is working. Okay, we're doing good. Now, can I just like go over all this, or do I have to follow this, or? You're at the wrong place. I don't know about that. Okay. Yeah, let's try and kind of go this way, and then woo through here. No big deal. You're all getting TVs for Christmas, whether you like it or not. That is a lot of warning signs. Why is there a booster over here? Hey! Finally! Your Amazon package has arrived! As well as your grandfather. Well, now little Tom can watch TV forever and never leave the house. Anyway, folks, hope you enjoyed this episode of Happy Wheels. Till next time, stay foxy, much love.
Welcome to the very special edition of the Safety Third podcast. Today we have our guest, Niall Red, who's no longer a permanent host. He's just... Actually, no. You know what it is?
No, I'd rather be a guest.
You know
I'm
how
not
much
a host.
Healthier and brighter and more fun you are now that you've posted your video? Do you
I know,
know
right?
the,
We played
the
video games.
the hobgoblin that you turned into, Nigel? You turned into this little basement-dwelling, like
my
crusty
office is not in the
underwear,
basement.
Incel.
I was in an office. I was in an office
femcel,
dwelling.
Oh yeah.
office-dwelling
Correct.
creature.
Mm-hmm.
I was just saying random words. I'm not even sure if half of them were applicable.
This bubbly or this sparkling water I just drank, it's been on my desk for so long that it's not even carbonated anymore.
That's gross. Is it growing mold?
I don't even know when it's from. I should get a new one.
All right, Kevin. Nigel said he didn't want to talk about war stuff, so we won't talk about war stuff. We'll talk about how, if you had to make your own body armor, how would you make it?
Well,
I was thinking about this the other day.
Oh man, you know they sell that. You ever see houses that are up for construction and they have this like white tarp over all the walls and stuff?
Yeah.
Have you seen, it says like Tyvek home wrap on it or something like that.
It's like permanent, right? Is it permanent?
Yeah. It's like they put the wood up on the walls or the bricks up on the walls, and they put this layer of like looks like fabric or plastic over it, and then they put like the actual siding of the house on.
Yeah, I think that's just for waterproofing, right?
Yeah, but that's made of polyethylene fibers. So, and I know that they make body armor out of polyethylene. So maybe if you like sandwiched enough layers of that together with like epoxy or fiberglass and then that stuff, it might work.
Yeah. I just don't know how useful body armor is at all. Like, unless you have the ceramic plates and stuff.
I mean, it's really
just
useful.
I watched some videos.
It doesn't have to be ceramic to be useful body armor. The new lightweight polyethylene
I'm just saying,
stuff.
like, it's even
homemade.
like the it's even just like the Kevlar helmets. It's like they're only for ricochets and other stuff. Like a direct, almost direct anything will go through both sides of the helmet.
Well, I don't know. You take a bullet like to the side of the helmet.
But I'm saying, but that's what it protects you for, right?
It's not.
So it's like
the
if like shrapnel or something is like
better.
deflecting. But I'm just saying that like it's. I just think that in a super chaotic situation, taking your time to wrap yourself in polyethylene sheet
fixing my light
might not be worth it. Super chaotic situation, taking your time to wrap yourself in polyethylene sheet
fixing my light
might not be worth it.
I've realized of all the Modern Warfare Warzone I've been playing, that I would die very quickly in a war zone. And I don't. I mean,
yeah, I've seen how you play Modern Warfare. Well, you get a helicopter and you crash it into the enemy team.
Yeah, it would not work good in real life.
Doesn't translate very well.
I was looking up, because I was thinking, like at the beginning of the pandemic too. I spent like a couple $100 buying like equipment to try to make like a DIY ventilator. Like, everyone had like a hard on for DIY medical equipment, because some news outlet, like right after they published about toilet paper, they started publishing about ventilators. Which did that ever even become a problem? Like, not even close. Like, the ventilators never like. And of all the things, why was it ventilators? Like, doesn't it just seem like one of those media things?
I feel like it was, because
there was
everybody
a
came
shortage.
Up with their own.
There was a shortage, and the fear was that like that was like the thing that the people who were really severely sick would need, right?
But
and there was this fear that if there's a huge surge,
like hear me out. If you're short on ventilators, you're probably short on everything, right?
Well, no, the reason that came out was, I think, early in Italy, when there were the reports that they were basically, triaging people based on like how likely they were, like how young they were,
right?
And they were tearing ventilators out of people who they thought were the kind of be like, oh, this guy's 80. We're gonna pull the ventilator and give it to this 25-year-old.
Right out of his.
I'm sure that it's sterilized, in between.
They still yank it. They give it a good yank, like.
But it's like they were having to do that, so I think that's where the fear came from, because nobody wants to have to basically. Like, as a doctor, you don't want to have to be like, hey, this patient, I'm deciding has no chance. I'm going to give it to this guy.
Oh, my God, Kevin.
So I think that's where the whole, like, ventilator...
Where that
Because they were in low supply.
Because the first thing I did...
As far as I know.
There was a bunch of people that were doing this stuff, but it was like, it's kind of an interesting challenge, too, to just be like, oh, like, here's this idea. Like, when you sort of, like... honestly, I feel like making stuff in general is kind of funny, because half of making stuff is like having a problem, and a lot of times people who make things, their problem is machines that make things. We're like, only if I had a machine that could make this thing, and then they start making a thing that is a machine that makes things.
It takes longer to make the machine than it would have taken to make the thing.
And so when someone presents you with like an actual problem of like, oh, we're gonna run out of ventilators, and you're sort of sitting there thinking like, oh, okay, well, how would I make a really shitty ventilator? Now you have an actual problem, and so that kind of stuff is like, I don't know, gets my attention, because it's like, oh, here's this nifty challenge, like,
I thought about it too.
Purposeful challenge,
But then I also thought that no matter how fast I am or how easy I make it, the companies that are already set up to build them can just crank them out like.
Don't sell yourself short, Kevin.
I don't know.
You're capable.
Kevin, I've seen you. I've seen you.
But could anybody else?
When you focus, you're focused. You can really.
He's
produce.
Got that. Florida man on meth stole 100 radios out of 100 cars in 3 hours energy.
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
But do the hospital workers have that same energy to go out and steal code?
You would have other
for
people.
the Raspberry Pi. Get water heaters. Get some limit switches.
Okay, so this is what I did.
Yeah, that's.
I bought like one of the manual ventilators, and then I designed a 3D printed like a flap valve. That was like a plastic flap that covers a hole, and so like when you breathe out, it like pushes the air. Oh, it pushes the flap open, but you breathe in, it sucks the flap closed. And then I bought these really cheap timers on Amazon, like a relay timer where you could set like the relay on, and relay off time. And then I bought also synchronous microwave motors that move the turntable.
Like the really slow ones.
Yes, but to use as a timer. So then what you could do is you could take a microwave, you could pull the synchronous motor out of it because it spins based on the frequency of the power lines. And then you could put a cam on it, like a 3D printed cam with limit switches. And so you could build the timing electronically using AC coming from your wall. And then it was just like a mechanism
I understood 4 of those words.
That's fine.
One of them was wall. Another one was
shit.
Electricity.
I mean, that's really simple.
Because that was to me that was like the design
don't know what you mean. But
like your microwave motor that spins the turntable.
Yeah.
So that motor is synchronous. I think I'm pretty sure it's the right terminology. Essentially, where the speed of the motor isn't based off of the voltage; it's based off of the AC current.
Okay.
You know what? I'm gonna do a
Dude,
Google search
I have
really
very
quick.
low knowledge when it comes to
so it's like
stuff.
60 hertz. So the motor spins at, I don't know, whatever, some multiple of that, like 2,800 RPM.
Yeah, so synchronous electric motor is an AC electric motor which at steady state, the rotation of the shaft is synchronized with the frequency of the supply. So essentially what that means is that this motor will always spin at some rate equivalent or equal or some ratio to the frequency of the powering it. So it's an AC motor that will always spin at a constant speed relative to the AC current being put into it.
What determines that? Like how many poles it has, or the distance?
Probably something like that.
them?
Yeah, it's like how quickly it shifts it forward. But AC motors work a little different. So what that means is like when you have the ventilator, like there's a couple problems. Like number one, you have to be able to somehow mechanize air being pushed somewhere, but it has to be like a high, like low volume, high pressure, and then you have to. I guess high volume. No, yeah, it's.
I have no input on any of this.
Like you can't use a fan basically. Like you have to have something that has like can put much more force into the air, and then you have to be able to control like the frequency as like like I looked into a bunch and you have to push air into people's lungs and you have to let it dwell and you have to pull it out and you.
I think also another problem too is like you have to be able to measure you have to have a pressure measurement. Because if you push too much air in, you're going to pop people's lungs. So you have to be able to measure the resistance.
They normally put a relief. So I think that was the thing that I sort of had the most trouble with is you could buy reliefs where essentially it's like a bypass, right? Where it's like a pressure relief, like if it goes over. But then you also have this thing where it's just like, if you're on a fucking DIY ventilator, like.
Yeah. You can cut corners. Like if it comes time to use DIY ventilators,
I guess you're already. I mean, you're lucky that you even have this rickety thing.
An easy release would be like bubbling it through a column of water.
Right. See, that's big brain. See, that's something I didn't even think of. Where it's like you could potentially have some sort of weird, like what do they call that? Just like a pressure gauge, like a barometer. Is that what a barometer is?
Yeah, basically like a barometer, except that if it goes over a certain amount, it just starts spurting water or air out. Pushes
like
all the water out.
Old school.
Like when you're brewing beer.
Mm-hmm.
You probably do that in chemistry. Is there anything where you have a one-way valve?
Yeah.
And so it's like with like a fluid trap. That's how your sewer works too, right?
They call it a bubble trap, right?
Yeah, you usually don't do it with like you don't do it actually trying to maintain any pressure, but you do traps to
it's to keep
capture
stuff from coming back in.
Correct. Yeah.
But it also happens to work as like a pressure release.
The idea is that you can prevent air from coming from getting in, but you can neutralize if you don't want to bubble, like if you're boiling acid or something else, you don't want to just release it.
Right.
So you're able to neutralize
your toilet works very similarly, right? Where it's like you can stop sewer gas from coming through and out your toilet, but you don't necessarily like cap off the sewer line. So it's like if there was enough force, it could push the water out back into the bowl.
I just experienced that firsthand.
Oh,
Wait,
no.
What?
Oh, yeah. You were saying something about that.
Wait, what happened, Kevin?
Shitter's full?
Shitter's full. All the shitters are full and overflowing at the same time.
Wait, what?
It was like, I don't know. I have a septic tank, which is like pros and cons, mostly cons, but it fills up and then there's two tanks. There's a septic tank. It fills up with all the nasty stuff. Then there's like a little pipe that goes out to the front yard. And then that's like basically the clean water that's kind of fermented for a while and it's not as like bacterially active, and then it like pumps it down kind of like underground. But what happens was there was a clog between the first tank and the second tank. So the first tank just kept filling up until it started coming out. Like when you flush the toilet, it wouldn't flush, and it would like push water up the other toilet. Until like all the pressure started equalizing. But it came out of like the bathroom tubs, and like there was like a little lag time. So by the time we realized it, everything was flooding.
That's one of those moments where you just...
Is that one of the pros or the cons?
Oh, well, if you have a septic company, it's a pro.
Where you learn what it's like to be a man. Everyone has all these definitions of manliness, but a real man...
You have to deal with the septic tank.
When you got to deal with your septic tank overflowing
water
into your
under
bathtub,
pressure. I'll tell you how. You take out your wallet and you say, just fix the problem. I want to use a toilet again.
You're like, Billy, are you ready? Today's the day you become a man. He's like, yeah, I'm ready. And it's like, all right, fix the septic system. No.
I mean, apparently, I forget who I was talking to. It makes good money. I forget who it was.
because nobody wants to do it.
Somebody said their cousin or something just got out of trade school, and he started his own business. And then he's like, I'm specializing in like that type of stuff, like septic and whatever. But I think he's like, his business is just thriving. Like he's doing great because he doesn't have, I guess the competition's probably not super high. People aren't racing to get in there.
But even if he's getting paid a lot, it's still a shitty job. Or wait,
apparently
it's a shit job.
Twice.
Sorry, let me. Even if he gets paid well, it's a shit job.
Every time I've had somebody come out to manage with like
Courtesy
the septic
laugh.
system, they've always been kind of crazy, and it's a very small sample size.
Here's a question: What kind? How is the crazy? Like describe it relatively. Is it like reptile person crazy? Like the same person who has a bunch of like not snakes but just reptiles.
Do they
know?
know?
The kind of person that would do septic stuff.
Same kind of person that would post about the number of letters in Barack Obama's name equals 8, which is also, if you add up the letter of numbers in devil, it's the same amount of whatever. So it's the same kind of. That's the person.
The weight of the numbers. If you look at if you look at the total density of the numbers, you can cross-reference the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Like they're
He's
smart
talking
to
about,
figure that out.
Wait, who did you say starting the
No, I said
septic?
some random. It was when I was building this office, like a contractor. You're saying his cousin just got into that business, and he's like, I think he was like he's not I think younger. He's like 26 or something, but he was making like really good money.
Does he talk about the vibrational frequencies of the universe?
No,
and that John Lennon played the middle note C. That's what he transposed Imagine to the middle note C, and that's the frequency that heals everybody. And he played it in that song to try to awaken everybody, and that's why the CIA killed him. I learned that from my septic guy.
Oh my God! Actually,
actually.
Okay, here you want to know the secret to making a lot of money.
Kevin wasn't just saying examples; he was actually relaying information.
Now that you've said it on the internet, they're gonna come after.
Oh my God, they're gonna come for me now.
They know where you poop.
Delete this podcast now for his safety.
So you know the secret to making a lot of money. This is good advice for everybody.
Making a lot of money or having a lot of money?
Making money. No, having money, you're born with it.
I'm saying, I just want to say, you can make a lot of money, but I guess if you don't have,
if you had to boil down what making a lot of money is, like how do you make a lot of money? There's one answer.
Work really hard and pull yourself up by your.
No, that's bullshit. Working hard doesn't get you paid shit.
I know the answer to this. Don't be weird.
No.
What?
No?
Make people's problems go away.
I guess so.
If there's a man who can make your poop problem go away, tell me, Kevin, how much would you pay that guy to make your poop problem go away?
I paid him $500 for the luxury of using my own toilet again.
Was it worth it?
Oh yeah, I would do it again.
So...
Except not on weekend emergency hours.
Kevin's like, I'll solve any problem, but I won't solve that.
No.
What did he do? Did he just have to drain the main tank? How did they fix the
Yeah,
the
they get this huge truck. It's like, 1,000 gallons. They pull it up. They run a huge hose out. They got to open the tank. They stick the hose in there, and they suck it all out. And then he has like this big old, it's a hose, but it also has like this big metal part on it. So it's like, you can really jam it in something. And he jammed it in my main sewer drain for my pipe and just sucked everything out.
Sucked the clog out?
Sucked the clog out. Like you could hear the toilets like, woo, coming like this whistling noise coming out of the toilets and the drains, and he sucked it clean. It was nasty.
What did it smell like?
Oh my god, it smelled like bad breath and porta potty.
Were you
It was
glad
horrible.
Were you glad that like once he was gone, the smell like slowly went away?
He was like trying to talk to me, but I had to get out of there. I went inside, closed all the doors and windows, and he's like trying to talk to me about my YouTube channel, but I'm like, dude, I gotta go. I'm busy.
I'm telling you, man.
And then it was kind of nasty because he like once everything was in the truck, he like kind of backwashed it with water, but the water is also dirty. Because I guess it's like some regulation where the hose has to have like clean water coming through it. Because think about it, if you have a hose full of like nasty poop water and it's sucking it through the hose and you take it out of the septic tank, there's still going to be a lot of stuff left in the hose, like when you're dragging it back to the truck. So you have to like backflow it with fresh water when you take it out. And he's like, cleaning the whole septic tank with that. And I could just see this mist of misty poop water coming out of this hole. And it was just pure poop particles, man. And this guy's like huffing it. I had to go inside.
So how do you feel about my suggestion that a successful business that makes a lot of money is one that makes people's problems go away?
I guess you're right. I thought you were going to say like be personable or,
No. Just make people's problems disappear. I mean, there's other ways to do it, but I feel like the most obvious one is like, what problem do people have that they really don't want to deal with?
Poopy water. Poopy
dude,
front yards.
I feel like that is a safe way to have a very successful career. I bet you if you looked into how much money you could make like running your own septic pumping business, it's probably not bad.
I was talking to this guy at Lowe's, and he said he works for a plumbing company, and his boss just got a $10 million house out by the water.
Yeah.
That's a lot of, and this is like, kind of a regional plumbing company. This isn't national. This is like, 2 or 3 counties.
That's what crazy. I find weird or interesting is since I moved into this office, there are businesses up and down the street, and I see them, and I'm like, I know what the rent is like here. I know kind of like, so when I see their square footage and I see what the business that they're running, I'm always just like, I guess they have like enough customers to pay for it, but it's weird. They must be making it work. But I was talking to a contractor who said that he worked on a project for somebody who used to have a business on the same street, and this guy was like insanely rich. He says the guy was trying to build a large like lake on his property or something. I don't know what he said. He was like a $3 million construction project.
Yeah, at that point, you gotta
where he was trying to
give your money to a food bank.
He was just trying to build like some stupid lake with a fountain. I don't know. He said it was a dumb project, or I mean, hopefully the guy's not listening. Sorry, sir, your project's not dumb.
No, it is dumb. Donate. Okay, here you go.
I'm afraid
build
of this
a
man.
$500,000 lake and donate
he knows where my business
$3
is.
million to a food bank at that point. For Christ's sake.
Either way, he was just because he said, I was like, oh crap, like this guy's a lot of like, if you're building like a lake or whatever, I don't know what it was, something frivolous, just so when you wake up in the morning, you see it on your lawn. It's like, you got to have some money to kill. And then when I was told what his business was, I could say guess, but I don't think you'd ever guess what it was.
Give us hints. We'll play 20 questions.
It's kind of useless. I'll just say it.
Okay, 20 questions.
No, yeah.
20 questions.
Let's guess.
What is this mystery business that made someone very rich? I like this.
Is it a person?
This is all hearsay too. I've not confirmed this.
Is it a person?
Kevin, what the hell? Yeah. Is it a service?
A robot.
Made someone very rich. I like this.
Is it a person?
This is all hearsay too. I've not confirmed this.
Is it a person?
Kevin, what the hell? Yeah. Is it a service?
A robot is running the business, Kevin. I guess it's a service.
Okay.
The first question's already a fail.
Do you have to, if you work for this company, do you have to go to college?
Yo, these are questions I'm not going to be able to answer. Probably not.
Do they sell a physical product that they make?
I would say yes. How
much training is involved in being able to perform this task?
Dude, I'm not like in depth on this industry. Maybe not. Maybe a little bit, like standard amount of training, a couple months. I don't know.
Do they have maybe more than 10 employees?
I don't even know what this company is. You're asking.
Does it involve heavy equipment?
Yeah, I imagine. You're asking. I literally know so little about the company that I can't even
speculate.
What?
You can't even speculate.
I said, yeah, they use heavy equipment, but like big machines, I guess.
Okay. So some sort of like construction.
What number are we on, Nigel? What number question
I don't
was
know.
that?
I feel like we're gonna reveal it. You're gonna go, oh, that's lame. Like I wanted to.
No. That's the whole point
Now
of this.
we're too far
We're
in.
setting ourselves up for disappointment.
And I know so little about the business. It's all just based on what I imagined in my
head. You don't need a
head.
degree. It sounds like it's definitely some sort of like construction-y kind of thing.
I didn't say
Is
you
the
didn't
machine
need it.
is the machine heavy enough to kill you? The machinery.
I imagine if you messed up, it could do some damage.
So it's probably something you can get trapped in.
Yeah.
Do they make road signs?
No, as far as I know, maybe. I don't know. No, I don't think so.
That also counts as one question. That was just an expansion upon my previous
I
question.
know. The answer's no. Dude, I don't know. I never even looked up their
All
company.
right, okay, we give up. What is it?
He just printed labels. Like allegedly, he just was like a guy who I didn't get all the details, but as far as he knows, he just printed like product labels, just being like little
So like a
pieces of
service.
paper. Yeah, that's what I said. It's like a service or product. I was like, I don't know which one it would be considered, but it's like
Service.
if you were to sell a bottle and have the label that wraps around it, it's like he
Right.
printed that label. But allegedly, he made like it was like a multi-million-dollar business, and it's just kind of like a local business in my town. And you drive by the building, it looks like just a warehouse. Doesn't look like too much. Like he was saying is that you wouldn't imagine too much is going on. And it's like when the guy tells you, he's like, "Oh, I print labels." He's like,
Does he even put them on things?
"See, I didn't know all the details. The guy was telling me didn't have all the details. He said it had to do something with like this is where like I guess the unique part comes in. I think it was specifically when like Chinese imports. This is vague. This is like a year ago I was told this. He said it was like
relabeling stuff?
Chinese. No, he's like Chinese imports were coming in. I think he was creating English labels for Chinese
Right.
products. So it's like companies would contact him. I think he would translate them, print the labels, and ship them.
Dude, that's a problem. He made people's problems go away. Like that's
But
a
it was
serious
yeah.
business.
But it's like
'Cause-
it's such a weird niche thing. But at the time, it
Right.
was so needed. Where people, when I have this Chinese product, I need an English label for
Right.
it, and he would just make the equivalent.
Because
This
that
is what I
means they
think
need
it
to
was.
have the art
Yeah.
and the translation.
And it
then they have
printed
to
and-
physically do it here. They have to like at some point they have to like take the inventory that's
Yeah.
going to America and relabel it. So it's like if you already have a product and you like have the secondary market that you don't want to deal with, just let someone else do it and pay them
So it's like
maybe
you
more
see, he
money
made
than
the
you should.
He made like the American/Canadian or Western packaging for it. And I mean, it just sounds interesting. He just printed cardboard. Like
You know what's funny
labels.
about that? I feel like to run a business like that, you do.
That's what I
actually need
heard,
A
at
handful of employees, like that's
Yeah.
probably like a dozen employee company, especially if it's making that much money. If you have enough money where you can build a lake on your property, you probably should just be paying your employees more. Like,
No.
dude, I'm all aboard hoarding money. Like that's fine. Like hoard your
all
money.
aboard.
Like if you just want
Look,
to keep your
th-
money and
this
don't
is-
want to spend it, that's fine.
It's so much hearsay because this is like what the guy who I was talking to had pieced together.
I believe it 100%.
But
I
we were
100%
talking.
believe that story.
He was just saying that he'd worked for like a lot of people, and he was always shocked because he was a contractor, or he is a contractor. He said that he would work for like these really nice houses. I was going to say in Westmount. You guys don't know where that is. It's just like the rich area of Montreal.
Do you live there?
No, I do not. He just said that when you would ask some of them, a lot of them are doctors, lawyers, like standard stuff you'd expect. But he goes, you'd occasionally get, he goes, the really, really rich people that he would ask what they do would just always be something obscure.
Yeah.
And he's like-
yeah, it's, dude, they probably made a weird problem go away that no
Yeah,
one
and
else
he-
had thought of.
Like he said, he goes, you get to the other guys, they have like, beautiful houses. What do you do? Oh, we're like cardiac surgeons.
Yeah.
We're like neurosurgeons. Oh, the cool makes sense. Then it's like this really rich guy. What do you do? Oh, we print labels. What?
Yeah.
Like, you're the really rich guy?
I sell my farts in a jar.
Yeah, exactly. You start getting the weird niche businesses at the top.
So with the septic company, how much? I paid $500 for that service. It took about an hour.
Yeah.
How much do you think
Did
that
you have
the
to make an
employee got
appointment?
paid? I had to make an appointment. Yeah.
Okay, so
I
that
know
means that
that-
employee is going job to job to job.
Yes. And it took him 1 hour.
They still pay them, at least when the guy another contractor told me his cousin did it. I think he was making like in Canadian 100 and I think he said he's making like 150 plus like K a year.
No,
but like he's running his own business too. He just started it. I think.
Well,
but he
yeah,
was
but I'm
just
talking
like,
about if you work for a big company, you know,
They definitely pay you more. You're definitely on the
You're not
on
getting
the
paid
higher
minimum
pay
wage.
scale.
Yeah, I would
Minimum
say
plus $1.
if I was starting, like when I worked in a machine shop, and this was like, maybe 5 years ago or maybe more, 8 years ago, I was getting paid like $16 an hour, and that was like pretty good. If I was to do that, you need quite a bit of skill. Like that's definitely not a job that you just throw somebody into, because there's like
septic tanks are
insurance
dangerous too, right?
Yeah, there's definitely some protocols and insurance that's gonna like cause problems. So, and training, and so having someone that does a good job and like doesn't piss your customers off by covering their lawn and shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say the guy does an arrow and he shoots all the septic tank back into your house.
I don't think it's that complicated of a job.
The check bounce.
Kevin,
I don't think it's complicated.
But Kevin,
I just
is
think it's
that
one of those
possible?
things-
Yeah, so from what I'm looking up online, I typed in
Could
septic
he
technician.
push enough water through to send the septic condoms
That would
back
be
in?
epic. Geyser status.
There's definitely a switch that you turn to probably make the pump just run literally backwards. I don't think I doubt
No,
there's
he
another
was,
outlet.
he was like pumping water into the
It goes
septic
back
tank.
into your house.
But it was like dirty water. It was like already mixed. He's like, yeah, it's mixed.
But Kevin,
and
this is
agitated,
all
so it's
your
not chunky
dirt.
anymore.
Does that make it better that it's your dirt?
No.
Is it more gross that it's your is it more
Will's
gross?
pooped in my toilet before.
Sorry?
That was some, you
I
know.
did.
Yeah, but is it more gross if you have to deal with your own waste?
It's just as gross.
Or
I don't
if
care
it's-
whose it is. It's,
or if it's somebody.
I'm
it's
gonna say
peak gross.
once it's been sitting in a tank for that long, it doesn't matter. It's like the same thing, and it's just disgusting. Like your body is like giving you all these
so you're
signals
telling me
to
there's
say
a time
run.
limit? So if it's fresh and Matt, it's better than
Honestly,
sitting in the
like
tank.
I would rather clean up a fresh poop on the carpet
Yeah.
than from like my dog, hypothetically.
Yeah.
You have to specify, not from. You
It's
have to
nasty.
specify your dog.
Okay, anyway, it says $20 an hour, $25 an hour.
That's
Average septic technician salary is like 40 to 60K a year.
That seems like on the low end of what I would be okay with. Like,
yeah.
I think that's one of those jobs where there's going to be like a premium tacked onto it. Like,
And this
I would
happens
say,
with
okay,
everything. Any
I guess it
trade job
depends-
you get,
yeah.
you know, a plumber, an electrician, a mechanic, you know, they only make, you know, whatever the hourly rate the business charges. They probably make like 30% of that, maybe 50%. And the rest of that goes to the company. And it's
Yeah.
because when you run a company like this, there's something called, you know, you've heard of the economies of scale. There's also the diseconomies of scale. And when you start expanding like this, you know, you have to start charging more because you're doing all these things. You need insurance for the drivers, you need
Right.
cars for the drivers, you need equipment, you need training, then you need
like,
somebody in the office
auxiliary
to book
employees.
appointments.
Yeah, I was going to say
deal
that's
with
the thing. You need the
accounting.
office workers, you need accounting, you need so much other overhead.
Yeah, so this, you know, normal job that you're paying, you know, doing yourself,
Hmm.
suddenly you want somebody in the office to help you, then you figure you can hire somebody else, and then next
Plus
thing you know,
need
you
the
have to charge like
barge
3
to
times
ship
as much.
the shit 12 miles off coast so you can dump it without having to pay.
So I don't know. I feel like if you were going to go do one of these jobs, the better way to do it would be to like stay small and
You
charge.
need the truck though. The
just
truck's
as
going to
much.
cost like $100,000.
Maybe.
So why do people just have septic? Because in my area we don't have septic tanks.
It's called shitty government.
So it's just you just don't have a sewer line. Like what? I
Yeah.
don't actually understand.
Yeah, it's like
They
they never
don't.
ran a sewer line.
I mean, here
Maybe
they
it
call
works
it
better
city
in some
sewer.
areas than the other because Florida has really sandy soil,
Isn't
so
it like a
everything
lot
can
of
like percolate.
work to like empty all the tanks?
Yeah,
You
but
should.
it's not
They
the
say you got to do it like every 5 years because that's usually when it gets clogged.
Wait, you can hold it for 5 years?
Yeah,
It drains.
yeah, it drains into the ground.
There's like a multi-stage process. There's like a leach pit they call it or something like
Yeah.
that, where like once it's been sitting for long enough, it's considered like safe enough to like slowly
It's been like broken
leach back
down
into
by
the ground. Yeah.
microbes.
That's kind of interesting. I didn't know that.
When my parents, when I was a kid, we moved into a house, and that almost immediately, I think they realized it, or I don't know. I think it was already the septic tank had collapsed, and
Ugh.
so it was like this big steel tank that had to be like torn out and had to do this whole thing. I just remember it being like an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, that's
It's
super
huge.
expensive too.
It's like a room, dude. It's like a small room underground. Like it's
Yeah.
a
Go hang out in there.
big tank. Yeah. We have a friend. My dad had a friend that his house got put on city sewer, and he like emptied the tank out and like turned it in like a basement. Which the guy was kind of crazy, but I feel like that's kind of a bad idea, especially a used tank. But
He actually did that? That's nasty.
Yeah. Yes, and yes. I never saw it, but it's like a
I mean,
little
if I
secret
lived somewhere
bunker.
where I could have an underground room.
But could it be any room other than a used septic tank?
Yeah, anything besides that. A shipping container or something.
How
Everyone's
many
going to yell
layers
at me,
of
you
latex
can't bury a
paint?
shipping container.
Yeah. I know,
Well,
right?
you shouldn't hang out in a septic tank either, guys. That's the bar. We're setting the bar low.
Wait, Kevin, I'm gonna post a video. This is something I saw years ago. I don't know if it's true or not. You guys can
Anyway,
be the
when
judge.
he's posting the video, I want to rant about some more stuff that I got overcharged for. One of them
You
was
guys
an
can
air
be the
conditioner.
judge.
Recently?
I needed a new air conditioner, and I looked online. I'm like, okay, I can actually buy the air conditioner unit, 3-ton unit or something like that for like $4,000. And then I called some people and I'm like, hey, can you install this for me? And they said, oh no, we don't do that. We don't install units supplied by the customer. We supply them and install them ourselves. And they charge for the install like $10,000-$12,000.
Okay.
7,000-8,000, and I'm like, why? Why don't I just
they
like
want the
get this
premium.
unit? Why can't I pay you an hourly fee to install this unit?
They want the premium. of being
Yeah,
able
it's
to sell your
wild.
unit.
It's and they told me it's like, well, when you have a big company like this, you need insurance, you need vehicles, you need employees. Nobody would do it.
Says the man whose boss is building a 3 million gallon lake.
I know.
In front of his house.
There's something broken with that. I think, maybe back in the day it would be good to work for a company like that, but now you just got to be good at like SEO marketing and you can easily start your own business.
So you're just trying to install an AC unit.
Yeah.
And they're going to charge you $12K to just install it?
Yeah, like $10K. I think
That's insane.
my bill was like $7,000 or $8,000 per air conditioning unit.
That's what we paid. I think we paid
Yeah.
like $10,000.
Why don't you just install it yourself?
You can't.
Because you would need like $2,000 or $3,000 in equipment to do it.
Yeah, that's worth it.
No, but then you have to figure out how to do it. You have to learn the whole process. You have to run.
Yeah,
it's just
I'd
like one
rather
of those
pay
things where it's
somebody
like, yeah.
Kevin,
$2,000
like,
to
you
do
get
it.
tools, a learning experience.
No, that's the line. That is the line
There's
that I
no
don't want to
learning
cross.
experiences.
What it
not,
teaches you when you're done installing it, you're like, damn. Now
If I was doing my own, if I was building
I've
my
installed
own house,
AC before, I could have
and
helped
there
you.
wasn't drywall on the wall yet, I might try it.
What do you
Running
mean
ducts
you've
and stuff
installed
like
AC
that.
before?
I've installed AC.
You put something in the window.
Explain the process,
I didn't
because
do it.
this is not just, this is like putting a unit down on the ground and then filling the lines with coolant or with refrigerant.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do it myself. I helped.
Like in our house, there is a water pump that pumps the condensation into the attic and outside.
Oh wow, yeah.
Like
no,
there's a whole.
It was a central AC unit, and then I kind of messed up though. I was an apprentice. I was only one day on the job.
Yeah, yeah.
How did you mess up?
I spilled pump oil on the guy's patio or on the rocks, and it's just like it does not come out.
No.
Was this for your own place?
I was gonna come back
Nigel
with
released
hexanes.
4.4
No, it was for a random
cubic
guy.
metric tons of ozone depleting refrigerant into the atmosphere.
No, it was an interesting little. It was years ago.
Like this was actually a job you did. Like,
well,
you
a family
were-
friend is an AC repair / like installer
Scammer.
guy. That's like what he does. He's an HVAC guy.
Does he have a lake in front of his house?
He does not have a lake. My neighbor was an HVAC guy too, so like he's the one who trained my family friend. So it's like
Does
my
he have a
dad.
lake
I
in front of
think.
his house?
I think my dad and him installed the AC on our house.
Okay.
And anytime it breaks, like they fix it. Do I know how any of it works? No. My dad.
I know
does,
that every single company is owned by one parent company, like
Really?
Ream, Cool Star, or whatever the heck they're called. It's all like one company. They literally come with different badges in the box to put on it.
Yeah.
It's such
That's
a
why
scam.
you don't.
The government
don't
needs
pay
to look
in,
into this.
Don't pay into it, Kevin. Go to HVAC school and learn to install it
You know, the
yourself.
thing that's funniest to me though is like if you're gonna rip customers off by charging them a shit ton of money, like cool, like whatever. But then they still pay their employees like shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
And, like, that's
if
what
they
drives
paid
me
their
nuts,
employees,
like-
then how would they have more money for themselves?
To build a lake, I don't know.
Exactly.
I
If you
just feel
pay-
like ripping people off and paying your customers shit is like, just, come on.
You can't double dip like that.
Right.
You can if you want a lake.
Let your employees in on the ripoff.
Kevin,
I want
Kevin.
a lake.
Imagine this. You wake up, have a morning coffee, you look out your giant, beautiful,
lake of sewage in your front yard because you haven't emptied your septic tank in 3 years.
And you
But
see
it doesn't
your
matter
lake.
because you have 27 toilets to poop in because you're a billionaire.
Exactly.
You started pooping in the upper part of the toilet.
Yeah. You go to the next
double-decker.
story up.
Yeah, man. You're not thinking. You're just
That's
not
the
thinking
servants'
enough.
problem in the basement.
Yeah.
Get that start the Blige pump.
I was reading something. Maybe it was I don't remember. Someone was like describing a podcast they had listened to or something where they were like, if you give your average person like $5 million, they're just gonna pound sand and go do things that they want to do, right? For the most part.
Yeah.
If you give your average person $5 million, like a responsible person $5 million, they're gonna go and live the rest of their life doing what they want to do for the most part. I mean, obviously, there's people out there. If they're stupid, and you give
the
them
rest
$5
of their
million,
life for
they're
the next
crazy.
couple of years at least.
Well, that's the thing is like your average person who could I feel like your average person could handle $5 million.
I think the problem is the moment you get 5 million, you realize that it's not as much as you think it is, because when you buy your like a few fancy cars,
Right.
you buy like some other stuff.
Right,
You're like,
okay.
wait, where's
That's
half
what
of
I'm
my
saying.
money?
I don't think
Your-
the average
your
person means what you
average
think average
person-
person means. Well,
Let's say your average
the average person buys 3 Ferraris, 2
you're slightly above
Lamborghinis,
average
and
person.
a
You're
$10
slightly
million
your
house,
average.
and now they have
You're slightly
nothing.
above average person. If you give them $5 million,
I would just say someone who is more responsible and less impulsive.
okay, someone who is not like who has an ordinary job and has a retirement account and has an understanding of how long it's going to take for them to retire.
It's like my brother. You give him $5 million, he would have whatever he has now plus $5 million in the bank. That's the big. That's his life is the same. His bank account just has a extra digit.
I think that the general idea of this thought experiment is that if you give your average person $5 million, and if they're not going to screw it up, they're going to go do just whatever they want. They're not necessarily going to try to make more money.
Okay, that's what you mean. Yeah, like they're not gonna. They're gonna try to live off what they have. They're not gonna try to turn it into 10.
Right. Why? Yeah. Because like, if you like you're a slightly above average person is going to recognize that this $5 million is not amazing because it's a lot of money. It's amazing because it means they don't have to work anymore.
I said.
so why would you turn that into more work for yourself?
I saw it.
by trying to start a
If you
business.
get $5 million and you somehow make it so that you still have to work, you are an idiot.
So what I saw a terrible meme. I forget where it was. It's like
all memes are terrible.
No, it's one of the grind memes. It's like if someone were to give me, it's like some amount of money, like $5 million. What I'd immediately do, do you see this? Is give it to my worst enemy. It's because that way it would drive me to make more than him.
Then you can't post more Sigma male memes on Facebook.
It's like the dumbest thing
Your whole
ever. It's like you
identity is
give it
shattered.
away so that you'd be motivated to make more than 5 million.
That has to be just like
No,
a joke.
it has to be, but it's just so dumb. It's like, or you can just keep it and invest it.
Oh my God,
Okay, so
Nigel! I
here's-
just saw this
here-
video you posted.
Kevin,
Here's what
I
I'm
forgot I
trying to
sent
say that this other person was trying to say that I read someone else say about this person saying.
Okay.
If you give somebody $5 million and you help them understand how to use it responsibly, they're just going to piss off and they're just going to do things they want. They can travel,
probably.
they can buy a house. They if there's something that's too expensive for them, they need to just change their goals because you can pretty much buy anything if you have $5 million. All the experiences that you actually want.
Can't
buy anything and
You
everything.
can't get a plane. You can't get any of the good yachts. Like, what's the point?
Right.
Of that? Why?
But if
what's the-
somebody gave you $5 million, you should be able to figure out how to be able to not work for the rest of your life and still live pretty well.
I mean, yeah.
And the point where this is going is that anyone who gets $5 million and then keeps trying to make more money than that, there's something definitely a little bit wrong with them.
I feel so. In my case, I feel like if I got 5 mil, I would be that person. But it's not because I want to make more money.
Because you've had like an idea that you've always wanted to try to
Yeah,
do.
it would be more like I now have the capital to do something I want to do that's big.
Correct. I think what this is getting at, though, is someone whose only enjoyment is making money because that's all they know how to do. Where it's like there's not something that they want to do. What they want to do is to grow the pile bigger. And so I think like this, like it's hard to like how do you articulate this in a way where it's like if you give somebody $5 million, they should be able to, if they're not a complete idiot and not $6 million in debt, they should be able to take that $5 million and live the rest of their life doing whatever they want. And that's I think what most people would do as long as they didn't mess it up.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you took the $5 million and you essentially figured out a plan for them where you gave them X amount of dollars per month, and if they still at the end of the month had to go get a job for the next month, they're an idiot. If that's does that make sense?
I'm not debating that.
So if you get $5 million and you have a mentality where you still try to make more money, there's definitely a reevaluation that needs to happen because you really don't need more than that. So why are you trying to make more? Are you trying to make build a lake in front of your house?
Yeah, dude. If the lake's $3 million, you can't spend half your money on it.
I guess that's the thing. Is like I think what the post was trying to say that I agree with is that a lot of people who try to make more money aren't actually trying to do something they want to do. They're just the only thing they know how to do is make more money. Like that's the feedback loop they're in. Is like make more money, make more money, make more money, make more money.
I would qualify what you're saying is like, I think what you're saying is once you get given that much money, what you should be doing is you should be having like, because obviously, let's say you're making like 5K a year, you know, on the total polar other end. It makes sense that your goal is to make more because every extra dollar you make will have like a great impact on your life.
Correct.
But it's like once you get to 5 million, it's like your goals should shift because every extra dollar has no impact, really.
A negligible impact on your life. Correct.
So it's like it's like if your goals don't shift, and kind of like I said, if I have a big project to work on that I've always wanted to do, that's not to make more money. That's to
do things you want to do.
Yeah, so it's like if you're not shifting to that, then like you said, you have some sort of problem because you're stuck in some weird mindset where you think the number means something, and it's no longer attached to like your quality of life. It's like some weird it's
like a dopamine feedback loop where like that's your goal for the day. Like look at like Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
Like how is that? Like look at like
I don't get that. I don't get that.
There's the two social medias. There's MySpace. So you have Tom from MySpace. Who do you know what that guy does now?
What? I don't know.
Oh, he travels. This guy lives
the life. He like pissed
life.
off with his MySpace money, and he travels, and he has this like photography Instagram account where he like posts really good pictures that he takes.
He's doing it right. What are you doing, Mark Zuckerberg? Why are you still working?
That's what I've wondered.
Is this like? Do you actually enjoy running this horrible company?
Brainworms.
That's what it is. It's like, did you see the video when he? I'm sorry, Mark, if you're watching this. I'm just joking. Did you see the video with him where he's advertising? I just say that because didn't him and like Gary V do a Riverside chat or something? So we're on Riverside, and I'm like, Mark,
actually?
That's what's on the main page. Either way, it's totally aside. He did like when they did he announced their collaboration with Ray-Bans. And he's just like, it's this new revolutionary thing with like Ray-Bans. And I'm just like, why are you doing this? Like
just add it to the pile.
I'm just like, but why are you excited about this?
Who's Gary V?
Oh, we don't need to get into that.
It's probably better that you don't know. I don't
Gary
really even fully know, but I know that I
Vaynerchuk.
don't want more.
You could just do it.
He made Ray-Bans?
No.
No, I think he's like a horrible motivational speaker thing. Like it's almost like the Minion meme except for people.
All right.
He's basically a motivational speaker / business / I don't know. I actually don't know too much. I just know that Riverside was advertised as I think Gary V talking to Mark.
You know, like
I'm on the front page.
The
right
mega
now.
church pastors.
Yeah.
He's like that, but for motivational speakers.
But I think the difference is that he actually does have. He isn't just spewing rant. No. I've literally only seen the clips that people have made fun of him for, so I have a very, very, very bad idea of what he does. But I'm saying that from the gist that I get is that he does, unlike I'm saying the some of the preacher people or other people who just kind of like spew absolute nonsense. It's just like there's at least like I think he does know what he's doing. It's just that you can argue that the stuff he says, like to get motivated, kind of doesn't help a lot of people because that oftentimes it's like people want to start a YouTube channel and it's like telling the person all this motivational stuff doesn't necessarily really It gets them started, but it doesn't truly help them.
Yeah.
Like you can't just yell at a guy enough and get him motivated enough to start a business. It doesn't make it successful.
I just think the irony of it is it's like how many like someone like that makes a lot of money, right? Like if you have that big of a platform, you're motivating people to make money.
I look at what he does.
But
I actually don't know anything about him.
The only motivation you have is to like make more money. You know what I'm saying? Like once you get past a certain threshold, like
you can't be a motivational speaker and not have money.
Right. Your motivation can't be making more money. That's insane. I think that's the point. Is it sort of shows like how is that fulfilling? Like where's the fulfillment?
So I read his on Wikipedia under reception. It says he has earned social media following around mentorship. However, critics have called him a snake oil salesman. That's it. That's the whole line.
And so now it's like you have someone who's like if he's at this position, there's no way he's not successful already.
Yeah.
Right? So he has to have money.
John, what up, man? It's Gary V. Listen.
Is that you watching a video? How come
that
we
was
can
me
hear
watching Gary V. I'm so
is that
motivated.
On an external speaker? So I think this is like the interesting thing is like you have somebody who makes a bunch of money, in air quotes, potentially doing snake oil, but then continues to the same practices of potentially maybe selling snake oil.
I think
to motivate people to make more money. You see what I'm saying? Where it's like if you want to scam people and then you've made money, you've made your money. But why do you have to keep scamming them? Like you've already gotten.
At least the difference is I think I'm reading his wiki page. I think he did get success in business before doing the mentoring stuff. So it's like I'm just saying that some of the people who are like the motivational speakers, it's kind of like that, like you said, that weird circular loop where it's like, well, what do? Well, they have a huge history of good motivational speeches, and you're like, what are their actual qualifications? It's like their qualifications are that they're rich from motivational speaking, and that's why people go to see them. It's like this weird loop. But I think he actually did have business experience, so I'm saying that he might have like motivational fluff that might not be that helpful, but it's it may not make it better, but it's like at least he does have business experience. I don't know if that makes any difference.
But doesn't it scare you a little bit that there's someone who's like giving motivational like speaking advice but has already succeeded, and it's like then all they do is they keep doing the same thing, and it's like, is he doing it because he thinks he's helping people? Like probably not.
I'd like to see him start another business.
Right. If I had one question that I could ask like Mark Zuckerberg, I'd be like, hey, like why do you still work at Facebook? Like, why do you show up to the office every day?
That's what I don't get.
That's my question. Is like, why do you still do that? Because, everyone I think collectively agrees that Facebook has like a negative impact on society. So now it's like, it's almost the opposite of charity, right? Where it's like you're building this machine.
Actually, I understand it. I understand.
What?
I will explain to you. This is my dissertation on Mark Zuckerberg that I wrote now. So we have to do this. We have to go back to where Facebook started. No, I'm not going to tell the whole story.
Oh, we're getting...
Basically, good old... just going to tell a whole story that's half fake.
I'm ready.
It's
based
loosely on the time that I half watched what's that movie with Justin Timberlake? The...
Social Network?
Journey to the Center of the Earth?
The Social Network or whatever. Back when what campus was he on? Oh, God. Was it Harvard? One of those? Whatever. He went to
see something.
He was in a university, a college. He was in a school, and okay, I don't even know where I'm going with this. Basically, he was a young 20-something-year-old who allegedly borrowed the idea from two other people, those twins.
Oh, I think it was MIT,
and turned it into the Social Network. I think that like Facebook is kind of, because when you're going through the ages of like 18 to like 25, I feel like that's where you kind of get your grasp of who and what you are. And I think he grew with Facebook. So I think now that he's like 30, I don't know how old he is, it's like if he left Facebook, who is he? That's everything he is.
A rich man.
No, but do you know what I mean? Like,
who cares?
But Kevin, he probably isn't like you. He doesn't have. I'm actually this is a total lie. I've seen him surfing with the American flag. I've seen him cooking ribs. I take this back. He has a lot of hobbies.
He's an all-American homeboy.
But I'm just saying that like I do understand to a certain degree, because I feel a bit the same about the YouTube stuff. Is like if I ever were to be like I'm not doing YouTube anymore, I feel like because I started it when I was like 23. it's kind of weird. It's like, this is everything I know. And part of what keeps me here is because it's part of my identity. It's like what I do now. I can't remember. I can't remember a time I didn't do YouTube. So I feel like that could be a driving factor.
But not nearly as stressful as he probably has it.
I know. I'm just saying, though, that he's probably in this thing where it's like he could walk away, but then what?
So you're saying Mark Zuckerberg is Facebook?
It has to be bound to him psychologically in some way.
So he's like, Mark Zuckerberg is like in the Matrix when they stick like the probe into your like brain stem.
We should get him on this
It's
podcast
like,
and ask him. If we got Mark on this podcast, we should send out a formal invitation.
He would never do that.
What?
He would never do that. Like I wouldn't like.
I'm just joking.
No, but I think that'd be like, I would love to talk to like any of these people. Like I would love to be able to just ask somebody these sorts
Mark,
of like
why
weird questions.
are you
like,
still running Facebook?
There's a couple, but like they would never say this publicly, but like just for my own curiosity, like I've met people in real life that I have not directly asked questions, but like there's sort of been like, you know, very, very close acquaintances that I've asked, you know, kind of like these personal questions about how they know this person, like very like high profile people, and asking questions about like, oh, like how did they change when they got a bunch of money? Like how do you go from having, you know, just being a kid to being like, you know, like multi-million, not even multi-million, but like 100 millionaire, like, or billionaire kind of situation where it's like, you know, like that is so much money that you can't even begin to like describe how much money that is. Like the number means nothing, you know, like it essentially turns like if you go out to dinner with your friends and each person's dinner costs $100, that's like not even pennies to you. So it's like, it wouldn't even be worth your time to pick up a penny off the ground, but then you still make your friends pay for food, even though it's $0 to you essentially. You know what I'm saying? Like those kinds of weird situations where money is so like untangible at that point because it's like you have so much of it. Like how does that change a person? And I think like the answer that I got was essentially it just made people like their eccentricities, like they just became more eccentric, like their weird quirks just became more exaggerated and like not always for the better.
I have a comment too. Wait, are you done? Or?
Well, I mean, it also sort of I think made people like, you know, less willing, like people became less interested in more in mundane things and more mundane people. So like, you know, for example, if someone made a bunch of money that you were friends with, they kind of would slowly creep away from you, if that makes sense. Like that you would become sort of less interesting or less valuable to them. And it might not always be like that, but I think that there is like you have less in common with them now.
Yeah, I would say it's more of that than anything else. You know, you're doing your own thing. You know, you might not have time to go to the same grocery store as them anymore, or like you're not living in the same apartment complex, going to the same sports
but I think
events.
There is just a natural like drifting. I think even so. One thing I was gonna say about just like making the money. I think there's also a difference. We can get back to this, but it's like there's a difference of how quickly you make the money. Like if you made $100 million over 10 years, where the first year you made, let's say 10K, the next year you made like 50 or 100, then the next year you made like 300, and like you tripled and then went up kind of exponentially. I feel like you're much more well adapted than if you just made all that money all at once.
Worse. I think getting it all at once would be better because it would force you to have like a hard evaluation, because you'd have to sit there and you're like, here is me right now.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of people.
What is me in the future?
I feel like it's.
I'm also different though. I feel like the way I perceive everything is like I'm very future paranoid. Like I'm constantly looking into the future of like, you know, like what would make me comfortable is like, okay, if I want to retire with this much money, how much money do I feel like we've probably talked about this before. And the last time we talked about money when people yelled at us, like how do I make sure that I'm going to be able to like not have to work every single day for the rest of my life kind of thing. Like that's kind of what gives me security. It's like past William is usually pretty good to future William, like 90% of the time. Usually. And so I feel like if you just got presented the situation of like, all right, cool, you just, you know, either won the lottery or someone bought your company for an obscene amount of money, and you're like, all right, I have this X amount of dollars, and it's like, you know, I mean, 100 million is like, that's a crazy number, right? Like that's an insane amount of money. I think that you could pretty quickly try to establish some like baseline Whereas if you made money slowly, you're going to like become maybe numb to it and almost have completely maybe forgotten where you came from and like forget about how much money you actually have.
Yeah, but I mean, give 10 years of anybody's life. What's going to be the same as it was 10 years ago? Not much.
Right. But if you give them a bunch of money and it's like a slow transition, they're going to sort of like forget about that. Because you do forget about it. Like you forget about, you know, the problems you had as a kid. Like I remember going to get food as a kid in like high school, and we went to like California Pizza Kitchen, and I got a pizza, and it was like $14, and I was like, oh shit, like I spent like I should not have done that. Like,
I mean, that's normal though. I mean, I think everybody goes through that for the most part. Like, you know, you're a poor college kid or like a poor teenager.
But it's easy to forget.
Then you get your first job, and suddenly like, oh wow, you can afford the $50 a year for your Xbox Live membership.
Right.
Whereas like when you were 8 years old, that was a ton of money.
Right. But you're talking about people like
if it's like a multiples order of magnitude difference.
Yeah, like it's just, I don't know, it's hard. I feel like it's one of those things that's very difficult to like for people to like to explain or to try to understand if you haven't like experienced it or seen it. And that's why that's the question I would love to ask somebody like Mark Zuckerberg is like, why do you still work at Facebook? Or, you know, because like even Elon Musk, like I feel like Elon Musk is closer to us in the sense of like he has these big ideas, and it seems to be less about money and more about like he's got these crazy, you know, like he wants to do rocket stuff, he wants to do, you know, like electric vehicles. It's almost like he has like motivations.
Yeah, he's got all these pet projects he's working on. He's making progress. It's, you know, he's like actively doing things and moving forward.
Right, and look at Bezos, like with the, you know, the giant yacht.
Yeah, what is he doing?
Like,
no,
that's just
wait. Are you criticizing Mark Rober's like collaboration with Ray-Bans? Mark Rober's. Oh my God, Mark Zuckerberg's collaboration with Ray-Bans. Are you kidding me?
Why would they even do that?
Dude, it's crazy, man. You can use Facebook on your glasses now. I actually
is that what this is about? I didn't hear that.
It was just you watch it and you're just like, why? You didn't see it.
I want a Facebook collaboration with a porcelain toilet company so I can make a post of a shit every time I take a shit.
It was like Ray-Ban smart glasses so that you can
Ray-Ban stories.
I want the new Facebook toilet where it's got a camera
that
pairs
just with Facebook's app, so you can share your point of view.
I want everyone to see what disaster I live in my toilet every day on my Facebook wall.
It's like it's kind of interesting as like a thing, like having cameras in your glasses. Like it's not like the worst thing ever, but it's just the idea where it's like. First of all, I don't know who on their PR team was like, you know what, Mark, you should present this. It was one of the weirdest presentations, like at the very beginning.
Okay, here's like if someone gave you $5 million, what would you decide to do? Go and have an adventure of your life, or would you go and start a business to try to make more money?
Yeah, that's what I would do.
I would invest it in stuff for myself.
To do what you
for
want
my own
do.
happiness, which does not include
Kevin, what makes you
making
happy?
a business. I would buy a big house in a neighborhood with no people, and a lot of trees, and a lot of machinery, and a lot of dirt bikes,
and a lake, perhaps.
Oh, it's gonna have a lake for sure with a secret underground room. It's gonna be like a dome room where you can look up and see the poop floating by.
Kevin's the guy that you want to give $100 million.
No, but that's epic. I would go there. And I can just
tell you,
Kevin's property would be that rundown, like the weird thing where it's like you find out Kevin's a multi-millionaire and you're like, oh my God.
Yeah. He drives.
Like Kevin's all dirty with like grease all over him. There's just like half
let me show you the submarine.
There's just like half taken apart motors covered in grease and engine parts, and it's half projects done everywhere.
I'm feeling a little attacked right now.
No, I'm saying it's good. It means that like you have hobbies and you know what you like.
Even if you did all that, like I don't think that you could figure out like how do you live that lifestyle but also like spend $100 million? Like I don't think you
can't. No, like I think unless you start buying like planes, yachts, and all that like really over the top things, it's like if you want to live like a lifestyle and still have a connection with with someone who's remotely still has like if you want to stay in touch with reality.
Right. Did we ever talk about helicopters? Did we ever talk about that?
Maybe vaguely.
The helicopter economy? Did I ever share my research into helicopter economy?
I think you must have mentioned.
I feel like you did, but if we forgot, we could use a refresher. If we can't remember, go for it.
So here's an example of like money. and what it can buy you and how little that amounts to. So, like last year took a bunch of helicopter lessons. I got like 15 hours, and boy, by God, our helicopter lessons are expensive. It's like $500 an hour. So I think I spent a total of like maybe $7,000.
You said $500
an hour, yeah. So it's basically every time you do it, it's like $500. And that's in an R44, which is like one of the like cheapest helicopters you can get. And so I started looking into the practicality of buying a helicopter, because I was like, you know, I just like, who doesn't love the idea of like a plane or a helicopter? What do I have to do? I have to explain to myself like it's a freaking helicopter, like eat my ass. And you can buy an R44 for about $200,000. It's like bottom of the barrel. So, like, long story short, the way that helicopters work is they're rated for flight time, and specifically Robinsons, which like on the low end of helicopters, which are like your hobby helicopter, they're rated for flight time, also age, and so you don't have to keep track of parts or anything. It makes it much simpler, where it's like either it's 2,200 hours or 12 years, I think.
Whichever comes first.
Whichever comes first. So if you hit 2,200 hours, helicopter's done. The helicopter needs to go through a whole rebuild process, which costs like $150,000 to $200,000 or something insane like that, maybe more. If you hit the time, if you hit the 12 years before burning through 2,200 hours, done. Helicopter's done. You got to go through the whole rebuild process. And so if you want to buy a helicopter, the cheapest helicopters to get are the ones that don't have a whole lot of time on them, because even if they've got a bunch of hours, you can't use them. So you can get like a pretty good helicopter for a pretty good price, and it turns into like maybe $250,000. So let's say you can buy a helicopter for $250,000. Like, what does the fuel cost? What does the insurance cost? What does and like at the end of the day, if you burn through every single last hour in this helicopter like to get all your hours done, the lowest you can get your hourly cost down to is like $200, maybe $200 an hour. So every hour that you sit in this helicopter costs you $200, and that's if you use all the hours. So that's $200 times 2,200 hours.
What's that work out to?
I don't know. It's a freaking shit.
440,000.
Yeah. And so then you start thinking about like, okay, well, how do helicopters actually work? And it's like, well, if you have one, you park it somewhere. So like, let's say you have a place like your house. You could park it at your house. You know, if you can land there, and then it's like, okay, well, how do you get into it? It's like, well, you get in a helicopter, you turn it on, you like do your inspection, and it's like this all takes like 10 to 15 minutes, and then you like turn it on, you let it warm up. Like there's this whole checklist you're supposed to go through if you don't want to die, and even then you still might die. And then you fly to where you want to go, but the max speed of the helicopter is like 150 miles an hour, maybe like 200 miles an hour or something like that. I don't know, maybe 150 knots. I don't know exactly what it was. So it's not even that fast. Like, it's pretty fast, but it's not that fast. And then when you get to where you want to go, guess what? You have to land. Like, where can you land? Like, where the hell can you land?
Anywhere you want. You're in a helicopter.
Yeah, like there's only one way to do that though. Is if you have an emergency, you can land anywhere you want technically. But if you
can't like land in a parking lot.
You can't land in a parking lot. You cannot do that. If you do that, you will get in trouble unless you say like, my oil light was on or some bullshit. But even then, they'll be mad, and all the rocks that were flying at cars around you.
You can land at your other rich friend's house.
Right. And so, like, what ends up happening is you have this vehicle that is very expensive and almost completely useless.
Yeah. So don't a lot of people just kind of rent them out? Like, they have the helicopter, they use it sometimes, but other times they're leasing it out to like other people as like a taxi.
I think people do like timeshares or something where they'll go in on a helicopter, or they'll, you know, like you can rent one from like the school I was taking lessons at. You can rent them, and that's the right way to do it. But it's just like, it's like that's what people spend their money on when they have too much of it. They buy this thing which doesn't even solve any of their problems.
Literally, it burns money.
Yes, it's just a toy.
I mean, dude, it's fun to fly a helicopter.
It is. That's it. It's just a toy though. But like, if you want to go from like, you know, let's say you need to fly to LAX, like you're taking a plane somewhere, the amount of time that it takes to get from the local airport, like from your house to LAX in a helicopter, will be just as long, if not slower, than just driving to LAX, because of the time it takes to start the helicopter up, the time it takes to like take off and do this. Like, one of the lessons I did, I had them pick me up from Santa Barbara Airport because I was coming back from somewhere, I don't remember. I think it was maybe your house, Kevin, in Florida. And it took like 10 minutes for air traffic to let us take off.
A helicopter is either a very specialized tool or a recreational vehicle.
Yeah.
Like, there's no in between.
Yep. That's it. It's like a shuttle.
I guess maybe like shuttling somebody to and from an airport.
If your time is worth thousands of dollars an hour, like you're some CEO or something, like okay, maybe. Like if you're Elon Musk, like
yeah, but then
maybe
it's almost like
sense.
it's a company thing, and it's not even an individual thing.
Right.
So still, it's like that's a tool to get people somewhere really fast.
Yeah. And that's to me, that's the kind of thing that if you have a bunch of money, you buy a helicopter, it doesn't actually solve any of your problems.
Yeah.
It just costs money. It's just a
it's like an RV.
money.
It's like now everything's a huge hassle. You got to plan where you're gonna go.
Yeah.
Do they have hookups?
Right. It ends up like you get to the campsite and they're like all the spots are taken.
Yeah, you can't go off-roading with it.
Yeah. Like it is so painful, and it's like that goes back to like if you had $5 million, you could buy a helicopter. But it wouldn't make your life any better. Like it would just be a toy. You should just rent one at that point.
I think you could do it and break even by like renting it out or something like that. But you wouldn't even get to use it
Now
yourself
you're like running
much
a
then.
business, like you just rent someone else's. What do they say? You don't want a boat. You want a friend with a boat.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I bet like if you there's no way you could spend as much money as it would cost you to own a helicopter. Like if you just wanted to go rent it and fly it like every weekend.
No, you couldn't.
No way.
So let's say if it cost you like, I think it was a little bit less expensive to rent. So let's say it's like $450 an hour. So if a helicopter ends up at the end of the day, it costs you like $200,000 like down the drain. Because you can sell the core, which is like the helicopter that needs to be rebuilt. And you take $200,000 divided by, let's say
20.
$450.
It'd be like 1,000 hours.
It's like 400 hours. Like, dude, like, oh man. But like, that means you'd have to fly like, an hour and a half every single day for a whole year.
Uh-huh.
Like, dude, after an hour flying a helicopter, you're like toasted. It's a lot of work.
That's a lot. That's a lot of flying. And
like,
then, you could just rent it your
just
entire
rent it.
life, and you would be spending the same amount as somebody who has to like. Then you're like obligated to
you're gonna
use it
spend
if you
less.
bought it.
Guaranteed, you'll spend less money.
Yep, totally. Because if you have it,
100%.
you're obligated to use it. Because it's burning money sitting there, and it's burning money if you're using it. Man, helicopters really are a trap. That is the worst.
It sucks, dude. It sucks. So like I went from being super excited about it and like doing all this research and being on like these forums looking for
you
used
made
ones.
like a simulator, joysticks.
Yeah.
You made me one.
Yeah, you haven't spoken about it in a long time.
The what?
The helicopters. The excitement just died.
Well, it sort of died a little bit when I realized that the whole thing was essentially pointless, and that anyone who has a helicopter just has too much money and should have donated it to a food kitchen.
I guess if you want to drive a helicopter a lot, get a job, join the Navy.
Yeah, yeah. Actually,
and then you can burn the taxpayer money.
Because then it pays for your training, and you can have a job doing helicopters for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm. I just think
maybe now isn't the best time to enlist, but
no. I just imagine like myself like, okay, like if that's really expensive and it doesn't seem like it's worth it, like what are things out there that you could even spend a bunch of money on that would be worth it?
I mean,
I still think I double down. I remember last time I said I would turn down the $100 million.
Yeah.
I told you what I would do now. I talked a bunch about it recently. Open source software.
Oh yeah, like the 3D modeling.
Yeah. I think that'd be the best way to spend money.
That's a noble pursuit.
I think that it's almost one of those things too where it's like a challenge where you can sort of make this tool that you want. Dude. And then it's like, what am I gonna do? Build a business around it? Like hell no, I can just pay people. You pay people to develop this thing. And it's just like Blender, it's just there. Like you can just use it if you want to use it.
Watch me. Watch me open up Fusion 360. This is me. Watch me open up Fusion 360.
Oh god, these screen records never work.
Watch Fusion just take a fat dump. Every time I start it, this happens. Maybe somebody who knows in 2 weeks from now, they'll be able to tell me how to fix this. But I've been trying to do something for my video all day today, and I've uninstalled it. I've reinstalled it. Nothing. Do you see this? Is my screen? Do you see this?
I'm just waiting for Kevin's whole computer to blue screen right now.
Did you see it? Like everything turned black though?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so now watch. What would you do in this scenario? It doesn't even matter. It closed.
Use what was the other one? Use
No, that's so much worse.
No, it's
Solid
not.
Edge.
Solid Edge it is definitely kind of shit, but it's still powerful. Use FreeCAD.
So anyway, I was telling, this was an example of how bad software is, and Will wants to make it better.
Open Fusion 360, and your webcam just crapped out. You're like killing your computer right now.
Yeah, that was my camera.
Nigel, you look like you're dying on the inside. Yeah, there you go. I say that and then you smile.
I'm
You look all
typing and
happy alive.
I'm angry.
What are you mad at?
Basically, I mean, not to get into too many details. I bought some software.
Yeah.
From a website.
Does it make you want to make open source version of it for free?
No. I bought a software from a website, and then when I booted it up, it was the 2019 version, but the current version's 2022.
Okay.
So I emailed them, which was already a pain to even find out how, saying like, hey, why is this a 3-year-old version? It's like you can buy the current version for the exact same price on the company's website. I was buying it through a different website, and they're like, sorry, we can't refund you because all the tech specs were there. It's not on the page at all. It doesn't say that you're buying a 3-year-old version. So I finally found a page to complain
Kevin,
to
turn
them.
your screenshot. Get off Discord, Kevin.
I finally found a page.
Oh God, I've been busted.
I found a page to complain to them. So I wrote a complaint email. I click submit. It goes, sorry, you've been idle too long. You must log in again. So I log in. It goes, okay, you can type your message. It just deleted the message.
So will tell us about
rage.
That sucks, Nigel.
Kevin's like, that sucks. Anyway,
I'm
moving
sorry.
on.
No, I feel like I cut off Will, and then we got too sidetracked.
What?
I was just raging
Wow.
because you were gone, so I had to fill the space with emotion.
I'm just
With
talking about
anger.
people who make.
So like in the chat window on the website, it says you've been inactive for too long while we're waiting for him to fix your problem.
No, like you log into the website. They make you log in before you write your complaint email. But we started the podcast, and then I just clicked the button, I saw it, and I realized I only had like a sentence to write. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna write this last sentence and say thank you. So I did, but when I hit like submit, it said sorry, you've been logged out. So then when I logged back in, it was a blank page. It said, please write your message. And I'm like, really?
Oh my God, I hate that.
I always copy and paste.
I normally click Control A, Control C, but I was like, you know what? They won't be this bad. Yep, and they were.
Sometimes it saves it. I don't know how it works, but you can hit back and it'll still be there typed in.
I tried. It didn't work. I'm just sad.
And sometimes
Companies
it doesn't
make
work.
it a lot easier for you to give them money than for them to give you your money back.
Sorry?
Companies make it a lot easier to take,
Oh yeah.
like, for you to
No,
give
I
money
might-
to them than for
I
them
might
to
have
give
to.
you money
I might
back
have to do a chargeback on them to get my money back. Like it's so dumb.
Yeah. What was the software?
Mocha Pro. So it's like
What are
it's a
you
motion tracking thing.
No, I know what that is.
Yeah. So it's like.
Doesn't it come with After Effects?
No, as far as I know. But
no, it does.
I mean,
He doesn't use
It's
After
an
Effects, though.
add-on for After Effects. I don't think it comes.
No, it comes with After
It comes
Effects.
with.
It always used to come with After Effects.
Does it?
Yeah.
I'll look it up.
Did you just pay money for a license? You
This
didn't?
was a
I'm
while
opening
ago.
After Effects right now.
But basically,
Ah.
but I want it for.
Adobe needs an open source version too. Adobe is like in the shitter, I think. Like I don't understand.
Yeah, it is.
What is going on, but
Oh, sorry. Well, Mocha AE. So they have Mocha AE, which is like.
Yeah.
But I
That's
guess
everything
it's
you need.
almost the same thing. I didn't even know that.
It is exactly the same.
Oh no, it isn't. Because you. I mean, I have this thing here. I wanted Mocha 22, which has
What are
like
you trying
a
to do?
lot more stuff
Why
than.
are you buying Mocha? What are you doing? when you need
Python
Mocha?
scripts.
Dude, you don't. You
can write your own
do
Python
not
script.
need to know what I'm doing with Mocha. I am
mesh
I'm
and
changing
mesh
the
warp
world.
stabilization.
I'm trying to fathom what the hell you would need Mocha for.
Oh,
And-
I know. I bet I know what it's for. He gave us a hint in one of his other in an earlier episode.
Nothing you'll ever say is correct, but yes.
Can I guess?
Yeah, because I don't have an answer. So.
Does it? Oh.
Are you watching Video Copilot tutorials?
I don't even know who that is.
Then why the hell are you buying Mocha? That's the only reason you'd ever buy Mocha.
Do you want to do like machine learning?
No, Mocha is a
video?
tracking program.
Yeah, so I bought it because I had to try. I did a time lapse that was a giant nightmare, and After Effects, whatever, it wasn't working with the Mocha, the After Effects. So I got a trial of Mocha and it worked. So then I got the real version. But I have some ideas of things I want to use.
What were you tracking?
Secret.
Wait,
You
so
know, I
this
know a
only
lot
does like
about
tracking,
this.
like post-production. This is only post-production.
I know a lot about this.
So I thought you were going to use it for like your robot arm.
Oh no, I want to do some cinematic. I want to do stuff like outside of YouTube and do some other other stuff.
Moco's for like planar tracking.
I want to do some fancy stuff.
What? I'm trying to. What were you doing?
It's more what will I do than what am I doing.
Why
what could you do with this that you couldn't do just by like keyframing stuff manually?
The motion track is much more.
Keyframing's harder than you think.
Like the motion tracking is
That's
very
usually
good.
what I do.
To get it really good though, like
it doesn't need to be really good.
No, I'll tell you this. It depends
like...
on what you're doing. That's why I'm asking Nigel what he's doing.
Yeah.
Give us this. Type it in chat.
No, it's not. It's not a secret. There was a couple things. I did a time lapse, and what happened was, I don't know why, but the camera shook in the time lapse.
Right.
So there was weird camera shake, and on top of it shaking, it moved around, but in like weird ways. So I tried to use the After Effects, like in After Effects tracking, it didn't work. I tried to use the Vegas tracking, didn't work. The only one I found was Mocha actually worked. So
I think so. The only reason you would ever use Mocha is if you are trying to stabilize, like if you're trying to track like a surface. Like like Mocha will work for what you're trying to do, but it's like there are way simpler ways of doing it.
Is Mocha for like simulating images on a phone?
Yes.
Yeah,
screen?
Mocha
yeah,
is
yeah,
a
yeah,
perfect
yeah.
example.
But that's what I
for
want to.
Mocha.
I want to do weird CGI. That's all I'll say.
You can, but I think if you're trying to just stabilize a shot like that, like so when you have a camera, there's a couple of problems with tracking. Is like one is like the first thing is called nodal pan. Nodal pan is when the camera rotates around the like optical axis, and so what happens is you could take a sphere and project an image onto the sphere, and you could look around it. That's a nodal pan.
You can do some
the
cool
issue
stuff.
is when you start translating the camera, you end up with parallax, right? Where you have this issue where the background and foreground move at different rates. So the nodal pan simplicity disappears. But if you have very small amounts of translation, you can pretty much ignore the parallax. And so if you just have a camera on a tripod and it's shaking, that's something that you should absolutely be able to solve with
you can't
just a regular track.
Just delete that frame or two.
The other problem too, honestly, it's like
you know, Nigel, I know a lot about
yeah.
this.
So basically I bought it as it was kind of like, it was the only thing that seemed to fix my problem in a way that wasn't a giant nightmare. I spent a lot of time trying to fix it. So I was like, I bought it as an investment so that I was honestly interested in learning it just because I think it's kind of fun, because I would like to do just some of that type of stuff, like being able to mask out people, like mask out things in the background. I just think it could be fun to learn that stuff. So it was kind of like more for fun than it is. I don't plan to do like any crazy.
I would say that you can do 90% of what you want to do in After Effects.
That's true. I just hate After Effects.
If you're buying external tools, you probably have done something, like you've missed something.
I just don't like After Effects, but also apparently
why?
I just find the layout, I don't know, there's just something weird. It always makes me mad when I use it.
It's like
same here.
Kevin.
Really?
Like, no, like I was in After Effects a while ago, just trying
any of those programs.
Just trying to do like a tracking. I was just trying to do a tracked
motion
like mask thing.
Yeah.
And I have the little area I've selected, and then I just go to change it, and it just doesn't let me move the little dots. And I look up online, people are like, there's no, it's not intuitive. I find that there's like a lot of stuff I hit a wall, and then I just don't, unless I know somebody who does After Effects and I ask them specifically how to fix it.
That's me.
You're just kind of like screaming at your computer.
So, okay. So, yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. Because there definitely are some processes where it sort of takes you into what feels like subsystems. Like the motion tracking tool is sort of a tool that's like inside of After Effects. So it's like when you want to edit the motion tracking data, it takes you to like the source footage.
You have to edit the keyframes, and I don't know.
Yeah.
The keyframe, yes, exactly. It's like the weird.
So it's like the keyframes are available to you in After Effects, but unable to engage with them in the tracking tool, you have to like take that source footage and go back into the tracking tool, and then it'll load the keyframes in to the tracking tool, and so you can then retrack.
And it's like you have to export that segment of video and then re-put it and then put it back in the timeline.
You don't have to do that. If you want to track stuff, I think typically it tracks at the lowest level. So if you want to track footage, it will track at the source. So if you have like a composition and you're trying to track the composition, I don't think it likes that. Like it needs footage to track. And so it will only track raw video clips. So if you do something to it and then you want to track it later, which I don't necessarily, probably if you're doing that, probably means you're doing something wrong. You should always be tracking like the raw footage. Like why would you change something and then export it and then track it again? Like that's kind of a weird pipeline.
No, it's just like say it's in the timeline. I want to, I have it open. It's already there. I want to add some tracking text to it.
Right.
Why do I have to open up a whole new program? Have to like find that clip in the Finder?
No, you don't have to do that.
That's how it works with Final Cut Pro, though.
Oh yeah, you shouldn't have to do that. No. So if you want to do that in Premiere, yeah. It's the same thing. You have to go inside of After Effects.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. You got to go inside of a new program.
So like the most confusing part about After Effects is like everything is kind of like when I would do it, I would try to keep everything like super like parametric. Where if I would track footage, I would take the data from the track footage and I would attach it to a null object, which is just like a shape that doesn't render out, like little red square. And then you would take that the information that you wanted to attach to your video, and I would parent it to the null object. So now that the text that you want to stick to something is like it's leashed to this shape that doesn't render out. So you can still move your object around manually, but you're not actually manipulating the keyframe data that's been dumped onto that object. That keyframe data is being stored on the null object. Does that make sense? So it's like you track the footage, you dump that information into this little shape that doesn't render out, and then you can like glue things to it. So that if you
as long as there's not
it,
like a crazy amount of parallax or something.
Right. So if there's parallax, now it's a much more complicated track, and so that's why I'm asking with like Mocha and stuff. When you have to open Mocha, it means that you didn't plan very well when you were shooting.
I mean,
I will make fun of
anybody's
anybody's decision.
Right? It depends what you're doing, but it's definitely for more complex stuff. Like the majority of what I do, no. If you open it, you've taken out something that is going to be a time sink and a bunch of effort that you are fixing. This is your last resort, basically. I do understand that.
Yeah, you should be able. I mean, I would be surprised if you really couldn't fix it with just the built-in tracking tools. Like, what do you like? The only time I would use Mocha is if I was trying to get something to stick to a wall really well. Like if you needed something that was like glued to a wall that you couldn't see any shifting or like any like even like just micro.
I think what happened too is
then I would use
it
Mocha.
Was at the same time the thing that I was filming, the camera was moving, but the thing it's a cylinder and it rotated slowly, and it was moving around. And I think it was in After Effects. If it tracked the exact same point,
correct,
it would end up moving in weird ways. Whereas in Mocha, you can track like a large area, and it has like it algorithmically like will warp it so it looks better.
After Effects is like a point tracker.
Yeah, exactly.
So like the built-in trackers will track like clusters of pixels, whereas Mocha will track like a surface texture.
Yeah, so I think that's what helped me. Either way, it was also just because I thought it would be fun to I don't know. I want to do some funny. I want to do some like, you know,
the
camera
fact that
tricks.
you bought it without realizing it's inside of After Effects, though, that's
no, but
I don't know what that mentality is called, but it's like the buying thing mentality.
I didn't know.
I don't know how to describe it.
I wanted to use it because I edit in Vegas, so I wanted to use it through Vegas. The other thing though is that the full version, like the Mocha, like the Pro, AE is a limited version apparently. It has like half.
You don't need
dude, I'm using every single function. I'm using Mocha Pro, you know, to every single function in detail. No.
Show us something.
I don't have anything.
You know? What? God damn.
Nigel bought this license and it's just gonna sit on his computer and he's like, never.
No, what actually happened was I bought it, I used it, and then I was planning to look into it more. Then I started working on the most recent video and I've had no time. Until today, when I was like, hey, I'm gonna look at it. And then I got pissed because I remembered it wasn't the newest version.
You need to go and watch some Video Copilot tutorials.
Video Copilot.
Andrew Kramer, a god amongst men.
Here's the thing, Nigel. I can make fun of you for doing this, and you could have done it with keyframes or whatever, but since you said it was for fun, I'm powerless. Because I do the same thing, so that's valid. If you're doing it for fun, I'm going to shut up.
I'm not going to give you shit for doing it however you want to do it. I'm going to give you shit for buying a licensed piece of software that you probably actually already have without realizing it.
That's fair.
You should ask me all this stuff. This is like the one thing, like if I didn't do any engineering stuff, I probably would have gone into like motion graphics and compositing.
Honestly, I wanted for Vegas. I saw that it worked. That it worked. The reason why I got messed up too is I bought it through the website that sells Vegas, which is where like the annoyance comes from, because they just sold an old version. Whereas it's like if I knew that, I would have just bought it directly, or I would have actually like, obviously just. I think I did see it in After Effects, but I wanted specifically one of the other functions they had.
There's no way that other function is actually going to make your life any easier. Like what you can do with After Effects, like it's like Photoshop. Like just because you have the tool doesn't mean you can just make things. You got to sort of learn the processes as well. Like how do you actually, do something and
you see,
tracking.
Look, Mocha Pro 22 has a Python script editor. Mocha AE doesn't, and that's exactly what I needed. I needed to be able to write my Python scripts.
Wait, actually?
No.
Can you do that?
I can't code anything. But Kevin,
he's the Renaissance man.
Maybe I got to future-proof it. What happens if I do learn Python and I regret it?
Hey, you could learn Python for fun.
And I regret it.
We started this episode. I wanted to talk about DIY like wartime body armor, of like what you would do in a situation if you were like dealing with that kind of catastrophe on your front doorstep. And
we'll
now
have
we're
to continue
talking
that
about
in the Patreon episode.
Okay, please God, I want to talk about DIY body armor. And how much you're gonna die.
And we can
no
talk
matter
about the
how much
biggest
armor you
news to hit this week.
The what?
The biggest news to hit this week, the one everyone's been talking about it.
Oh, the thermo.
No, Nigel finally put out a video.
the biggest news. It's a worldwide. It's
a phenomenon.
Well, how do you not know this? Everyone can't stop talking about it.
Yeah. They can't stop because they haven't finished watching it.
They're still watching it.
It's like it's bones. 3 hours.
Dude, all those brave souls who made it to the end, like they're
I don't know how, man. I got like 40 minutes in and I was sitting there and I was like, man, I have shit I gotta do today.
Stuff I have to do. That's what I was telling Corey. I was like, I think there's this cutoff where it's like around like the 40-minute mark is someone can sit and commit, but it's around that moment if the video's not ending and they see there's still 20 minutes left. It's I got other stuff I need to do.
If somebody actually got all the way through your video, all the people that did, they have serious procrastination issues and they need to reevaluate how they spend their time.
It's like they watched a movie, like straight up. It's like if they watch it midday, it's like they just watched a movie midday.
Also, I realized something about your videos. I want to give you a tip.
Okay.
As a person who is consuming it. Do you know what got me off watching your video?
What do you mean got you off?
Like the things that I enjoy.
Okay, what?
The large quantity of a thing. Like seeing like a little tiny like dump of like a powder like a resultant. Kind of like doesn't feel good. There's something kind of like ASMR about having like a thing filled up with something, like even if it means the container you're using is small.
What do you mean?
Like when you have your product, like when you're doing the chemistry, you're you're in the midway through, like one of the satisfying shots is like you're reducing the whatever the like secondary reaction, the acid was, what was the first stage?
Dude, you're asking my brain is so fried, I don't remember.
All right, never mind. You go from like one crystalline powder to like a second crystalline powder, basically. And when you were reducing it, you kept putting it into smaller and smaller and smaller beakers. And so it almost like there's something about feeling like there's a lot of it. Like it almost is like, I don't know how to describe it, but it felt nice when it's like you do this and then you have this tray that's like filled with powder, even if it's a tiny tray, and you like pour it out then on the table. Like there's something like disappointing when there's like a small amount. I don't know.
Sorry, I'm not exactly sure what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. So it's like there's something kind of ASMR, like this enjoyable, like subconscious thing of like if you're making a thing and you're like putting reactants in and you end up with your final product, having a beaker with like a tiny bit of thing at the bottom is like feels bad. It feels bad. Well, I'm like, I want that to be like full, even though
you gotta get those.
It's funny how you mentioned that, because there was one email I got from a guy once, and I'm like, this guy understands me. And he actually commented, I don't think many people understand you like I do, almost. And I was like, you do.
Oh, God.
Because a lot of people, and I actually got flack from this, from random comments, people don't realize that...
This is from the guy who says he doesn't read the comments. He's like, they don't bother me.
No, because some people would... There was a time where people went like, why does he always go, oops, I didn't realize that like it was going to overflow the beaker. Why didn't he just start with a bigger beaker? And I'm like, I can't, because everything that I do has to be 75% full. So
you need to do a commentary video. Like, all right, guys, I went out and bought the world's largest beaker. It's 500 liters. I can never overfill it on accident ever again. You like pour like a liter bottle of water and it doesn't even fill up the whole bottle.
It's something I actually do want to talk about just quickly, because people don't realize that a lot of the hindrances to the project isn't even the science, it's how it's filmed. So for some of them, it's like, for example, like the cotton balls to cotton candy video, most of the procedures require a bit of pressure, like 15 PSI, which you could technically do. I bought high pressure glassware for it, but you need it to be like 4 liters. So they do it in like a
the bigger it is,
because it's
the walls are gonna have to be
you need
pressure.
It's like a lot of acid to a little bit of cotton. So you can use like a pressure cooker, but I'm like, you can't see it. So one of the biggest hindrances on the project, wow, voice crack. One of the biggest hindrances on the project.
Scott, edit that to be louder and replay it like 3 times.
Project. Yeah. was I was like, this procedure has to be done in glass. So that's why it took me so long to put it together, and because it needs to be visually nice, and I was like, it has to be one whole bag of cotton. That has to be my scale, and because I was like, it has to be one full bag of cotton going into one beaker, and it has to fill the beaker to the 75% mark.
This is the kind of thing that you'll be able to explain to us. I mean, the audience, I feel like generally will like understand it, but like to really understand it.
But even like just to give an idea for like the hot sauce video, one of the reasons why it took me a while to finish it too was we had to make the label for the hot sauce bottle, and I was like, I need to find a bottle that looks like a hot sauce bottle that fits the whole aesthetic.
Why didn't you just go buy a hot sauce bottle?
I did. I'm just saying that like these are the details that like that we end up putting into.
Mind blown.
No, but I'm saying that I spent a while looking for bottles that I thought would be aesthetically nice, and then the other thing that's messed up is I plan this whole reaction. I don't know how much I'm gonna get in the end, but I go, assuming my ideal is that I use all my product to make the hot sauce. How much hot sauce will it make? That amount that I make has to fit into the bottle I buy in an aesthetic volume.
I feel like these are problems where it's like, just make the hot sauce waterier.
No, I'm just saying though that in this one people won't know the taste.
More water.
But it's like a lot of the videos, like when I plan the entire procedure, it takes me a long time to be like, I plan what containers and things I put it in. And if you see some old videos, they're not done in glassware. They're done in like random pieces of like plastic containers and other stuff. And it's because I needed to match the volume to a certain amount.
Right.
I'm just saying it's actually a huge
Rule of
hindrance.
thirds, right?
Well, it's like a big hindrance to how I film the videos.
It goes beyond filming with films. It goes into chemistry
this is the
and
kind of thing
beakers.
that, like, you know, I laugh about this because I have a feeling. I mean, you know how it is. Some of the other chemistry channels probably like. I don't want to say they don't like you, but there's definitely probably like a little bit of jealousy where it's like, why, you know, like there's some older chemistry channels too. It's like why is this guy doing so well? Like I started doing chemistry way earlier than him, but I'm just speculating too.
Or I'm doing
Like,
more
I can just
advanced stuff than him.
Right,
For
right.
sure,
There's definitely
yeah,
some kind of crusty chemist like that. You know, it's a thing, you know, whatever. So like, I have a feeling that what they don't quite understand is like the work that you put into. This is all speculation.
Yeah.
Too, I don't want to the difference is you put a lot of effort into sort of like the ASMR, like the pleasing feeling of seeing the chemistry. Like it's less about the chemistry and more about the aesthetic.
Oh, yeah.
Of how are you showcasing it? Because it makes it very easy to digest. It makes it very clear. It makes it very like everything's like hyper isolated.
So.
I mean, even when I was like making I was
you
showing
had
you
a
the
little
video,
bit of
it was, like,
experience doing the chemistry stuff.
yeah, an experience of it, of like setting up the camera for like, okay, like here's an angle like straight on, like that's gonna be good. But even like one thing I did, I had the freaking silk screen of the beaker facing the camera.
The what screen?
And the silk screen facing the camera
so
gets in the
focused.
way of the stuff.
No, you
yes.
have to flip it the other way.
And so the silk screen, I'm like realizing I need to flip it away because if you have the camera on autofocus, it focuses on the silk screen.
You don't do one thing is I specifically use micro four thirds cameras because you don't do autofocus, and if you focus on the front of the glass, and with a micro four thirds
your
camera,
whole
the
thing.
whole thing's in
Right.
focus.
Right.
So it's like you need a deep depth of field.
Right. Which means you need a lot of light. And then it's like how you even light it. Like mine just I think naturally look pretty good because I have an overhead light
I found
for
that
whatever reason. I just
the
felt
overhead.
nice.
I could definitely light mine better. The problem is it's glass, so it all reflects.
Yeah. Yes, you light it from the front. Guess
You
what?
just see. So I have a polarizer, but here's the thing that's kind of like wonky too: is the polarizer blocks a lot of the reflected light, so the glass looks a lot cleaner. And sometimes I've actually put like, dude, some of the setups people, I've not talked about it, but like, I would set up like barriers of like Bristol boards so you don't see the reflections. But the problem with the polarizer is what's messed up. Like for example, the ferrofluid video, it's all black. If you don't have reflection off the surface, you get no depth perception. But if you get all reflection, it's just white. So what you have to do is you have to do the polarizer, but then shoot light on a certain angle to shadow it. So you get like the contrast to have so it's like it's black, but you also get the reflection of white to see the depth of the ferrofluid. Like it took me a long time just to set up like shots so that they look decent.
Yeah, I spent like $600 on the overhead lights in the garage that are permanently fixtured, and then I spent like a couple $1,000s on the two standing lights, and I just leave them the exact same
like
spot.
I mean in your intros and everything, or when you sit there, it looks good. The lighting's good.
It's just like really expensive, or not? They're not even that expensive. It's just very high quality lights.
But being able to just keep them there is the key, where you can just turn them on.
Well, the ceiling ones, that's literally the garage lights now. It's just like these hyper clean white lights.
And that's what I've kind of
daylight balance.
set up. But I definitely could do a better. I could do some more lights sometimes.
Oh my god.
But
I think it's fine.
A lot of the planning goes into like just how it's going to be filmed, and what gives me so much anxiety is, for example, I know that certain things have to be like ASMR. So I'm just going to say, for example, anytime I take a beaker off a hot plate, I make sure to slide it or to tap the corner. So I have like my little. So this is it. So it's like you pick up a beaker. I'd always be like, you tap it as you leave.
Just makes you look like.
Well, because otherwise it's silent.
What's the word?
So it's like
a
you
tick,
have to
you
like
got this
tap
tick.
it, and it feels satisfying.
Or OCD.
Or like.
Yeah, I noticed that, but then I noticed you did it differently once, and I was severely disappointed.
And there's like, for example, if I drop in a stir bar, the problem is it splashes the water, but I need to drop it in so you hear it.
I also noticed that you drop in the stir bars differently every time. Sometimes you would slide it down the edge, and sometimes you just drop it
I guess it
in.
depends how much.
That made me as a viewer, I was very upset.
So actually, one like a behind the scene thing is when I made the oxime, I redid the reaction 4 times. This was dumb. This is just dumb, because I kept putting all the chemicals in, dissolving them in water, and then I wanted to drop the stir bar in. but it splashed. And I didn't like that it splashed on the face of the beaker. So I redid it 4 times until I quit and started with the stir bar in the beaker. I was like, you know what? I don't get to drop it in. It's impossible not to make it splash. That was just dumb. That's just dumb. But it's like, what's stressful is when you have reactions you can't redo. And for example, like when I was working with the what's it called?
Hey, really quick, why do I get the feeling that Kevin is on Discord or Reddit?
Because he's just silent staring.
I see his eyes going back and forth. Kevin, which one are you on?
No, I'm on
Oh
Twitter.
God, you got him.
Even worse.
I don't know. Either way, it's just like there are certain things I know that will sound good, and it's like it's stressful because I'm like I only have one shot to make it work. So it's like I get stressed filming it.
All right. Well, if you guys want to hear more about Nigel's stress and our wartime DIY safety devices, come to our Patreon exclusive episode, which
improvised munitions.
On our extra, we're going to be talking about Russian politics and why. Never mind. I don't know.
How to make a better Molotov cocktail.
Yeah. I would listen to that. I would pay $5 to listen to Nigel tell me how to make a better Molotov cocktail.
So actually, okay, no, we'll talk about this in the Patreon thing. I have a question. It's a valid question.
Okay.
It's probably like a very simple answer.
Who's the sponsor of today's video? All right, this episode of Safety 30 was sponsored by Vladimir Putin. He says that Russia is a very lovely country and that we should lift the sanctions off of him. That's a message for any of the government officials who watch this podcast that Vladimir Putin would like to share with you today.
How much did he pay you?
$3.
400,000 rubles.
Last week it was $12, but the ruble has dropped. All right, see you guys on the Patreon.
Just before we delve into today's episode, well, I want to thank Conflict of Nations for being today's fantastic sponsor. This is a great game, and look, if you're a fan of military history, which, I don't know, my channel's got a lot of military history on there. I'm obviously a fan of military history, and that's why I love Conflict of Nations. It's a free online PvP strategy game that lets you choose a real country to lead in modern global warfare. You can fight up to 128 players in real time in games that can take weeks to complete. One of the things that really stands out about the game is the ability to use different units to build your army. Like you can choose from a variety of land, air, sea units to create a well-rounded and, well, hopefully powerful force. Another thing that I like about Conflict of Nations is the option to declare war or form alliances with other players. It reminds me of a lot of games that I played when I was younger, where you just click on a thing and you're like, yeah, alliance. Now we're at war, bitch! This adds a whole nother level of strategy to the game, as you have to consider your relationships with other players before making any moves. Plus, you can play on PC and mobile, and if you click the link in the description below, you'll get an exclusive gift of 13,000 golds and a month of premium for free. Don't wait, this offer's available only for 30 days, so what are you waiting for? Join me in Conflict of Nations and let's take over the world together, shall we? And now today's episode. Welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, the show where we decode the unknown. It's right there in the title. Today, what's really inside Area 51? Kevin wrote this to me. I've never read it before, but I already know the answer. Area 51's just... Sorry, I'm congested. I feel like I've been crying because... I was crying because for about 10 minutes before recording this video, I just couldn't stop sneezing. I was just like sneezing. I have no idea why. I just had a crazy sneezing fit. And then I was like, okay, it's finally passed. Let's record a video. And I'm still feeling it. Look, what's inside Area 51 is not aliens. It's just a military base where they test planes and there's like, I don't know how else to like describe it.
It's a military base with planes, like experimental planes, and I'm sure they're really cool and secretive and awesome, but it's not aliens. Anyway, Kevin's going to tell us all about this in many more words than that, so let's just jump in, shall we? Good news, everybody. YouTubers roll back the profanity restrictions. Oh, Kevin, this is so wildly out of date. Even when I'm recording this, it's already out of date. By the time it goes live, people are going to be like, there was a what with a what? That means that even though this is just the beginning of the video, I can tell you that it's time for some f***ing aliens. Oh, Kevin, you can't swear anyway. Like, I mean, not so early. They've rolled it back from the first 8 seconds, but it still applies in the first minute or something. So no, you can't, Kevin. Rely on Simon, the YouTube genius. Amen. to know that just don't, it's just not worth the risk. It all began in 1947. Technically, it began well before that with a bunch of reports of UFOs before and during World War II. But June the 24th, 1947 is credited as the first major UFO sighting of the modern era. Modern is being used somewhat loosely here since that was over 75 years ago, but just go with it. Ah yes, the modern times of the 1940s. When my grandparents were younger than me. Kenneth Arnold wasn't the first person in America to report a UFO sighting following World War II. He was just the first person to do so that wasn't a complete crackpot. Arnold was a businessman, and after working for a couple of years selling firefighting equipment, he founded his own company, Great Western Fire Control Supply. He traveled around the entire Pacific Northwest selling and installing automatic fire suppression systems, and he did that traveling in his own private plane. Okay. You know your business is successful when you got your own Oh, I suppose he's like, he could be, there's a big like private plane. I mean, look, either way, if you're flying planes, you got some money, right? Because, like, I don't know, I was taking my pilot's license. That shit's expensive. Like, you've got some money. But I imagine this dude, like, in a Learjet, but he could just be, like, flying around in a little Cessna or something. Of course, owning a private plane in 1947 wasn't the same as someone owning their own private jet today. There we go. Arnold had a 2-seat propeller plane, and he was the pilot. He took off from Chehalis in Washington, summoned at around 2:15 p.m. en route to Yakima, Washington. What is up with all the places that I don't know how to pronounce? I thought you spoke English in America. Come on. He then decided to take a detour after hearing about a large cash reward, presumably from air traffic control, since that was created in the 1930s. Can you imagine a time before there was air traffic control? Everyone just roaming around, doing whatever they want. It's like, hello. Hello. Just like driving, but with planes and much more death. The US Marine Corps was offering a reward of $5,000, that's over $67,000 today, if anyone could locate their Curtiss C-46 commando plane that had crashed near Mount Rainier. Arnold gave up his search just before 3 p.m. and decided to get on with his actual job, and that's when he saw the UFOs. Look, I don't know, $67,000 is a lot of money. If I was going to like a meeting or whatever, let's just say by car, and someone's like, yeah, if you spot this thing, we're going to give you $67,000. I'll be like, well, off we go. Cancel my afternoon. Let's go! When Arnold landed in Yakima, he told some of his pilot friends what he had seen. Skeptical of actual aliens, they suggested what he might have seen was guided missiles or a secret government aircraft that was being tested. Those are some pretty smart friends. He finished refueling and then he headed to Pendleton, Oregon for an air show. That next day, he went to the office of the East Oregonian newspaper to share his story. They too were skeptical at first, but something strange happened. The longer that the reporters interviewed Arnold, the more they began to believe him, not because they were getting wrapped up in the excitement of it all, but because he just seemed to be really credible. There are people who are just more credible. Like, if someone came up and they were like, Simon, I saw aliens, it'd be like, well, instantly I'd be like, please. But if you were like a very serious dude who was like, you know, like, oh, I did this, I see this, it's like, I'm a businessman. What was he selling? Like, equipment. And then there's the dude who rolls up and he's like, he looks like semi-homeless. He's like, talks too fast. He's got those shifty eyes, like, you know. Though it's a different vibe, isn't it? Because I'll be like, the first guy is like, I'm going to give you the time of day. The second guy, I'll be like, oh, please. Whoops, my coffee's falling off my coaster. And people be like, well, Simon, don't judge a book by its cover. And it's like, it's a very useful way of judging people. Arnold was already an experienced pilot and respected businessman, which helped his credibility. But nothing he told them was exaggerated or sensationalized. It was not only delivered completely matter of fact, but he had observed the event meticulously. After Arnold had given up his search, he saw a bright flashing light like the sun being reflected by a mirror. His first instinct was the light was reflecting off another plane that he was dangerously close to. Air traffic control may have existed for over a decade at that point, but it would be another 5 years before they actually had radar to help them track the planes. Plus, there was a huge reward for the C-46 search mission, so his assumption that another plane was nearby was a reasonable one. Also, they could just be in, I remember this from my flying lessons, like you could be in unrestricted airspace, or like that where they're like, okay, you've got to look out the window for other planes because someone's not going to come on the radio and tell you there's another plane nearby. You just got to watch out for them. However, when he searched the skies around him, the only other plane he saw was 15 miles back. About 30 seconds later, he saw a series of bright flashes off to his left. Again, he thought that this may have been a reflection, though this time he thought something may be reflecting on his window. He tried rocking the plane, removing his glasses, and eventually he just rolled the damn window down. The lights hadn't been a mirage, they were coming off something flying off in the distance. Arnold began searching for a rational explanation. Could it just be light reflecting off a flock of geese? No, it was too high up, it was too bright, and they were moving too fast. Maybe it was lights on some sort of new jet like his friends had suggested. That might make sense, so he began intently searching for a trail, but there was no trail to be seen, or at the very least he saw none. He'd be like, yeah, it's a jet. It's a jet, they don't always have to make trails. They don't always, there's still lots of very rational explanations available. The lights approached Mount Rainier, which had already been about 25 miles away when this all began. They passed in front of the mountain, and Arnold saw there was dark objects along the backdrop of the snowy mountaintop. The objects did continue to flash on occasion as well. He described them as being convex, comparing their shape to a saucer disc or pie pan. Note that the term flying saucer didn't exist yet. This was actually the incident from which the term originates. Well, there you go. He also realized in order for him to see any detail at such a distance, the objects had to be pretty big, at least as big as the plane that was trailing him. Arnold estimated that the discs were about 60 feet in diameter. What was that in meters? Like 10 meters? So quite large, but not massive. Though some later number crunching would have him bump this up to about 100 feet. The objects also appeared to be flying together in a group in a diagonal echelon formation. He later calculated that the source's flying formation was roughly 5 miles in diameter. Curious about how fast things were going, he decided to change his course slightly to run parallel to theirs. He rolled down his window to make sure that he was seeing them clear without any potential glare or reflections on the glass, and then he started timing them. UFOs traveled from Mount Rainier to Mount Adams and then faded from sight. According to the clock on his instrument panel and the apparent locations of when he started timing them and when they got too far to see, they'd traveled 50 miles in 1 minute and 42 seconds. I don't know how fast that is. I'm sure Kevin's going to tell us in a second, but it's bloody quick, isn't it? Once he was on the ground, he had the time to do the actual maths. Arnold was able to calculate the speed, and he measured it as being over 1,700 miles per hour, or 3 times faster than the fastest manned aircraft at the time. Since his distance measurements weren't exact, he decided to round the speed down to 1,200 miles per hour. It was still a few months before Chuck Yeager would become the first pilot to break the sound barrier, so that speed would still seem pretty ludicrous for a man-made plane at the time. Yeah, I mean, but there's also, assuming he's done all these calculations correctly and there was actually this flying disc or whatever, one, it doesn't have to be manned, and were there rockets and stuff? There must have been rockets and stuff going faster than planes, right? There could be rockets or something like that. And also, could just be like, there's lots of cool that the military has that they don't tell us about, and then we find out years later that they have, or decades later, like, holy military's ahead of their time. Like the NSA, CIA, the military, DOD, Department of Defense? How does that work? Like, I don't know. The MI6, GCHQ for the British ones. They have tons of cool shit that they're not telling you about. The thing with Arnold's whole story is that the way he tells it doesn't sound crazy. He didn't barge into the newspaper office and yell, "Stop the presses because I just saw some alien ships." He told them what he observed, and he didn't speculate as to the true nature of these flying saucers. Obviously, he had initially speculated it was some new type of jet, but he didn't see a tail. Beyond that, he doesn't appear to have made any wild claims, at least not initially. After helping debunk an elaborate UFO hoax, Arnold would go on to realize that there was way more money in leaning into the whole aliens thing, and he published a whole lot of stories about aliens and UFOs, but all that came later. I leaned into Arnold, no! He leaned into the grift so hard, which one day this channel will be like, aliens discovered the truth about Atlantis, and it'll just be me talking about how they finally discovered aliens and Atlantis is real, because That's how I'll make this channel more popular than it is now. It'd be like 1 million views. Boom, boom, boom. Easy as pie. And all it will have cost me is my soul. For now, he was a credible witness with a story that could be corroborated by others. Multiple other civilians had seen similar things at the time, and some of them had even reported it to the newspapers before Arnold did. They reported it to their Washington newspapers the same day, whereas he had gone to the newspaper the following day in Oregon. The most important corroboration actually came 10 days later, when the crew of a United Airlines flight saw identical objects to what Arnold had described. As a side note, I have a question for you, Simon. Okay, here we go. Because you've talked about taking flying lessons in the past. Is flying a plane the most mindless thing in the world or something? All of the details in Arnold's story sound like an accurate telling of what he observed, but it's also a fairly lengthy story that doesn't seem to involve him actually flying the plane. He just stared at something off in the distance for almost 2 minutes straight to time how fast it was going. At one point, he took off his glasses that I can only assume he would need to see. I mean, I get that driving a car becomes pretty mindless with experience, but I still need to at least vaguely pay attention to what's happening in front of me. I'd say, obviously, with a plane, there's a lot more to learn and there's a lot more to do at times. But once you're in the air and you're just off somewhere, there's not really any... I mean, there's other planes in the sky, but it's not like the cars. There's not that many. You also don't have to turn. You don't have to, like, have lane discipline or whatever. You just press the little autopilot button and it'll keep you level and it'll keep you at the same speed. And, yeah, it can be a bit mindless. Anyway, Arnold's story was first published in Oregon on June the 25th, and the next day it caused a nationwide sensation as media outlets across the entire country picked up on the story. It seemed that every man, woman, and child was whipped up into a frenzy over the possibility that extraterrestrials had come to Earth. Everyone except for one man, and that man was W.W. Mac Brazel. Mac didn't own a phone or a radio, so he had no idea just what sort of malarkey the rest of the country was up to. What he did own was a ranch just outside of Roswell, New Mexico, so while the rest of the country was fixated on nearly 800 UFO sightings that would be reported immediately following Arnold's, Mac just wanted to get back to choring. What is choring? I don't even know what that is. Doing his chores? What was his job again? He just was a rancher. Okay, the rancher's chore. Okay. The Roswell incident. Sometime in late June, Mac was out working on his ranch when he came across some debris. We don't actually know for sure what we found, because he didn't really pay it any mind. The debris was scattered across an entire square mile, and it consisted of tinfoil, rubber, and wooden beams. Not wanting to let somebody's trash stand in the way of a solid day's work, Mac gathered up the debris and pushed it under some brush to get it out of the way. He then continued with life as normal for about the next week. This, I mean, is this the, like, weather balloon / alien spacecraft thing? And it's like, yeah, the alien spacecraft that was made out of wood. That common interplanetary craft material. Tree. On Saturday night, July the 5th, Mac drove into nearby Corona, New Mexico. It was then that he finally caught wind of all this talk about flying saucers. Realizing that he might have something extremely important on his hands, he decided that the debris found should be handed over to the proper authorities whenever he could get around to it. Or maybe he just had to spend the entire next day in church because it was Sunday in the 1940s. Who knows? Also, it's like, he's like fascinating. There's this wood and this stuff, and he's just busy. He's got his own going on. That's okay. Just because it's a priority for other people doesn't mean it's a priority for Mac, and that's fine. Or maybe he just really loves Jesus. When Monday came around, Mac gathered up some of the debris and drove it to the Roswell Sheriff's Office. Much like Mac, the sheriff didn't really know what to make of it. He decided to call the nearby Roswell Army Airfield, who assigned the investigation to Major Jesse Marcel. Marcel came out to the ranch with Mac, and together they gathered up more debris for Marcel to take home with him. On Tuesday morning, July the 8th, Marcel took the materials to his base commander, Colonel William Blanchard. There are a lot of jokes about the US military and the Army in particular being made up of the bottom percent of high school graduates. Regardless of what you may think of the average Army soldier, I can tell you that Colonel Blanchard was a genius for what he decided to do after sending Marcel to Fort Worth Army Airfield to report the debris to the general in charge. But the military and stuff, like, I get the, like, bottom 1% comments or whatever, it feels a bit mean, but, like, these aren't grunts, these are officers. So they went to, like, the equivalent of, is it the equivalent of university? Is it like West Point? Is that where people go in America? I think we call it, is it Sandhurst? Sandringham? Sandville? Something like this in the Sand something, for sure. And that's where, and I don't know, you've got to be pretty bright to be an army officer. or like a military officer, right? Because you're going to be leading a lot of people, you're going to be making a lot of decisions. And then to rise to colonel and be in charge of a base, I feel like, I don't know what the equivalent of that is in the civilian world, but it's probably like area manager, something like that. I don't know, like if you have a few branches, like whoever Michael Scott's boss is in the office, I rotated out a few times, right? Like I imagine that's the sort of... Would Michael Scott be a major though? I can't believe we're having a discussion about what the military ranks of the US office would be. But because Michael Scott, I guess his job would be, his rank might, like, I have no idea. Look, military people chime off in the comments below because I'm genuinely curious. But like, he would be a major, but just a very incompetent major, right? And then the person in charge of that would be like a colonel. And would the person in charge of that person, like the, what's his face, Michael Wallace? Would he be like a general? Like maybe a 1-star or 2-star general, and then the CEO would be like a bigger general? Right? I don't know. I'm fascinated by this. Let me know what you think in the comments below, military people. Is Michael Scott a major? That's the big question we're trying to answer today.
This place is freaking awesome!
Walter Hunt, the public information officer for Roswell Army Airfield, issued a press release. He immediately began receiving phone calls asking to verify that the press release was authentic. One announcer for a Roswell radio station told Hort not to run the story, saying that if he did, the Army would ship him off to Siberia. Okay. But there would be no repercussions for Hort releasing this information. After all, he didn't write the press release and he wasn't allowed to see the debris beforehand. It was Colonel Blanchard who wrote the press release and ordered Hort to issue it. The military's official statement read, "The many rumors regarding the flying disc became a reality yesterday when the intelligence office of the 509th Bomb Group of the 8th Air Force Roswell Army Airfield, it's a bloody mouthful, isn't it, was fortunate enough to gain possession of a disc through the cooperation of one of the local ranchers and the sheriff's office of Shaves County, maybe? Quote continues, "The flying object landed on a ranch near Roswell sometime last week. Not having phone facilities, the rancher stored the disc until such a time as he was able to contact the sheriff's office, who in turn notified Major Jesse A. Marshall of the 509th Bomb Group Intelligence Office. Action was immediately taken and the disc was picked up at the rancher's home. It was inspected at the Roswell Army Airfield and subsequently loaned by Major Marcel to higher headquarters." End quote. If you recall how Mac described the debris, it hardly sounded like an alien spacecraft. Yes, I said it was made out of wood and like rubber, both tree parts. Tinfoil and wood aren't really suitable materials for interstellar flight, and it honestly sounds more like some sort of really shiny kite. And after the general at Fort Worth examined the debris, that's exactly what he said it was. So after the initial announcement that the military had recovered a flying disc, they released a new press statement to correct the announcements. It's like, guys, we're really sorry, it wasn't a flying disc, it was a massive kite. It wasn't a flying saucer at all. No, it was just a weather balloon. Devices like these were actively used by 80 weather stations across the country. They were really common. Yeah, I mean, tinfoil, wood, rubber sounds exactly like the sort of weather balloon would be made out of. The balloons would float up to an altitude of about 60,000 feet, at which point they would pop and the debris would fall back down to the ground. Obviously, this is a much more sensible and realistic explanation for what has happened. But which was actually the truth? With the exception of Mac and the Roswell sheriff, nobody outside the military had actually seen the debris. So how could anyone be sure? Well, fine. But it's like, why are we jumping? It's like, oh, the military's lied to us. It's like, yeah, but there's literally no evidence for that. And there's some evidence in the form of like one civilian who was like, guys, it was just wood. So why would you immediately go to the other side? Why not use your logical big brain and be like, well, this is the information we have at hand. And like, don't get me wrong, the military's up to all sorts of shady all the time. There's conspiracy theories that are real. But are the aliens coming to Earth in like wood and like discs real? No. Not until I find out otherwise. And to do that, I'd need like proper evidence. Not this nonsense.
Yep.
As it turns out, most people were sure because they'd actually seen the debris courtesy of some newspaper photos. The incident wound up fading from the public discourse for over 30 years. Sure, there were fringe conspiracy theories, but these were small groups of people who didn't have the internet to amplify their message. The population at large had been satisfied with the weather balloon explanation, and that's what makes Blanchard's initial press statement so brilliant. It was the very early days of the Cold War, and innovation was at the forefront of American military minds. They needed newer and better weapons and vehicles to ensure that if war with Russia were to actually occur, they would have the ability to emerge victorious. But these vehicles needed to be tested, and stealth planes needed to be tested by flying them. This would run the risk of them being spotted by civilians and reported to the media, so Blanchard past. Sure, if somebody saw an experimental spy plane flying in the sky, they could try to report to the media that they had borne witness to some hitherto unknown area vehicle, an unidentified flying object, if you will, but nobody would believe them. The majority of people had accepted that the Roswell incident was just a weather balloon because it was, so all future claims of UFO sightings would be written off as crackpot conspiracy theories. I don't understand why this is a crackpot conspiracy theory. There's levels to this, right? There's prima facie, sure it was a weather balloon. Then there's the one up from now, which is like the military's testing spy shit that they don't want us to tell about, which I think is probably likely in many cases. And then there's, it's an alien spacecraft. It's like, no. It's probably the middle one, also quite possibly the first one, but it's not aliens. Even if somebody really did see an experimental military plane, the military could just say that it was a weather balloon, and that would be the end of their credibility. Admittedly, the game that was played with the press releases was a bit of a gambit. Declaring to the media, holy shit, we found a flying saucer, no way, just kidding, it was a weather balloon, definitely had the chance to backfire where people not able to see debris with their own eyes. Nobody was going to believe that an alien spaceship was crafted out of such flimsy materials. It was a great solution, and like I say, it worked for over 30 years, but in the 70s, something big happened. People realized that the government was lying to us. The Area 51 conspiracy. Everybody knows that politicians lie and make crazy promises to get elected, but we were supposed to be able to trust what we were told by the military and by government intelligence agencies. That sounds like a pretty ridiculous statement now, but people didn't have a reason to suspect otherwise, so, well, what exactly changed in the 1970s? Well, that would be the Tuskegee experiments, MKUltra, COINTELPRO, Operation Mockingbird, Family Jewels, Project Shamrock. Huge, crazy that the military did and lied about. Not just the military, the US government. And other governments around the world also all sorts of crazy, shady shit. Like, I made a video about Porton Down the other day, and it's like, oh, so the British government were just testing chemical weapons on military people. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ, governments. Thanks to some meddling by the Senate, it was revealed to the American public that the FBI, CIA, NSA, and US military had been on some pretty insane. They were lying to us, spying on us, experimenting on us, and paying off journalists to keep the American propaganda machine running. People's eyes were being opened to the incredible evil our government was capable of, and they didn't know who to believe anymore. And those secret operations I mentioned are just the ones that were confirmed to be true. That doesn't even address all the questions people had and still have surrounding the assassinations of JFK and Martin Luther King. But if you'd like to have some of those questions addressed after you watch this video, please feel free to check out our other videos on this channel about those assassinations. Yeah, I think other than, we covered the assassination stuff, but those projects, I think the only ones I haven't made video about or don't really know about are Family Jewels and Project Shamrock, and now immediately after this I'm probably going to go write those down and get those made, because those videos, at least I got another channel called Into the Shadows. Those videos always do crazy. We were like, they just love it when they don't love it, they hate it, but they love learning about the crazy that the government got up to, like, with their money. Jesus, governments. It's fucking scary sometimes, bro. Don't even get me started on the shit that Snowden released. Blows my mind. Anyway, the military and the intelligence communities were lying to us. So what else had they lied about? What secrets were they keeping that were still being concealed from the American public? Oh, the answer to that is many. That's true. I always thought, and I don't know why, like, I think about this every now and again, and it's like, if someone asked you, like, what would you like to know? Like, if some omnipotent being, like ChatGPT, was like... Let's just say, God comes down from heaven and he's like, you can have one question. I think I'd really like to know what's the biggest secret. Just that open-ended question, like, what is the biggest secret?
We all got secrets. It's okay.
And it'd be like, well, the US government came into contact with aliens in 1983 and they were bored by us and then they went on their journey and they never came back. Something like that. Like, what is the biggest secret? I think would be like a fascinating question to ask in a theoretical world where that could happen, but it obviously can't. So let's just move on. When the army claims that the Roswell incident was just a weather balloon, what was that? Just a bunch of to pacify the masses? In 1979, the people would get their answer. Major Marcel, the first person from the military to see the debris that Mac found on his ranch, was interviewed for the documentary UFOs Are Real, which sounds like a completely unbiased piece of documentary filmmaking right there. In the interview, Marcel contradicted the statements he had made over 30 years prior. He had known all along that it was more than just a weather balloon, as had the general that made their declaration, but he wasn't allowed to say anything. So, was Marcel lying in 1947 under orders from the army, or was he lying in a 1979 documentary with a clear agenda that may or may not have paid him for his testimony? That's not my cute way of saying allegedly either. Marcel may or may not have been paid, I have no idea. I can't find any evidence one way or the other, but it's not uncommon for people to be paid to appear in documentaries. Yeah, I'd say it's unusual for them to appear in documentaries and not get paid. I'm very much inclined to believe that Marcel was lying in 1979 after being paid for his testimony in the documentary. As evidence for my belief, here is a photo of Marcel posing with the debris at a press conference on July the 8th, 1947. Remember, this was the same day the military claimed it was a flying saucer, so a day before they said it was a weather balloon. Okay, well here he is. You can see it on screen now. I'm looking at it in my little document here. But 32 years is a long time, and people could have easily forgotten that these photos existed. Sure, you could find them with very little effort by going to the library and looking up old newspapers on microfilm, but doing even the bare minimum amount of research flies completely in the face of everything conspiracy theorists believe in. Yeah, making documentaries is also way easier when you don't actually have to, look for truth. You just be like, UFOs are real. Yeah, they are. Really. And just make it up. It's easier than, research. Since everybody had forgotten about this photo of a clearly not 100-foot flying saucer, it was time to believe Marcel's new story and the conspiracy narrative that the Roswell incident was a major government cover-up of an extraterrestrial crash landing. There were persistent reports that bodies were found at the scene of the crash as well. What was that dude? The rancher's name? Mac? He just swept them all into a corner and he figured it out a few days later. The aliens that are on his is probably nothing. Look, Mac may have been a chilled out dude who's doesn't need to go report stuff, but if there were smelly alien bodies, just slowly rotting away on his property that had swept into a corner, he'd probably have more urgently rushed into town, wouldn't he? Maybe he was just still in on the cover up, despite also having tried to blow the whistle on, you know what, I'm not going to try and figure out how conspiracy theorists' minds work. I may have been willing to keep an open enough mind to have come around on the whole JFK thing, but it's not so open that my brain is falling out. Yes. Yeah. So often with conspiracy theories, it's yeah, fine. There are real conspiracy theories. Are they still conspiracy theories then? There are real, conspiracies. That's the one. There are real conspiracies. But just so many people who believe in conspiracy theories, or as Kevin puts it, their brains are falling out.
Brain damage. Oh, that's not good.
With a large amount of the public now believing that it was really aliens that crashed on Mac's farm outside Roswell, and that the military had recovered both their ship and their bodies, that just left one simple question: where did they take it? Well, there was a clear answer that made absolute perfect sense. The Roswell aliens were taken to Area 51. Oh my god, yeah, I totally forgot this video's about Area 51. Kevin, why have we spent half this video talking about... Oh, because the big conspiracy theory around Area 51 is the Roswell landing. I have to say, I expected this more to be about Area 51 in general, but that wouldn't be a very good Decoding the Unknown video, because these are much more story based. We go through an exploration, there's a story, is interesting, whereas another video, if I was doing geographics, another channel I do about Area 51, I've probably done it, then it would be much more facts and stuff and a history of Area 51 rather than this, which is a story. Okay, I get it, but it does 33 minutes in. Did it matter that Area 51 was located nearly 1,000 miles away and was a 14-hour drive? Of course not. The military has planes. Did it matter that the location referred to as Area 51 wasn't even built until 8 years after the Roswell incident? No, because obviously they just built the facility around the wrecked spacecraft. What? Wait, why would they take the wrecked spacecraft somewhere else and then build a facility around it? If you're building it around it, you do it where it is. If you're taking it somewhere else, you're taking it to somewhere that already exists. Conspiracy theorists, why are your brains falling out? They very, very slowly built the facility around it. According to the conspiracy theory, once the wrecked spacecraft was transferred to Area 51, scientists began dissecting the deceased alien bodies and attempting to reverse engineer their technology. And that actually brings me to another question. Exactly how trash must our scientists be for this theory to be true? Yeah, it's cool. Okay, so if they reverse engineered all the technology, where's all the cool technology? Look.
I have so many questions!
The planes we make, the 6th generation or 5th generation fighters or whatever, are awesome. They kick ass. They're incredible. But you know what they're not incredible as? Alien spaceships. which would be a lot more advanced because they've come from another planet. Like, they come from another solar system. That is so far beyond what we're technologically capable of that if all we could build was that B-2 bomber, or whatever it was, the new one, if that's all we could build after all this time of dissecting alien technology and reverse engineering it and dissecting their bodies. That's not what that's got to do with the technology. But if that's all we could do from reverse engineering, then our scientists, we need to do a better job. Maybe they're that bottom 1% scientists. Maybe they're army scientists. Sorry, army scientists, I'm just joking. I know you've got giant brains, certainly bigger than mine. If aliens crashed in New Mexico in 1947, that means scientists and engineers have had over 75 years to work on reverse engineering their spacecraft. What exactly have they been doing with their time? It took another 22 years and 9 dead astronauts for us to set foot on the moon. Hell, Russia beat the United States by sending the first satellite, first animal, and first human into space, and they did it without alien tech. Oh, as far as you know, Kevin. I'm not sure anybody could have been convinced that Area 51 is full of crashed alien spaceships while not being simultaneously embarrassed by the massive failures of the scientific community to reverse engineer literally anything from them. But, I mean, you do you. Regardless, that brings us to the crux of today's episode. We've explored the fascinating events that led to the creation of Area 51 UFO conspiracy theories, but what exactly has been going on there for real? The true history of Area 51. The location referred to as by the public as Area 51 was originally opened by the CIA in 1955 as Paradise Ranch, though it now goes by the names Homey Airport and Groom Lake. CIA, what's up with your name? Paradise Ranch. Take me down to the Paradise City. Okay. And also Homey Airport. Like, what's up, homie? Okay. For 10 years before this, there was pretty much nothing. And before that, it was an aerial gunnery range used by the army. But speaking of names, nobody is actually sure why it's called Area 51, at least nobody that's willing to talk. The prevailing theory is that it was named based on a now defunct Atomic Energy Commission numbering grid. It's believed that the name Area 51 was chosen because the secret location was adjacent to Area 15, and because it was thought that the AEC would never reach as high as 51. There is at least one declassified CIA document that referred to the military installation as Area 51 back in the Vietnam era, but officially it goes by the names I mentioned above. Homey Airfield, or whatever it was. The base is the Matryoshka doll of secret bases, as Area 51 is hidden inside the Nevada Test and Training Range. It's also a remote attachment of California's Edwards Air Force Base, but despite being a secret Air Force base established by the CIA, they weren't the ones who actually chose the location for Area 51. No, it was chosen by Lockheed. You see, the base was constructed with one singular purpose in mind. Sure, it would eventually go on to do other things, but in 1955 they only had one goal: to find somewhere to test Lockheed's new U-2 high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, better known as a spy plane. They realized they couldn't test the plane at Edwards Air Force Base because the project was far too secretive and they needed somewhere more remote. Kelly Johnson, designer of the U-2, described the first time he saw the area surrounding Groom Lake. Quote, "We flew over it and within 30 seconds, you knew it was the place." End quote. A 5,000-foot runway was immediately laid down, and within 3 months the base was fully operational and had already received its first U-2. It's incredible that they put that together in 3 months. A 5,000-foot runway and a military base for testing secret aircraft. When the military wants to get it done, they really do, don't they? Area 51 may have been in working order, but the construction was hardly done as it was very bare bones at this time. There were a few leisure amenities like a volleyball court and a movie theatre, and I'm sure decades later the staff of Area 51 had a good laugh watching Independence Day on the big screen for the first time. That just feels, I mean, I know Kevin describes it as bare bones, but they built it in 3 months with a 5,000-foot runway, and it's got a movie theatre, so this is a big base. It only took a year for the U-2 to finish testing and begin being used by the Air Force for overflights of the Soviet Union. Unfortunately, the spy plane wasn't quite as stealthy as they hoped. They were unable to reduce the radar cross-section enough to prevent the Soviets from detecting them, and it turns out that the USSR didn't really enjoy being spied on. They didn't? What? The CIA had a meeting with Johnson in which they discussed making another spy plane that would be harder to pick up on radar. They decided to give it another go, and work began on Lockheed's A-12 Oxcart. I've made a video about this on my Mega Projects channel, and I think it's possibly the most popular video that I've ever made. It's probably got several million views, which is nice. I like that for me. The plane was more stealthy than the U-2, actually it was just more impressive overall. The U-2 was a subsonic aircraft, normally flying at around 500 miles per hour. The A-12 wasn't just supersonic, it was super-dupersonic, with speeds exceeding Mach 3. That's over 4 times faster than the U-2, which is an incredible achievement. Could these massive gains in speed have been the result of reverse engineering alien technology? Well, no. And if you thought the answer might be yes, then obviously you've not been paying attention. However, the A-12 does give us a great little story to demonstrate what the government was willing to do to keep the development of the stealth plane under wraps. Sorry, and just to go back to that previous thing Kevin said earlier, and what I was talking about, how governments keep stuff secret. If you were like, yeah, the government's got a spy plane, it's the most advanced spy plane, and we only know about it because the Russians found out about it or whatever, and it's called the U-2 and it goes 500 miles per hour. And then someone was like, yeah, but they've got another one. And it's 4 times faster. You'd be like, no, they don't. But they do, because they don't tell you everything. They didn't actually do anything crazy. They just did the only thing the US government knows how to do when it comes to the military. They threw money at the problem. In 1963, one of the A-12 test flights went wrong, resulting in a crash. The pilot was fortunately able to eject from the plane and got a ride from a truck driver, but there was still the little matter of the extremely classified and secret Mach 3 plus jet that crashed somewhere in Utah. The CIA announced in the press that the crash had been a Republic F-105 Thunder achievement. They also told the 2 farmers that lived closest to the crash that it was carrying nuclear weapons. That was enough to keep them from snooping around, but there was also still the matter of the random family that had stumbled upon the crash site and informed local law enforcement. Don't you have we have something called the Official Secrets Act in the UK, which makes you have to shut up about certain things related to official secrets, and you don't have to sign anything. It's a law, so it's not you have to agree to it. You don't have to get a security clearance or whatever. It's just everyone is bound by this. Don't you have something similar in America? It can't be you can't talk about this or you'll be criminally prosecuted. I know you have freedom of speech or whatever, and you're much more keen on that stuff, but you must have something like that, surely, so people can't just blab about official stuff that has to be secret for, important security reasons. For the sake of America's victory in the Cold War, these people had to be dealt with. The CIA visited the small handful of people that had been witness to the A-12's wreckage and very strongly suggested they never speak a word about it to anyone. If the CIA come to your door and say that, I'd just be like, okay, I don't want to go to Guantanamo Bay and hang out with terrorists. Just to make sure they didn't talk, everyone involved was handed a check for $25,000, which is $250,000 today. God damn. Note to self, buy a farm. I want secret government junk to crash onto my property. Anyway, buying off witnesses was a pretty common thing to keep people from asking questions. The security guards were all outside contractors and they were paid $1,000 per month, which is $10,000 today. Making $120,000 annually is already a good salary, but they also got free housing and Las Vegas chefs on call 24/7 to prepare them steak, lobster, and whatever else their heart desired. Oh my god, I want to be a security guard. Holy where are they security guards? Just at Area 51, just hanging around? What? That sounds awesome and so much money. While the A-12 was successfully completed for surveillance of the Soviets, they decided it was best not to bother. Flying them over Soviet airspace was considered too dangerous after an incident where a U-2 was shot down during an overflight, and satellite surveillance had rendered them obsolete anyway. They could have used the A-12 to spy on Cuba, but the U-2 was more than sufficient to keep eyes on Castro, so the A-12 wouldn't see any action until Vietnam. I could go on about the development of Lockheed's D-21, F-117, and Haverblue, made videos about all of those, but this isn't Warrior Graphics or Mega Projects, other channels that I do, so I honestly don't think you care, and I don't want to kill retention. Thank you, Kevin. Besides, there was more going on in Area 51 than some Lockheed planes being tested. Beginning in the 1960s, the base was also a major center for reverse engineering crashed UFOs. Yeah, of course it was. According to who, Kevin? I mean, I'm sure some of them were technically UFOs when they crashed or were shot down, but by the time they were dragged to Area 51, they'd been identified as an assortment of Soviet fighter planes. Where Soviet fighter planes flew over the US? I guess they must have, right? Did they? Because there was the U-2 that was shot down, which Kevin just mentioned. That was the Gary Powers flight. Were the Russians doing the same thing? And were the Americans shooting down their planes as well and then examining them? And I see what Kevin meant. Yeah, they're UFOs, unidentified flying objects, technically. The base was used to evaluate, test, and reverse engineer their captured foreign technology to make sure that the United States military would always have an edge over the Soviets. Realistically, it was all pointless, since any armed conflict between the US and the USSR at that time would have undoubtedly escalated to nuclear annihilation anyway, but it's still nice to know what the enemy is up to. The F-117 is the last project that took place at Area 51 that I can tell you about with any certainty, but it's still an active testing facility. They're up to some cool shit there, for sure. Expansions began being built in the 1980s, and in 1995 the exclusionary area surrounding the base was expanded to include nearby mountains. Most recently, in October of 2015, the government took land that had been owned by the same family since the 1870s because the land was elevated and overlooked the base. Luckily, such eminent domain claims require the government to pay fair market value for the property. While there certainly exist reports of lowball eminent domain offers, in a situation like this, it's safe to assume the government would offer them enough money to off without making a scene. Yeah, this eminent domain it's like, so I'm renovating a house right now. It's been going on for the better part of a year. And it's like, yeah, okay, great. If the government were like, well, we're going to build a highway right through your house, Simon, I'd be like, okay. And they'd be like, so we're going to give you some money. I'd be like, yeah, but I spent a lot of effort choosing wallpapers. I mean, my wife primarily spent a lot of effort choosing wallpapers. But it's like, how do you quantify that? You bastards. I have to start again. Despite all of the research that we've discussed taking place at Area 51 thus far, the location was never designated as a secret base. Sure, every document that came out of the facility was labeled top secret / sensitive compartmented information, which are those TS, S.i.R documents you might be hearing about since mid-2022. Oh, yes, of course. Wait, no, not of course. I'm thinking of the Kennedy documents. There were Area 51 documents as well? I don't even remember this. But Area 51 wasn't a secret base. In fact, the CIA never publicly even acknowledged that the base existed until 2013. But in December of 2007, a funny thing happened. The Jefferson database used in plane navigation systems was updated to include the latest revision to the International Civil Aviation Organization's airport identifier codes. So the thing in everyone's plane that said, here's LAX, here's JFK, here's ATL, suddenly also said, oh yeah, here's KXTA, which also goes by Homey Airport, with coordinates for Area 51. This was almost certainly a mistake. In fact, I can't figure out how this would not have been a mistake. Regardless, it was immediately realized that everyone needed to be adequately informed not to fly to KXTA. You could not make KXTA your destination. You could not use it as a waypoint to refuel your plane. No matter what you did as a pilot, you should absolutely not attempt to show up to KXTA without their specific permission. But speaking of showing up without permission, storm Area 51. In June of 2019, Matty Robert... Oh, I remember this. God, this feels like so long ago.
I agree. I agree with you.
4 years ago now. Jeez, time flies. I mean, time flies, doesn't it? Was that only 4 years ago? 4 years. In June 2019, Matty Roberts created a joke Facebook page entitled Storm Area 51, They Can't Stop Us All. The alleged goal of the group was to raid the top secret military base so they could find all the extraterrestrials and proof of conspiracies contained within. It was all based on the premise, if we Naruto run, we can move faster than bullets, let's see them aliens. I'll tell you what they can do. They can stop, they can't stop us all. Yes, they can. I promise you they can. It doesn't matter how many of you show up. It would take hundreds of thousands for them to, they will stop you. They will definitely stop you. For those like Simon who are unfamiliar with the anime Naruto, yeah, I have no idea if I'm even pronouncing it right. The way characters in the show run is by leaning forward so that their torso is essentially parallel with the ground. That sounds effective. Then running with their arms extended backwards. I think the idea is that you're basically making your body as sharp as possible to cut through the air and reduce wind resistance. It's pretty silly and inefficient. Storm Area 51 is a pretty funny story, but rather than getting too far off our main topic, I just wanted to take this little detour to emphasize that, yes, they can stop you all with bullets.
Yeah!
Yes. Guards had killed someone earlier that same year for trying to drive onto the base. This theoretically may be an isolated incident, as I can't find specific reports of other civilians being killed for trespassing on the base, but the point still stands. If you want to believe in conspiracy theories, I may not be able to stop you, but I try, Kevin, I try. But please do not act on those beliefs in any way that would get you killed. Wrap up. So what's really inside Area 51? If we're talking about right now, I have absolutely no idea because it's all highly classified. My student loans would almost certainly qualify as excessive indebtedness.
What?
Kevin, where are you going? So there's no way I'd ever be approved for top secret security clearance. Oh! They don't let you have security clearance if you have too much debt? Why? Because you could be bribed more easily because someone would pay off your debt, but it's student loans, it's not the mob. Even if I were somehow to obtain that information from someone else, I still wouldn't tell you because I'd rather not be arrested for treason if it's all the same to you, thanks. Yeah, why don't those people who had that's it, treason, like those people who had why are they paying them off? Why are they saying like, keep quiet, please? Be like, yo, if you don't keep quiet, we'll try you for treason. And that's a big one. That's like up there with murder. Everything we know about what has taken place at Area 51 comes from the eventual responses to some FOIA requests made in 2005. Historically, it's been a place where the Air Force tested top-secret aircraft as well as researching captured enemy aircraft, and there's not really any reason to think that's changed. Sure, the operation may have expanded a bit since back then, and there could be other projects going on as well, but there's no way for us to know what's going on without access to TS, S.i.R documents that likely won't be declassified for another 50 years or something. But even without knowing for sure what projects they're currently working on, I can tell you what absolutely isn't in Area 51: aliens or alien technology. What do you reckon? This video's, I don't know, they get quite a lot of views. Do you reckon there's enough people watching this video that statistically someone watching probably works at Area 51? And it's like probably watching this right now being like, yeah, I mean, but they're probably thinking, yeah, there's some pretty cool planes, but it's just not as exciting as you think. Or maybe it is. Who knows? Thanks for watching. So just a reminder here at the end of today's video, if you're looking for a strategic and exciting game, look no further than Conflict of Nations. With the ability to build a diverse army, form alliances, and declare war on opponents, this game offers endless possibilities. Don't miss out. There's a link below, and you'll get all of those bonuses that I mentioned at the beginning. Like I say, link below, and thank you for watching. just before we get started with today's show, if you'd like to, well, decode your past, well, I think you'll love today's video sponsor, MyHeritage. MyHeritage is all about exploring your family history. I first became interested in this. My nan was really into this. And she was like, she had a computer. She had no idea how to use that thing. It wasn't connected to the internet. She used it to type letters to like the bank or something after like her typewriter broke. That was her use of it. And so her doing this was like dusty old books, writing to people, like trying to cobble together a half-finished family tree. And she was always talking to me about this, and I found it super interesting. And obviously now it's the future, and MyHeritage exists. You go over there, you make an account, and you're just like, okay, you type in your name. And then it's like, well, when were you born? What month? Tell us a bit about your parents and their information, blah, blah, blah. You type it in, and then it's like, this person might be related to you. We found this record here. We found that here. And it's like these incredible, some of them are like, they're typed into computers already so you can access them. Some of them are just scans. I found like census forms from like my great-great-grandparents who were living in like some street in London. And I was like, I wonder if that house is still there. And I went on to Google Street View and I'm like, that's where my great-grandparents lived. It's totally nuts. What was even crazier is someone messaged me because they were like, hi, I saw you were related to these people. I was at a boot sale, which is like what we call a yard sale, the garage sale in the UK. And they found a photo album with people with my family's surname in it. And they were like, just wondering if this is you. They came to me through my like website contact form. And I was like, yeah, this is me. And she's like, do you want this album? And I'm like, what? You found this? And it had like photos of my nan as a kid and her great-grandparents. And I'm like, this is insane. It is, my parents now have it. It's in the UK. I'm going to visit next month and I'm going to get it. This is the sort of thing that happens with MyHeritage. It's amazing. Oh yeah, they also do repairing, animating, colorizing photos. Look, I've showed this before, but this is my great-granddad who was in the Air Force. Grainy photograph first and then whoosh, it makes it super nice. It's amazing. You think it's gimmicky and then it like blows your mind. So there's that. Look, MyHeritage is great. We've talked about that enough. What do you have to do? Just get a 14-day free trial and enjoy all the amazing features of MyHeritage. If you decide to continue your subscription, you'll get 50% discount. And all you need to do is go to the link in the description below, and if you use my code, DecodingTheUnknown, you'll get that 50% off after your free trial. So that's fantastic. Thank you, MyHeritage. And now today's video. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host, Simon Wemms here. Flight 401, Ghosts on a Plane. Oh, it'd be more realistic if the plane was full of snakes, wouldn't it?
Goddamn snake, honey.
What happens here, if you're new here, I've never read this before. One of my writers, in this case Katie, has put me together a script. We're going to decode it together. That's the name of the channel. You see what we did there? Very clever, right? Big brain. Let's jump in. Imagine this. You're a flight attendant going about your business on a plane. When you open an overhead locker and the face of a deceased colleague is staring back at you. It's pretty creepy, yes? Oh my god, yes. This has got nothing to do with ghosts. This has nothing to do with creepy. This is like, oh my god, someone has been murdered on this plane. One of my colleagues, and someone has stuffed him in the overhead locker. Holy Also, those overhead lockers are not exactly giant. How did they squeeze him in there? What's he doing stuffed in there with all the bags and suitcases? Or would you ever open anything ever again? This is a detail that's really stuck with me while reading about Flight 401. It will probably be at the back of my mind the next time I fly somewhere, but so will most of the details about this case, as anything involving plane crashes is always cause for concern. How the flying lessons are going, by the way, Simon? Oh yeah, I was learning to fly, right? And I took a bunch of lessons, and I took a bunch of theory lessons, and I just realized, like, I've tried to take up other hobbies as well. And I just always end up failing because I'm super busy at work. I'm super busy with my family. I probably do have about 10 to 15 minutes per week of time that is not work, that is not family, that is not just tasks, because that is the stage of my life, like in my mid-30s. That's what life is. And don't get me wrong, I like it. I love my family. I like my work. But the idea of hobbies is somewhat absurd to me right now. So I've been like, I recently was like, oh my god, I'd love to take up, like, I used to play piano as a kid, so I'd love to take up piano again. And I'm like, no, Simon, what are you thinking? When do you think you're gonna have time for this, you idiot? You have 15 minutes a week, you want to play piano in those 15 minutes? You clown? No, so I have not finish my flying lessons. Yes, it's another episode about planes, but this one has a ghostly twist thanks to YouTube user Sir Henry P2 for the suggestion. Let's go. People have to come up with suggestions in the comments, and I'm just like, yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm stealing them, but I very rarely credit people because I'm like, bro, the logistics of that's really complicated, but that is a good idea. That is a good idea. I don't have to, but it would be nice, and I don't, and I apologize. The frustrating circumstances surrounding the crash of Eastern Airlines Flight 401. I feel like I've flown on Eastern Airlines. Isn't that like, it's China's national airline, right? Eastern? I feel like I've been on it. And I remember, like, China has this really bizarre policy where you can't, you know, like, you'll be flying, and they're like, sir, can you turn off your phone for takeoff and landing? And you'll be like, yeah, sorry, no problem. And then you put your phone in your pocket, and if you remember, you've turned airplane mode on, but really, do you give a shit? On this fucking Eastern Airlines, or if it wasn't Eastern Airlines, it was another Chinese airline. It was like an 11-hour flight or whatever, and they were like, sir, you need to turn off your phone. I'm like, what? What do you mean? We're at like cruising altitude. We're like 4 hours into this flight, and they're like, sound of personal electronics during the flight. And I'm like, are you smoking crack? You expect me to watch like shitty movies that you've got on the tiny screen in the back of my seat when I have an iPad with me? Sir, can you turn it off? And so they tell me like 3 times, and they get a bit more because I'm just like, fuck you, because I'm a and also it's a stupid rule. And then eventually I just like get the blanket that they provide, I put it up over my head like in a little tent, and I'm just on my phone, my iPad underneath there. Because it's a stupid rule. It's on airplane mode. I'm watching downloaded Netflix. What is this possibly doing, China? F you. On December the 29th, 1972, an almost brand new, super fancy Lockheed L10111 TriStar, Lockheed L10111, really, was flying from New York to Miami when a problem with the landing gear caused it to abort a landing approach and circle around the Everglades until the problem was sorted out. After circling for a little while, the plane started descending and eventually crashed into the swamplands. There are 166 people on board Flight 401. Okay, I'm guessing this isn't China Eastern Airlines. What the hell was that airline that I was on then? I really thought it was Eastern, with 101 dying immediately or shortly after due to injuries and 75 people managing to survive. We'll go into the circumstances of the crash, as quite frankly, it's pretty interesting, albeit frustrating, and it's clear that this particular crash was definitely avoidable. Aren't all plane crashes somewhat avoidable? Because it's always like, oh yeah, there was an error with this, or pilot error, or this. And the whole point of plane crash and investigation afterwards is to find what the error was and then make sure it doesn't happen again. And I've mentioned this book so many times, but Black Box Thinking by Matthew S.i.R is an amazing book all about this and how the airline industry basically became enormously safe because of their air crash investigations and stuff. It's so good. Okay, who do we have in the cockpit for this ill-fated flight? Heading up the crew is Captain Bob Loft. His name was Robert, but I think we'll call him Bob. He was a seasoned pilot, well-known and liked by his colleagues at the airline. Helping him out on the flight were First Officer Albert Stockstill, which is a great last name, but it makes me think he must have felt the need to move all the time. Why are you standing here, Stockstill? Ba-da-bum-bum. And carrying on the decent name streak was Flight Engineer Don Repo. Ah yes, the Repo Man. I don't want to make fun of Katie's jokes. But come on. Oh! I'm sure people called him this for the record, but I didn't see it mentioned anywhere. While searching a ride to Miami, but officially off duty, was Technical Officer Angelo Donadeo. Between them, these men had over 50,000 hours of flying time experience, so you'd think the plane would be in good hands. Well, you'll be wrong. Yeah, what's that movie with Denzel Washington? Where he's this seasoned pilot or whatever, and he's having a nap because he's f***ed up. And then he flies the plane upside down because that's realistic.
We are inverted. I repeat, we are inverted.
As mentioned a minute ago, the plane they were flying was a new addition to the fleet, a wide-bodied trijet airline. It was advertised as the plane that pampers people. It had more spaced-out seating, a galley below the main level, and even bragged that suits can be hung in center division compartments, which I suppose was more of a concern in the 70s than it is now, with people traveling in their pajamas and whatnot. Yeah, people back in the day, you look at those old photos of people on planes, and it's like, why all in suits, bro? Isn't that uncomfortable? And it's like, yeah, because flying was really expensive, people were dressed up. Weird. Anyway, it should be noted, and it will be right now, that even with all of those many thousands of hours clocked by the flight crew, this plane had only been introduced in August that year, so Captain Bob Loft had less than 300 hours of experience with the Lockheed L10111. Stockstill barely had any more, and Reaperman only had 53 hours of hands-on flying time in the aircraft. Well, this is completely reasonable, because it's a brand new aircraft. And obviously that makes it more dangerous. Like that 737 MAX, where 2 planes crashed in a year because there was just some technical problem. It's like, holy shit, Boeing. That's a lot of people who died, Boeing. Didn't they get some massive settlements? As they should. Because, well, 1, they deserve it, and 2, also Boeing should be punished for this fuck-up. While I'm sure that all the previous flying experience would make the transition to a new plane easy, this particular model had different autopilot features than earlier planes, some of which were confusing enough. The pilots had to be instructed to either have the autopilot fully on, or just to turn it off. So, as Flight 401 was cruising towards Miami, the captain lowered the landing gear, but the light to show that it was down and locked into position did not illuminate. This was not a major worry for Captain Loft. He retracted the gear and lowered it again, but still the light didn't come on. To be on the safe side, the crew informed the control tower that they were having some issues confirming that the nose gear was down, so the controller told them to climb back to 2,000 feet and circle around. Coincidentally, there was just like, hey Bob, open the window and have a look, will you, mate? Is it down? Coincidentally, there was another plane approaching the airport with a similarly reported issue with its landing gear, and preparations were being made for an emergency landing, so not a huge amount of attention was paid to Flight 401. As they flew out of the way and started climbing to 2,000 feet, Don Repo decided to check, is it Repo? I guess it's Repo, but I really want to say Repo. Don Repo decided to check out if the problem was actually with the light itself and not the landing gear. He tested the... Hey Don, have a look out the window! He tested the control panel lights, and sure enough, the square button that was supposed to light up when the landing gear was locked remained dark. Cue Repo then trying to get the light out of the panel, and the whole situation bothering the crew enough that Captain Loft told Stockstill was actually flying the plane at the time but was nearest to the light to put the plane on autopilot and see if he could try to pull the fixture out. During this time, the flight headed away from Miami and towards the Everglades to go into its holding pattern. Eventually, Stockstill managed to pull the light out of the panel, but no one replaced the bulb or anything, they just tried to jam it back in. There was a trick to it though, which Stockstill evidently wasn't aware of, as he managed to get it stuck in an incorrect position. During this farcical interlude, I don't know if it's really farcical, isn't this exactly the sort of thing that there's probably a giant book telling them exactly what to do. It's like, if this fails, try this. If this fails, try that. Da-da-da-da-da. And there's a giant list that they have to go through because that's how flying planes works. Captain Loft finally asked Repo to go and actually have a look with his eyes to see if the landing gear was down. How? I guess he could go into the bottom of the plane, have a look and see if it's actually down, right? It's around this time that it's believed the captain accidentally nudged the control column and inadvertently changed the autopilot setting. Repo descended into the belly of the plane through what's known as the hell hole to check if he could see a red line showing that the landing gear was indeed locked. While he was down there, the faffing with the light bulb continued. Loft clearly didn't want to risk damaging the new plane by landing with faulty gear when it could easily be checked if it was locked into place or not. In the transcript from the cockpit voice recorders, there was much swearing about the stupid light bulb, with Loft saying, "To hell with this! Go down and see if it's lined up. That's all we care." Around with that goddamn 20-cent piece of light equipment we got on this bastard. Stockstill then said, "I don't know what the hell is holding that son of a bitch in. Always something that we could have made schedule." I get the feeling, like with this, you get this, and this might have been brought up in that Matthew S.i.R book, where it's like people get locked into thinking about one thing. So like, there's this plane, and there's these 3 dudes who have 50,000 hours of experience flying planes. And I get the feeling they're all worried about this light and they're all worried about the landing gear, and there is something much more worrying going on, like that autopilot being knocked and them not realizing, or they will... Like, there's crazy things where it's like people will be so busy fixing a light that they won't realize that their plane has literally run out of petrol and is going to fall out of the sky. Kerosene, and it's going to fall out of the sky, which is... It's just this crazy thing that humans do where we just get locked into one thing and then we can't focus on other shit. And there's obviously a lot of things now done to planes to make sure that this doesn't happen. Just after this, a 1-second chime sounded, which was to alert the crew that their altitude had changed. No one appears to have heard it because they're all focused on the light. The autopilot had descended the aircraft by more than 250 feet past the 2,000 feet setting, and it was still going down. A little after this, Repo pops back up, saying that he couldn't see anything down in the hellhole because it was too dark. Loft turned on a light, and Repo went back to the hatch with off-duty Angelo Donadeo coming to lend a hand. According to Donadeo, Stockstill and Loft were still both trying to pull the light fixture out again, and Stockstill was bracing his other hand on the control column. That doesn't seem like a good idea. At this point, the controller at Miami noticed that Flight 401 was showing us 900 feet of altitude, but apparently it was common for incorrect readings to show for a few sweeps of the radar before they glitched back to the correct ones. So, that's comforting to know. Oh my god, it's not. That's terrifying. It's like, nah, it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. It's just an oh no, now it's disappeared from the radar. I'm sure that's fine. It's just a glitch. It's not coming back. It's fine. So I see smoke on the horizon. Oh god. He contacted the plane to check on it, but didn't ask anything specific. Just said, how are things coming along out there? Before we pile in and criticize him too much, even doing this was apparently above and beyond the call of duty, as they were primarily concerned with the aircraft's location in relation to other aircraft, not how high one plane was flying out in the boondocks. If he had just mentioned their altitude, though, maybe someone would have looked and seen that they were way too low, but no one did. Loft said they were going to turn and make their approach now, and shortly after this, Stockstill finally noticed that their altitude was way off what they thought it was. The last recording from the cockpit went like this. Stockstill, we did something to the altitude. Loft, what? Stockstill, we're still at 2,000 feet, right? Loft, hey, what's happening?
Hey, the altitude, 2,000 feet, right?
Less than 10 seconds later, the plane crashed into the Everglades at 227 miles per hour. It traveled over a third of a mile before finally coming to rest in a myriad of chunks and pieces. Some people died in the crash, others were drowned in the marsh, and many suffered burns from the jet fuel. What? People people survive this? Or like they survived the initial crash to drown? That's insane. Is that possible? There were also harmful bacteria in the swamps, with some people eventually dying of gas gangrene and others having to have limbs amputated. While there were a couple of people in the vicinity who started to help rescue people, the scene was over 13 kilometers or 8 miles from a road, so large-scale rescue efforts took a bit of time to get there. Incredibly, 75 people survived. That's actually unbelievable. Unfortunately, Loft and Stockstill died at the scene, with Repo dying later in hospital. Angelo Donadeo survived. This is incredible. I kind of thought like a plane just crashing into the ground at 227 miles an hour. It's like, that's game over, mates. Like, wow. For the record, the landing gear was in the correct fixed position, and it was just the light bulb that had burned out. It's such a waste that while 4 people were messing around with a small light fixture, nobody was actually flying the plane. That other plane was also having issues with its nose gear and ended up landing without incident. It was also later found that Captain Bob Loft had an undiagnosed brain tumor that could have given him issues with his vision, but this was apparently not relevant to the crash circumstances, so maybe it hadn't begun to affect him yet. At this time, this was the largest death toll involving a single aircraft in the United States, which obviously makes people pretty nervous about this type of plane going forward. Yeah, I'd be pretty nervous getting one of those Boeing 737 Maxes. Like, guys, are you sure you fixed it right? I'm sure now it's going to be like one of the safest planes in the sky, because it's going to have been torn apart at every level to make sure that nothing happens again, because 2 of them crashed basically inside a year. But still, I'll be a little bit like, oh, uh-oh. Although I'll probably fly on one and not even notice, because, I don't know, 737s you fly on all the time. It could have been worse, however. The softer, marshy terrain helped absorb some of the plane's landing energy upon impact, and the newer, stronger passenger seats no doubt saved a few lives. Also, there were at least 60 people that didn't show up for the flight for whatever reason, meaning the aircraft was significantly under capacity. 60 people didn't show up. Those people, they got some Final Destination shit going on. It's like, over the next week, 60 people die in mysterious circumstances at fairgrounds. And now for the spooky part. The spooky part. Here's where the creepy start of the story comes back. After the crash, people, usually other pilots and flight crew, started reporting odd encounters aboard other Lockheed TriStar planes. The vice president of Eastern Airlines was on board a flight from New York when he got chatting to the pilot, but realized later that the plane was, in fact, being flown by someone completely different, and the pilot he had seen had disappeared. The man he saw had been Captain Bob Loft. Sounds like that dude needs to get checked for a brain tumor as well, doesn't it? On a flight to Mexico City, a flight attendant was startled to see the face of the deceased Don Repo looking at her from the reflection in an oven door. After she gathered some colleagues to confirm what she was seeing was actually there, Repo warned them about a fire on the plane. When they landed, it was found that one of the 3 engines needed immediate replacement. The plane was flown back for repairs with just a crew on board, but another engine did indeed catch fire, meaning that the pilot had to land with only one working engine, which he managed to do. Then comes the incident of the flight attendant opening an overhead locker and seeing Don Repo's face staring back at her. Oh, okay, so it was just like a ghost or whatever. It wasn't like someone had actually been murdered on the plane and shoved into a baggage compartment, because that would be more insane than some flight attendant being like, oh my god, I saw a ghost. because ghosts aren't real. Isn't there a movie where someone gets murdered on a plane and they have to solve it or something, and there's like an air marshal or whatever on the plane? I feel like there's probably 6 movies like that, because, you know, the 1980s exist. There are many other stories of people, usually crew, seeing Don Reaper or Captain Loft hanging about on other Lockheed TriStars, usually in the galley or near the cockpit. The spectre of Captain Loft was always dressed in his pilot uniform, and he would be sitting or standing, chatting to people before eventually disappearing. Reaper would apparently give helpful tips about potential issues with the plane, all of which ended up panning out. This all sounds so real, doesn't it? As the sightings went on, it appeared that there was actually a common reason for the ghostly appearances. The Lockheed L-1011 was almost brand new, and after the crash, any salvageable components had been recovered from the crash site and fitted into other aircraft. Yeah, so what, those pieces were inhabited by ghosts? Sounds reasonable. These included an oven from Flight 401's swish below deck galley, and also the elevator between the levels. I don't know why, but it's kind of creepy that they'll take these like parts from a giant plane crash and then just install them into other planes. You'd be like, where's that one? So, this is our new oven. Yeah, that's from that one that crashed and all our colleagues died. You're like, oh, God. Really? Really, Eastern, you cheapskates? Just get a new oven, please. This is creepy, Eastern. I don't like it. Eventually, though, Eastern Airlines got wind of all these ghost stories circulating around and decided to put a stop to them. Crew and employees were warned that anyone making reference to the incidents in the flight logs would be subject to disciplinary action. Any previous mentions were either removed from the existing flight logs or the logs were just replaced with blank versions. The tactic was successful up to a point, but it wasn't until the recovered parts were actually removed from the aircraft that the sightings finally stopped. In 1976, however, John G. Fuller published The Ghost of Flight 401, which brought together all of these spooky sightings and accused Eastern Airlines of trying to hush their employees up. I mean, there's a very good reason why they hushed them up, because these sorts of sightings occur because of like is it called groupthink? Is that what groupthink is? Where, you know, someone's like, oh my God, I saw a ghost in that house is haunted. And then someone else will be like, oh my God, yeah, I saw it too. And then someone else will go to the house and be like, oh, it's definitely in there. And just because one person said it, and if you try to stop people saying it, then you're not going to have these sightings anymore, because when we think about ghosts logically, that's what it is. Also, should definitely make sure that there's like not some fumes leaking into those planes, because they're all happening on the same planes. Maybe just make sure like there's no carbon monoxide going on, there's no weird chemicals, because like thinking about this logically, there's the crew, the pilots, or whoever, the crew of the plane, like the crew in its totality seem to be the ones seeing stuff. They're the ones spending most of the time on the plane, so I'd think about some environmental toxin, some exposure to something that would cause these hallucinations to occur, especially if the passengers aren't seeing them because they're on the planes much less regularly. But I do reckon it's just the group hysteria. Group hysteria, that's what I was looking for. While the airline did consider legal action against Fuller, they ultimately decided not to, fearing that it would just bring more eyes to the whole situation. Well aware of the Streisand effect, are we, Easton? Very nice. In 1978, a movie based on the book was released, also called The Ghost of Flight 401. It's currently 5.8 on IMDb, but it has Kim Basinger in it, playing someone called Prissy Frazier. So who knows? Maybe it'll be worth a watch. Yeah, that's what I thought about that movie. Oh my God, it's so bad. It's the worst. It's like the worst movie I've ever seen. I think it's called Left Behind, and it's with Nicolas Cage, and he plays like a pilot on a plane, and like a bunch of people are like fucking raptured. It's like super religious, and it's like the only person who could act in that movie was Nicolas Cage, and it felt like they've got Nicolas Cage in a movie. He's like their big lead star who they can put on the cover, and he's actually starring in the movie, like he has a major part, and everyone else was like people who didn't quite make it into drama school, because it was like, what's going on here? And I'm sure it was also terrible writing and direction, but it was all together like, oh my God. And I think it actually does quite well on IMDb because all the religious people are like, it spoke to me, it was a rapture. Oh my God, it's really bad. So that's the story, whether you believe it or not. If you do believe it though, maybe you'll want to end the video now because we're heading into the decoding bits and it ain't going to be pretty. Put your seat backs into the upright position, stir your tray tables, and let's get into it. I think this John G. Fuller guy who wrote the book later, this often happens. We see it in Decoding the Unknown a lot, where there's a spooky story and we're telling it as if it's like, oh yeah, it's definitely real. But it turns out that our primary source is the John G. Fuller book, whoever wrote the book like decades later and embellished a ton of shit, and then everyone uses that as their main reference, but even though it's kind of just allegedly made up. Decoding the Unknown. I think I know how Simon feels about ghosts, but I'm not 100% sure I know how I feel about ghosts. Come on, Katie. Haven't you seen enough to go to the unknown to be persuaded yet? Ghosts aren't real. And I know no one will be persuaded because I just, like, I don't come up with any evidence against ghosts because obviously that's not my thing, and like anyone who believes in ghosts is going to be like, oh yeah, ghosts. Simon's wrong, and I'll be like, you got any evidence of that? I don't need evidence, I have faith. It's like, okay, well, I need more than faith, and you don't. You know, that's that. That's how it ends, because of course it does. I've never seen one, but I have felt majorly creeped out lots of times, and have been scared to look in mirrors at night in case there's some horrible creature looking back at me, unless it's just me after I've taken my makeup off. I can't see the jokes today. It was funny. I don't know. Like, if I see a horror movie, like, I don't know, Sixth Sense. I remember seeing the Sixth Sense. I was a kid when I saw the Sixth Sense, and I remember looking into rooms and being like, there's not going to be dead people in there, are there? I was afraid of the dead people. And then I saw the fucking Ring, which is like the scariest movie ever. And I was scared of TVs for like ages. Like, don't. I was like sitting in my room and I was like, and my laptop on my desk or whatever. Just close that shit. Don't have it open. I was once staying in an old hotel where there was a rocking chair in the dark corner of the room, and I had draped a jacket or something on it, and part of my brain was convinced there was a figure like a demonic nun sitting in it, staring at me. I didn't get up and turn on the lights to check. Of course not. I just stayed in bed and kept my eyes closed, too scared to open them in case a scary face would be inches from mine when I did. Yeah, I don't believe in ghosts or any of that shit, but I'll still be like, oh god, the demon nun, and I'm safe under the covers because of course I am. I recently got a weighted blanket because everyone was talking about how great weighted blankets were. It's a weird experience. It's kind of nice, but also kind of not nice. I'm getting used to it. And I think I'm really sleeping better with this weighted blanket. It's quite a weird experience. Yeah, it's like a 7-kilogram blanket. It's supposed to be like 10% of your body weight. And I'm like, that's really heavy, and it sits on you, and you're kind of like, oh, that's kind of nice. It's a weird experience, though. Try it. I guess I'm still not totally closed off to the possibility of an actual unexplained encounter. I don't want it to be scary, though. Maybe just seeing someone disappear through a wall from a safe distance would be enough for me. I definitely don't want to be opening an overhead locker and see a face staring at me. So let's get to the decoding. There were two parts of this story: the super frustrating crash part and the spooky ghost part. One of them was 100% true. Guess which one? Yes, of course, seeing Don Repo's ghostly visage in an open door was stone cold fact, and I just made up the other gubbins about a light bulb and an autopilot FC. Just kidding. Unfortunately, the plane crash part was horribly true, but it did lead to some better safety practices within aviation, such as better processes within the cockpit, when problem-solving mandatory safety harnesses for crew jump seats, and making flashlights part of the standard crew safety equipment, as these were not fitted to life jackets at the time. And when 401 landed in the dark in the middle of the Everglades swamp, some extra lights to locate people might have saved more lives. This is what I love about aviation. It's like, if something goes wrong, they're not like, okay. Like, medicine is terrible for this. Like, something goes wrong, don't talk about it. Don't mention it. Like, this is the bloody book, Matthew Side's book. And it's like, medicine, they're just like, yeah, just don't talk about it. If you make a mistake, just like, don't talk about it. In aviation, they're like, talk about it and make sure we fix it. And that's why aviation is safe, and why medical accidents and whatnot kill an extraordinary number of people every year. Like, unforced medical errors is just like, holy shit, medicine, what are you up to? I think, like, isn't hospital deaths, like, unforced hospital deaths, like one of the major causes of death these days? Which is insane. We should fix that. Anyway, back to all the hauntings. I guess it may kind of make sense that parts from the crash plane were fitted into others, and they'd hold the spiritual energy from the disaster. And that's why sightings of Reaper and Loft were on the planes, with parts from Flight 401. I guess it kind of makes sense, but it doesn't really, does it? I mean, I suppose it could be a reason why the ghosts were seen on certain planes and not on others, but when you actually look into it, it makes no sense at all, because none of the crashed plane parts were reused in other planes. So, I'll put that in your pipe and smoke it. Yeah, that's the, it's like, okay. I get the feeling this is something that George dude or whoever was mentioned in his book, and then everyone took it as fact, even though it's like, no, they don't do that. That's insane. I felt that it was kind of insane when talking about it, because don't they end up in like some big NTSB warehouse somewhere? Because when a plane crashes, and the insurance company's going to pay for it anyway, so you don't need to be like taking an oven out of a plane and fitting it into a new plane. It's like, oh, what's that burn mark from? Why is this one smell a bit funny? Oh, well, it was in a plane crash. It landed in a swamp. It's like, no one's doing that. That's mental. Fly 401 was largely obliterated with the which is 75 people survived. with the debris spreading out over a large area, and nothing like an oven or something like an elevator was salvageable. And can you imagine the recovery team picking through the nightmare scene and being like, oh, we've got an oven that looks good over here, just a few dents in it, stick it in the trunk and we'll reuse it. Imagine the savings. It seems unlikely. Plus, the TriStar was already being rolled out across the airline, so they weren't likely to save an oven from a crash first-gen wide-body jet just to put in their new version. So that bit of the ghost story is false. So let's now dump on all the other bits. This can be done in one fell swoop by pointing out that none of these stories were circulating around the airline prior to the publication of Fuller's book in 1976, 4 years after the crash. While he stated that all the stories had been told to him personally, he had of course either changed people's names or left them vague or anonymous to protect them from retribution from the airline. Yeah, of course you did, mate. There's no real way to verify any of the claims of ghost sightings in his book, and the airline did actually try to do it. Remember how they were thinking of suing Fuller as publisher, but didn't? It wasn't because they were scared to bring this to the public's attention, it was because they didn't want to give him any more publicity. With the, yeah, perfect, this is such a good response. Just don't. Just be like, shh, don't talk about it, no one's gonna buy this book, no one cares, it's just one crackpot dude. We'll just quietly deny it, don't need to sue him. With a spin-off film coming out too, the spooky stories were really just starting to piss the management off. His claims that they bullied and harassed staff to keep quiet about their supernatural encounters were also the main reason the airline considered legal action. In another book about Eastern Airlines that was published in 1980 called From the Captain to the Colonel by Robert Serling, an Eastern Airlines employee said, "We spent weeks trying to locate anyone who claimed to have seen a ghost and couldn't find one person." So could Fuller's claims in the book have been made up? What? No, who could have ever predicted this? Who would have known? It seems so. Fuller published quite a few other books, including The Interrupted Journey, Two Lost Hours Aboard a Flying Saucer, Incident at Exeter, Unidentified Flying Objects Over America Now, and The Object of 29 Megacycles, A New Breakthrough in Life After Death. So, this sort of tale seems right up his alley. Again, this is often something we bring up on this channel. It's like, yo, if you've got a shit fiction book, just call it a non-fiction book, throw in some things that could vaguely be true, and boom, it's going to sell to the wacko conspiracy crowd. That's what you should do, or to people who like Dan Brown novels, like me. In researching this story, I found plenty of people asking how you could possibly poo-poo all of the examples given, as they seem to believe they were all from actual witnesses, but here goes, poo-poo. Fuller just made it all up. Sorry about that, folks. Yes, when you rely on one source, it's like, how can you discount all of the sources? Because they were all made up by one bloody guy, weren't they? Bloody Fuller. There doesn't seem to be much connecting his book to any sort of real event that happened in the aftermath of the plane crash. No other documented proof of the ghost sightings appears before his book came out, and attempts by the airline to investigate the stories came to nothing. No parts of Flight 401 were reused, and even if they were not then subsequently removed from planes to exercise repo and loft. And why would you want to anyway? They weren't malevolent ghosts. They were just described as being helpful in pointing out problems with the plane or just shooting the breeze with other people who would really complain about that. The only tenuous connection that exists is the related flight to Mexico City where the engines burned out. That part was true, but the flight attendant, after seeing Don Repo's face in an oven, was not. The pilot of that plane is documented in a journal of the Flight Safety Foundation a few weeks after his experience. When asked about how it was to land the TriStar with only one engine, he said, "Scary. For a minute I thought Repo's ghost was on the plane." This is literally the only reference to a ghost on a plane before Fuller's book was published, and it's not like he's admitting to seeing the ghost of the dead flight engineer. He was thrown back to the still recent crash in a light-hearted manner, as he was also recorded as having said it with a laugh. So maybe not the most tactful of comments, but not really concrete evidence for Don Repo to be haunting other TriStars. Seems to have been enough for Fuller, though. Yeah, honestly, what did he write? Like the 42 megacycles traveling aboard alien spacecrafts? It seems that very little was enough for Fuller. Not the pinnacle of journalistic integrity. There, Fuller, are you, mate? Allegedly. Final thoughts. Thankfully, the haunted Lockheed TriStars seem to be nothing more than an urban legend started by a writer with a supernatural leaning and perpetrated by a popular TV movie. The crash of Flight 401 should never have happened, but at least there was a significant number of survivors and changes put in place to stop situations like this, where all the crew were distracted at the same time. I'll leave the last word to Colonel Frank Borman, who was the CEO of Eastern Airlines at the time of the crash. He was also a former Apollo astronaut, which is pretty cool. Wow, that's pretty sick. That's a career. Is that what you're military, then astronaut, then CEO of a major airline? Respect, mate. Anyway, when asked about the whole situation regarding what was in Fuller's book, Borman said, the one accurate quote in the book was made by Jim Ashlock when he called the whole story a bunch of crap. So there you go. I think we can safely assume there's enough to worry about when flying through the air without having the ghosts of a dead cockpit crew jump scaring us from the luggage rack. Indeed, and this was an episode of Decoding the Unknown. If you enjoyed it, please do leave a review. And if you're watching it on YouTube, yes, this also goes out in a video format. Please like, subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Today's episode of Decoding the Unknown is brought to you by one of my favorite sponsors here. It's Shaker and Spoon. Shaker and Spoon allow you to have a luxury, premium cocktail experience in your own home. And how do they do that? Well, they're a cocktail subscription box. Each month, they send you out a box just like this one, and in here is everything you need to get started with a cocktail. All you need to do is add 1 bottle of alcohol and you will be able to make 3 original recipe cocktails from world-class bartenders, designed by world-class bartenders. This is the Agno box. There will actually be footage of me making a different box at home because I kept this one here to show you guys what's in it, and then I made some B-roll footage at home with something else. But you get the picture, and in here you get all of the stuff. You get these syrups. There's several of these. Then you get like they're not mixes, but they're like the other ingredients you need. So there's 100% coconut water. There's a pink grapefruit from Fever Tree, which is a very fancy company that make these things. Heard of them? And then you get all of these tiny little glass bottles, which contain all of the extra things you need for cocktails. These are the things that you end up. Oh yeah, I need like what is this? Spiced lemon oil. There's no other reason you'd need spiced lemon oil, but if you go to the store, which would be difficult to find anyway, you'd have to buy like a bottle of it, and I'm sure it's expensive, and then you'll never use it again. There's just the right amount in here for the 4 cocktails that you could make, and I'll mention how many you can make with this. You can make 4 cocktails from the 3 different recipes, and this is everything you need. So there's like a bunch of different bitters. There's this orange oil. I've actually used this before in a different box. It was used to spray over the top of the... That smells so good. Over the top of the finished cocktail. So look, everything you need is in the box. Each month comes with a different theme. So this one was obviously Año, which is a type of tequila. Not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Other ones I've done before, the one I think I could be making at home, which I'll do tonight actually, is a bourbon box. There's also been other whiskey boxes, rum, vodka, all sorts of stuff. So, all you need to do is go to shakerandspoon.com/decoding. You'll get $20 off at checkout. Again, shakerandspoon/decoding, $20 off at checkout. This is truly one of my favorite sponsors. I love them. I love mixing up these drinks. And now today's video. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, hello there, I'm your host Simon Wemmers here, one of my script writers. In this case, Danny from Danny mostly writes, almost exclusively writes for another channel that I do called Brain Blaze, and he was like, Simon, I'd love to write something a little bit longer form for Decoding the Unknown. And I'm like, all right, Danny, you do what you want, man. I love reading your words, so just do it and deliver it, and I shall read it. And that's what we're going to do today. The Curse of the Crying Boy painting. I'm vaguely familiar with this. Isn't this some like stupid like urban legends? I think it's based out of the UK, where there's like a painting of a crying boy, and then like every house that this painting's in seems to burn down somehow. And I think it's just like all a big coincidence. I feel like maybe I've talked about this in another video before, which is why I know about this. Or maybe it's just like read it in the newspaper when I was a kid or something. It's honestly, I think it's pretty silly out of the gate. So let's just jump into it and see what we've got. Way back in the midst of time, a group of primitive London dwellers gathered by the River Thames to finally rid the world of an ancient evil. The source of the evil was lurking in a series of cursed paintings which were now being ritually tossed onto a raging bonfire by scantily clad women in a bid to send the demons back to the bowels of hell from whence they had spawned. The women had to be scantily clad. It's like, how are we going to break this curse? Well, first of all, the women need to be mostly naked. And the women would be like, why is this we really need to do this? Get your clothes off, women. This is the past. You don't have a choice.
It's a bad plan, Ned. It's a stupid plan.
I think it'll work.
When was this? In the mists of time. So yeah, back in the day. It was a curse which had first come to light in the old haunted mining town of Rotherham in South Yorkshire. Really, this is where Danny's from. I know so much about, I mean I don't, but I feel like I know a little bit about Danny's life because he often like mixes it into the Brain Blaze videos and he's from Rotherham. So yeah, I feel, you know, if you're a regular Brain Blaze viewer, you know that, but obviously this channel is not that channel. So I thought I'd just fill you in, okay? In South Yorkshire, we're going to strike fear into the hearts of dozens more victims over the years with a particularly cruel taste for the lost souls of Northern England. Does that just mean all the people from the north are lost souls, Danny?
You must be the cousins from the north.
You are lost in the darkness.
Yes. But had this mass burning by the River Thames finally vanquished the ancient evil forever? Well, I say ancient evil. The pictures were first painted in the 1950s. The ritual burning had taken place on Halloween night in 1985. Danny, this is hardly the mists of time. I was 1985, a couple of years before I was born. The mists of time. Way to make me feel old, Danny. Thank you. And the primitive London dwellers were all employees of the Sun newspaper, including the scantily clad women who were more frequently spotted posing topless on page 3. That's right, yeah. This is a bizarre British. Anyone who's not British finds this very strange, but it doesn't happen anymore, apparently. But the Sun newspaper is like the most popular tabloid in the UK, and on page 3 there was always just a woman with her breasts out. That was like a feature of the newspaper. Page 3, woman with her breasts out. Weird, right? Definitely weird. And it was earlier that same year that the Curse of the Crying Boy painting first reared its tear-stained head in Rotherham and unleashed a blaze of tragedy on any victim foolish enough to display the picture on their wall. My own hometown of Rotherham has always been a notorious hotspot for unexplained paranormal activity and unfathomable mysteries which have baffled the world's greatest minds for centuries. Now, you see, I wouldn't put that down to Rotherham being some sort of supernatural hotspot. I just put that down to the people of Rotherham just not having enough entertainment. Maybe they need a new multiplex cinema. Maybe there are not enough pubs. Maybe there's too many churches. That sort of normal. Also, I love cursed. Like the idea. This is, I talked about it in a previous episode and people thought it was a bit strange. But I'd be like, yeah, if there was some house and everyone was like, this house is haunted, no one wants to live in this house is filled with the ghosts of murderers. So it's going real cheap. It's like, you know, some old castle in the countryside. And they're like, yeah, we'll sell it super cheap because it's so haunted. I'll be like, I'll take it because ghosts aren't real. And I'd move in and live in that house completely happily, and there's no such thing as ghosts, so I'd be totally fine.
It's a reality show pilot.
How it relates to this, if there's some cursed... Can you imagine if there was a cursed Picasso, and no one wants this cursed Picasso? I'll be like, I'll have that cursed Picasso. It's super cheap. I'm going to put it on my wall, and you know what? You know what will happen? Nothing, because curses are not real, and I'll just be enjoying my cheap cursed Picasso. And the value of it will really go up, because I'll never talk about the curse, because nothing will ever happen. And people are like, oh, I guess the curse is broken. And then when I sell my cursed Picasso, I'll be super rich, because Picasso's worth like hundreds of millions of dollars. It'll be great. Brilliant. Why are so many of the citizens still walking around in shell suits in 2022? Why does Simon find the name so difficult to pronounce? Wait, what's wrong with Rotherham? Isn't that how it's said? Rotherham? Rotherham? Oh god, now I don't even know. I just always assumed I was saying it right. How many midnight murders were committed by the Rotherham subway troll, and why were they covered up by the press? And how come I only got 3rd place in the Rotherham Junior Science Fair competition when Menchie was clearly the best and the others were so... I don't know, Danny, that's one of the mysteries that we will never solve. We may never discover the answer to all of these burning questions, but it's possible we might dig up an answer to the question of this particular burning. You see, Ron and Mayhall were a bit upset when the house of 27 years caught fire one day in 1985. This would be so annoying. Like, I know, obviously I've got an insurance policy on my house and all of this stuff, but it's like the amount of effort you put into and it's like, okay. So are you going to pay me back for my time, insurance company? Because I spent a lot, I spent time sitting down with people who make kitchens and choosing which I don't know why. I don't know why that is my life. Nowadays, like, my wife is mostly happy to, like, handle that because she realizes that I just don't care. I just want it to look nice. And, but it's like, are we getting that time back? Because I just feel like, oh my God, there's forest fires now, and I have a house in the countryside. And I'll be like, oh God, if the forest fires come and burn it down, obviously I'll get the money, so I'll be all good. But it's like, I like it how it is. I don't want to have to rebuild it. It's going to take so much time. The modest terrace count house is situated in the village of Swallow Nest in Rotherham, and it's believed that a neglected chip pan was the source of the blaze, which ripped through the bottom half of the house and totally destroyed almost everything in its path, leaving a trail of ash where important things like furniture and curtains used to be. Well, look, Ron and Mayhall, if there was one thing that was hammered into me as a child, it was make sure there's batteries in the smoke detector, wear a fucking seatbelt, and don't leave your chip pan unattended. Are you insane? That's why houses get and also don't fall asleep with a cigarette in your mouth. Nowadays, I think this is all less risky because we've kind of solved these problems. Except for the smoke detector thing. Keep putting batteries in your smoke detector. But it's like, come on. Are you leaving a chip pan unattended? Your house should burn down, to be honest. I say almost everything because a single item inexplicably survived the incident unscathed. A painting of a crying boy had been flung from the living room wall onto the floor and appeared to show no signs of damage at all, not so much as a scorch mark, and this unnerved poor Ron and Mary, particularly as they'd been warned about the dangers of that painting beforehand. Ron and Mary be like, oh yeah, no, it's the crying boy painting that burned down our house. I want to give them a northern accent, but I can't. My nan was from Yorkshire accent. No, that's not it. Oh, I'm not even going to try, but they're from the north, so imagine they're speaking northern. And and they'll be like, no, it's this haunted painting that burned down our house. It's like, or it could be that chip pan that you didn't attend to that caused a fire, which everyone knows causes fires. I didn't have a chip pan, and I just had a big wok, and I wanted to fry this giant fish that I bought. I was a student. We lived in a student house. And me and my mate we're just in the supermarket. There was a giant fish and it was on sale. It was cheap. And so I'm like, should we buy this giant fish? And it's like, how are we going to cook it? We didn't have anything big enough to have this giant fish. And it's like, we've got a massive wok. So we bought like 5 litres of oil, filled up this massive wok with oil and just stuck it on the stove and just got the oil super hot and dumped this fish in it. And it was crazy. Like there was steam and oil everywhere over that kitchen after we were done. It was lucky we didn't burn down the house. It wasn't ours, obviously. The whole story was first reported in the local newspaper, the Sheffield S.i.R, based in the city right next door to Rotherham. That's the city where my nan is from. Sheffield is like an extended version of Rotherham with even more homeless people and an even bigger McDonald's. As the roving reporter for the Sheffield S.i.R revealed in his piece, Ron's brother was coincidentally a firefighter called Peter, who had tried to raise the alarm when he first spotted the painting on the wall. Peter had advised his brother to take the painting down, as he recalled several spooky cases in the past where a painting or print of the crying boy had been found mysteriously intact following a devastating house fire. He seemed convinced that the paintings were somehow responsible for causing all the fires in the first place, and that the boy in the cursed picture frame was left laughing while crying in the faces of the owners by gloating over the carnage of his own creation. I kind of feel like I want to put a picture of the crying boy there on the background just to like fuck with the curse, because it's obviously not real. Just go print one out after this and just put it on the wall.
Please don't do it.
I like my job.
Ron and May ignored the advice at the time, presuming that Peter had been going a bit overboard on the magic mushroom stroganoff again. But although Peter wasn't called into action himself to douse the flames of his own brother's subsequent house fire, Peter's firefighting colleagues had raced to the scene and backed up the story to the Sheffield S.i.R. Fire Station Officer Alan Wilkinson explained that he had logged no less than 50 similar cases dating back to 1973, in which a painting of the crying boy had been found completely untouched in the aftermath of a house fire that pretty much had torched everything else, including the plaster on the walls on which the paintings had hung. I just imagine this like crying boy, painting. It's like soon, you got those like fancy tiles on the bottom of the space shuttle. Strip them all off, NASA. That's a waste of money. Just go put posters of the crying child. Just like put them on, like when people go around town and they put, posters for upcoming gigs on big boards around the town. Just do that to the bottom of the space shuttle and you'll honestly be totally fine, because that's how science works. Although he didn't believe that supernatural forces were at work, he couldn't offer the paper a logical explanation either. His wife had a go, though. She told the paper that she believed the tears of the crying boy put out the flames of the fire. Well, it's the best we've got to work with so far. It's also nonsense. Whilst Alan Wilkinson might not have been silly enough to believe in curses and superstition, it's interesting to note that when he later retired, he politely refused to accept the parting gift offered from his buddies at the brigade, a framed painting of the crying boy. It's like, yeah, look, I'm the least superstitious person in the world, but it's also like, I don't like this.
I'd tear up that painting and wipe me whole with it before I let you near it.
Ron Orr was hopping mad that the painting was entirely responsible for burning down his house, curiously choosing to overlook the fact that it had been started by an unattended chip ban. He ranted to the Sheffield Star, "I want to burn it to make sure it doesn't come back. If I find out who painted it, I'll sue him." Good luck with both of those things, Ron. Yeah, your understanding of the law, Ron, is... Well, look, you're going to go to a lawyer and they're going to be like, "Sorry, mate, that's not how it works. Here's a bill." Very little was actually known about the artist or the origins of the painting at the time. The artist was presumably Italian Giovanni Bragolin, or at least that's the name that appeared at the bottom of the pictures. The confusing thing here is that Giovanni had painted more than one of them. In fact, there were 65 different variations of the crying boy in circulation, each one depicting an innocent young boy wearing a sorrowful expression as his eyes brim with tears which begin to trickle down his cheek. It's said that the boys in question were reacting to anguish in the turmoil of the Second World War, still very much fresh in the memory when the paintings were completed in the 1950s. What they did know for certain at the time is that the paintings suddenly became massively popular in the UK from the 1970s onwards, particularly in the north of England. Over 50,000 prints were sold and put on proud display in living rooms of unwitting victims. Okay, so here we go. It was extremely popular. And that's the first thing. It's like those... Okay, so we can't explain why they weren't burned, like the rest of the stuff. I'm sure there's a logical explanation, but we can certainly say why they were present at so many house fires, and that's because they were present at so many houses. And this begs the question, why on earth did so many people want an image of a clearly distressed child next to their chimney breast? I can see why you might want to decorate your interior with a beautiful landscape or a bowl of flowers or a stunning sunset to help elevate the mood of a room. But why a visibly upset child? Why not go one step further and start putting up pictures of a pensioner with the cold barrel of a gun in his mouth or the remains of a spattered cat on the motorway? I don't know, Danny, because those, like, a crying child could be like, ooh, mysterious, interesting. Whereas the cat, like, the insides of a cat are just like, that's something I don't need to see. It's different. Not that I would hang this in my house. I mean, not because of the curse, just because it's ugly. Perhaps adorning your walls with misery is just a weird northern thing. I can remember that my family had our own unique version of the crying boy on display for years, but the disturbing thing in this case was that the crying boy was me. What? A photographer visited my nursery, well, we called it play school, to take individual portrait shots of all the little boys and girls, which would capture the glorious innocence of childhood. But it's clear from my own photograph that I wasn't taken with the idea one little bit. And yet, rather than dump the result in the bin where it clearly belonged, my parents were happy to give pride of place on the mantelpiece to this photograph of their teary-eyed little son looking forward to a future of anguish and wretched sobbing. At least it always gave visitors something to laugh about. I kind of feel like that's also the point. Like, there's way more story about there's a picture of crying Danny than there is about just Danny, young Danny looking goofy in a school picture. That's more interesting. I remember every year at school, or no, it wasn't every year, it was like every 4 years or something, there'd be a whole school photograph. So there were like, I don't know, 500 people at the school. Every single member of staff, every single student would go out onto this huge, thing that they'd rig up. And everyone would stand on it, and then a photographer would take pictures. There was one kid. And they'd take loads of pictures so that they'd, have a good one. And there was one kid who, in every single one, just did a face like, ah, with his tongue sticking out, his eyes absolutely wide. And every single photo was like this. So the one that they had to use had him in it like this. And then he got detention. But it was extremely funny. And that picture was on my wall, like the whole school photo, on my wall at home for years. And I'd always look at this kid in there and just laugh about this. And that brought me so much more joy than the picture itself, which is just all of us just standing around looking all schooly and bored. But this is one part of the mystery that we can answer right now. The reason the Crying Boy mainly targeted people in the north is that northerners were the ones who were buying it in droves. You could snap up a mass-produced print very cheaply in store like Woolworths, and the northerners of the 70s and 80s felt that the painting introduced a bit of elegance and sophistication into their homes. Yeah, nothing like a print to introduce Not that there's anything wrong with prints, like unlimited run prints, but it's not what I would call, like, sophistication. Exactly. God, I sound f***ing snobby, don't I?
Very posh.
Although there were occasional reports of the curse striking elsewhere, the majority of tragic incidents were located in the north, with at least 3 in Rotherham alone. And it's right back to Rotherham we go now to see the flames from Ron and May's house fire as they were fanned in ways that nobody could have predicted. The national media don't usually take much interest in stories from the local press, largely because local headlines don't tend to get much gripping than woman finds hat in tree and cat hops into delivery van. Yeah, local news drives me potty. I remember watching the news as a kid and you'd be like, okay, interesting story. There's a war. There's big things being done in government. There's budgets, stuff like that. You're like, okay, interesting. And then it's like, and now local news. And it would just be about the same amount of time dedicated to insanity that you don't care about. And it'd be like, the local Woolworths is now, it's closing down. It's like, who gives a Oh my God. But Kevin Mackenzie, the editor of the tabloid tat The Sun, was intrigued enough by the Sheffield Star's chilling story to run it in his own paper under the headline, Blazing Curse of the Crying Boy. One of the images of the Crying Boy painting was cleverly captioned, Tears for Fears, the portrait that firemen claim is cursed. In fact, none of the firefighters on the scene had ever claimed it was cursed, but The Sun doesn't usually let facts get in the way of a good story. No, they don't, allegedly. The response from readers was electric. Although it was originally intended to be a quirky one-off piece, the story ended up running for 6 weeks as The Sun became flooded with phone calls and letters from readers who had endured their own terrifying experiences with the Crying Boy painting. This is like a video going viral. You know when I make a bunch of YouTube videos, you guys know that, and then one will pop off and you'll be like, oh my God, like sarcophaguses or whatever. Like you do a video about a sarcophagus and it goes mental, and then you do another video about a sarcophagus and everyone loves it. This is like the tabloid equivalent of that, and it's just selling so many papers. The times don't change. It's so crazy. A pizza parlour in Norfolk had been destroyed by a fire which had obliterated every single painting on its walls except for the painting of the Crying Boy. A woman from Surrey lost her home to a fire just months after buying a print, and 2 sisters from Kilburn claimed that they had witnessed the painting swaying from side to side on the wall shortly before multiple fires broke out in their home. Oh my God, these all sound so true and definitely not coincidence or lies. Some of the stories were slightly more ludicrous than others. Mrs. Farrington from Preston pondered, Since I bought it in 1959, my 3 sons and husband have all died. I've often wondered if it had a curse. I'm sorry to tell it to you, but people die. It's not got to do... Also, what's that? Did they die in fires? One mother from oh my God, place in the UK I've never heard of, which has a weird name, Pagnanton, claimed that her 11-year-old son had somehow managed to catch his private parts on the picture hook, whilst another reader blamed his slide into depression on the purchase of the painting. Well, maybe she should just buy something a bit more cheery, like not a child crying, like literally anything else. Maybe a cat run over on the motorway. Maybe depression is likely to be on the cards if you're the type of person who thinks that a picture of a crying boy is going to look quite jolly above a fireplace. Yes. Another big concern was that the paintings didn't really appear to burn. Security guard Paul Collier told The Sun that he'd been scared by all the horror stories and attempted to burn his 2 copies of the painting. By tossing them onto a bonfire and leaving there for over an hour, he was alarmed to discover that they hadn't even been remotely affected by the flames. Mate, you got to get those paintings over to NASA ASAP. After 6 weeks, panic was starting to take hold as readers began looking to The Sun for a solution to the nightmare paintings that were impossible to destroy. One idea was simply to give the painting to somebody else and pass on the curse to them, but that one sounds a bit mean-spirited to me. Another idea was to hang a picture of the crying girl next to the crying boy as an additional set of tears would cancel out the curse. Of course they would. I really don't know why nobody just suggested hanging the pictures the wrong way up. You can work wonders by turning that frown upside down. Yes, or alternatively, in realistic world, just throw them in the trash. Just put it in the bin. Come on. By the end of November, Kevin Mackenzie from The Sun felt that he'd come up with a better idea to destroy this fire hazard once and for all. After reporting the latest stories of further Crying Boy blazes in a house in Rotherham, an Italian restaurant in Great Yarmouth, Kelvin, I'm sorry, was I calling him Kevin this whole time? His name's actually Kelvin. Sorry, Kelvin. Kelvin had left a message for his readers. Enough is enough, folks. If you're worried about a crying boy picture hanging in your home, send it to us immediately. We will destroy it for you. And that should be the back of any curse. The ultimate plan was to destroy all of the prints of the crying boy in a huge bonfire on Halloween night, but Kelvin's logic appears to be a little twisted here. The whole point of the crying boy curse is that the paintings can't be destroyed by fire, so Kelvin's clever solution of burning them in a fire kind of contradicts everything his paper had been reporting for the previous 6 weeks. Well, got news for you, Kelvin. What's going to happen is you're going to put them all in a big pile, and you're going to set them on fire, and they're going to burn absolutely fine and with no problems, especially if you throw a bit of gasoline on there, get that lighter fluid, those little white blocks they use for starting a barbecue. It's going to be fine. It will burn. And if it doesn't, take it to an incinerator, where it definitely will. Still, the readers didn't seem to spot the flaws in his plan. Yeah, because it's just interesting, isn't it? They'll just have a look at it and be like, this will be fun, let's see if it burns. Oh, it's just a story, it's a fun story. Over the course of the following week, the Sun offices on Bouverie Street in London were swamped with over 2,500 paintings sent in by terrified readers. They were stacked in 12-foot-high piles across the newsroom, making it difficult for the staff to move around the workplace. 2 weeks later, the headquarters of the Sun burned down. No, it didn't! I made that up! Obviously it didn't.
You've got me.
Now, call me a doubting Thomas, but I have a hunch that Calvin Mackenzie was just treating this as a glorious marketing stunt for his newspaper rather than a genuine attempt to eradicate a curse. Oh my god. You what? Danny, no. How can you be so cynical? How could you say that? How could you say that obvious fucking truth? Yet it appears that even he was getting a little bit spooked by the tears of the crying boy. When one of the Sun's reporters took it upon himself to actually hang one of the pictures on the wall of the office, Kevin snapped at him to take it down immediately. Was the curse even getting to Kelvin, or was he just grumpy that somebody had moved the portrait of Winston Churchill that was supposed to be hanging there? Really? He was... It's a bit weird. He was certainly faced with a problem now on how exactly he was going to shift these 2,500 paintings that his staff were tripping over in the office. His original plan was to set fire to them on the rooftop of the Bouverie Street offices, but that was blocked by local fire brigades who refused to cooperate with such a silly venture. Yeah, you can't have a massive bonfire in the middle of London, mate. You got to get a van, take them all out to the countryside, maybe to some big farm somewhere, and just set them on fire like a normal person. That's what we do. Let's go. Maybe they were also secretly concerned that the planned destruction of the paintings would do them all out of a job. In the end, Kelvin settled for a nice quiet little bonfire by the River Thames, accompanied by a team of page 3 girls whose job it was to toss the paintings onto the pyre. This is a publicity stunt 101. It's brilliant. They didn't have their BAPs out during the stunt, as this probably would have posed additional safe and health and safety hazards. But the red-hot page 3 beauty Sandra Jane Moore did pause to reveal her own dubious story of how she'd been helping a friend decorate her new flat and had cheekily defaced a crying boy print hanging on the wall by printing red spiky hair on top of his head. If I was moving house and someone added graffiti to one of my paintings who was supposed to be my friend, I'd be like, bro, what the fuck did you do to my Picasso, you arsehole? That was the cursed one that's going to be worth loads of money someday, you dick. The good news is that although it took a little while to get going, the sackfuls of completely indestructible paintings did apparently burn to a crisp on that night, making a mockery of the very myth that the Sun had been perpetuating. For the next trick, I would have loved to see them solve the problem of runaway killer piranhas by drowning them all in a giant bathtub. The following morning, the Sun triumphantly reported the story under the headline, "Crying Flame." Oh, Sun, you and your clever headlines, which claimed that the newspaper had finally nailed the curse of the weeping boy for good. They even dragged out a reluctant firefighter to deliver the reassuring quote, "I think there will be many people who can breathe a little easier now." Yeah, you paranoid people who believe in curses. Definitely true. That's not untrue. Yeah. Silly. I think the newspaper may have been jumping the gun, though. It's not as if they had managed to track down every single copy of the painting in existence. Punching the numbers into my Sinclair pocket calculator, I reckon that there would be roughly another 47,500 of the damn thing still hanging on a wall, poised to strike at any minute. Despite the Sun's claims, the curse may be far from over. But what was the more rational thinking behind the curse? Why was a specific painting so closely associated with so many house fires, and why was it always the last boy standing long after the flames had died down to a smoulder? Well, I think the answer to the first question, as I mentioned previously, is just there's a lot of these paintings in a lot of houses, so they're going to be involved in more house fires. The second one, I don't know. I'm going to say, coincidence and, confirmation bias. Firefighters go to a house, it's burned down, stuff is going to survive, And sometimes this painting survives because there are lots of them, and they note that more often than all the other random stuff. Well, let's get some of the more sensible explanations out of the way first. One theory is that the spirit of the boy was trapped inside the painting, and he was purposefully starting fires in an effort to destroy the frame and escape the confines of the picture. Yeah, sensible ones, eh, Daddy? Another theory is that the boy was the son of a family of witches who objected to the quality and the gloomy tone of the picture. And another suggestion is that the artist Giovanni Brigolin made a pact with the devil to sell thousands of copies and become fabulously wealthy at the expense of other people's tragedies.
Sounds about right.
Some even say he was once spotted on Brazilian TV confessing to the satanic pact. Roy Vickery of the Folklore Society had his own theory, which he was happy to share with the Sun. He reckoned that the boy posing for the picture had been mistreated by the artist in some way, and now he was exacting his all-consuming revenge on the world. Well, that doesn't make sense. Why? He's like angry at the artist, not at the people who... Either, I suppose, because they bought his painting, but they didn't know. It's also ridiculous. But by far the most popular theory emerged many years later, in 2000, following the publication of a book called Haunted Liverpool, written by Tom Sleeman, a self-proclaimed investigator into all things supernatural. In the book, Tom revealed that a retired schoolmaster from Devon named George Mallory finally managed to track down the original artist Giovanni Brigolin in 1995 to get his side of the story. Giovanni Brigolin was apparently a pen name for the Spanish artist Franchot Seville, who was living in Madrid. The artist explained to George that he'd come across a street urchin wandering around Madrid in the 1960s with a sorrowful expression on his face and decided that he wanted to capture this boy's visible heartache on canvas. A local Catholic priest had then warned Franchot to steer clear of the young boy, who went by the name Don Benito. Supposedly, Don's parents had been tragically killed in a house fire, and every day since that, fires began to mysteriously erupt wherever the crying boy roamed. Okay, so far so realistic. The crying boy could just be a little arsonist, a little fire starter. Franchot told the police to stick to fairy tales from the Bible and proceeded to paint portraits of young Don Benito whilst offering him welcome accommodation in his studio. Shortly afterwards, Franchot's studio burned to the ground and his career followed suit as former customers began to regard him as a jinx. Or alternatively, the arsonist boy who lives in his studio burned down his studio because he was an arsonist. Also, I'm still not sure I buy this because it's from the paranormal investigators and I'm always like, well, let's just say their penchant for research is just not as strong as regular people. Because if they do that, then they quickly find everything falls apart. An angry Franchot accused Don Benito of setting fire to both his studio and his career, and kicked the eternally sobbing young boy back out on the streets, never to be seen again. Years later in 1976, the book reports on how police in Barcelona responded to a tragic car accident in which a vehicle had crashed straight into a wall and exploded in a ball of flame. The body of the driver was charged beyond all recognition and was never officially identified, but the police found a tantalizing clue in the glove box, a fragment of a driving license which bore the name Don Benito. The crying boy was clearly a fire genie who was destined to go out all wheels blazing, but who would leave a fiery legacy within the paintings that he posed for. This is just beyond silly. Even though this theory is regularly regurgitated on the internet, you're welcome, there are a few problems with it, not least the fact that, well, it's complete bollocks. It is, Danny. I'm so surprised by this. What news? David Clark is an investigative journalist who wrote a piece for the Fortean Times which comprehensively debunked the story as fiction and pretty much exposed the book's author as nothing more than a big fibber. This is the thing with these books, right? And like, whether it's supernatural or like crystal healing or all of this bullshit, my mother-in-law buys into all of this nonsense. Like, heal your body with, the grain diet and all of this junk. And I'm like, this is, when you write a book and you're a scientist and you're basing, it's like, we got to base it on fact. There's all of these studies. Imagine how much research there is to do. If you're the guy who's writing the crystal healing book, you're just like, yeah, grab a bit of amethyst and rub it on your face. Boom, done. And it's like, it's easier. There are people who are going to buy it because they're just taken in by your stupid scams. It's such bullshit. These people are fucking terrible, and they exploit people and all of this. Oh my god. There's a latest... I'm not even going to talk about it. This is my personal business, but it's just... I just find it so exploitative of people who believe in this stuff. And it's just like, I just hate it. It's just a big scam. The original pictures were painted in the 1950s and the 1960s. There's no evidence to suggest that either the retired schoolteacher George Mallory or the boy Don Bonillo ever existed. And even if the fictional schoolteacher had managed to track down the original artist in 1995, whose real name, by the way, wasn't either Giovanni Brigolin or Franchot Seville, the subsequent interview wouldn't have been particularly informative, as the artist had been dead for 14 years. The Spanish artist's real name was Bruno Amadio, and much of his life is still shrouded in mystery. He never really took much pride in painting these series of crying boy pictures, but he quickly figured out that they were his biggest seller by far, so he carried on churning them out under the pseudonym of Giovanni Brigolin to avoid any direct association with them whilst raking in the lucrative profits. The pictures, how I feel about videos about ancient Rome, to be honest. Am I interested in any way after making 1,000 videos about it? No, not really. Do I continue to make videos about it because people watch them? Yeah, I do. Because it's called business. And I like
money! Money! Money!
Money. Well, money.
What I don't particularly find them interesting or like making them. I do like that people watch them though. And I do like that I get paid for it. So, hey-ho. Do I have to be interested in everything I'm doing? No. The sort of people, I don't know, it's this privilege that you get when you're in a creative career. It's like, oh no, I only want to work on projects that... I watched a really long YouTube video the other day. It was really good. I'm not going to name check it here because I'm going to criticize it a little bit. But there was one really privileged moment in the video where the guy was basically saying like, you should, as a YouTuber, you should only be creating things that you love. But the video was also about whether it's possible to make a living off YouTube and all of this stuff. And I'm like, well, if you're only making things that you love and not considering what the market wants at all, I mean, look, making a living as a YouTuber is probably not going to happen for you. It's extremely unlikely. I'm sorry. But, like, you've got to if you really want to try, you've got to give yourself a good shot. And you can't just make shit that you think is nice because no one will like it. I mean, it's much less likely. That's really taking your chances, which were small anyway, and making them infinitesimally small. And I feel it sounds like such a privileged thing. It's like such a, I should love what I do and get paid for it. How many people are really in that position of loving what they do all the time and getting paid for it? It is very small. It is very, very small. I think I'm very lucky in a position where 90% of the things that I do, I really like doing, and I get paid well for it. But to be like just making stuff you love and expect that to make you a living, is that some privileged shit right there? Otherwise the video was really good. It was really long. It was just that one small part of it kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But everyone is entitled to their own opinion. So, where the fuck were we? Because I'm so lost. The pictures were particularly popular overseas, which is how tens of thousands of them ended up at discount stores in the UK. But the Curse the Crying Boy wasn't even restricted to the 65 variants painted by Bruno. When those page 3 girls were setting fire to all those prints, they were also burning pictures of crying boys which had been painted by other artists, including Scottish painter Anna Zingason. So the curse seemed to extend to pretty much any picture ever painted which depicted a crying child, regardless of its origin. And this goes some way to explaining the first part of the myth. The reason why so many pictures of crying boys were linked with house fires is simply because there were just so many of them, and the rules for inclusion were pretty flexible. It's like saying that hundreds of fires occurred in homes which just happen to have a fridge. You don't immediately blame the fridge. Yes, exactly what I was saying, Danny, except you put it more succinctly and better than I could, but that's exactly the point I was trying to get across. Back in the 1980s, you'd be far more likely to blame a discarded cigarette or an overheated chip pan for the real source of the fire, unless you lived in the north, in which case you'd fall asleep with a lit cigarette in bed while leaving an unattended chip pan burning downstairs, and when you woke up in the morning in a fiery inferno, you'd immediately start threatening to sue the artist of a painting that you and everyone else had hanging on the wall. Yes. Yeah. How about a little bit of self-responsibility there, guys? Come on. House fires were generally more common in the 1980s anyway, thanks to those discarded cigarettes and lack of smoke alarms and dodgier electrical equipment in the home. I can remember a time as a kid when a house literally a few doors up just blew up in the middle of the night and made the national news. I think it was a gas leak which just blew the top right off the house at 3 a.m, waking up the entire street except for myself. I just slept right through all the drama. Thankfully, nobody was seriously hurt, but the house was utterly destroyed, leaving a curious new gap in the neighborhood. Yeah, you see these gaps occasionally, especially in London. You just be walking down a street, and it's like, there'll be a bunch of terrace houses, and they're all like nice and old, and then there's one ugly modern one. And you're like, wait, why did someone just knock down this one? And it's like, oh, because a bomb landed there, like during the war. Like, a bomb would just blow up a part of London. They'd be like, well, let's put it back together with the shitty post-war stuff, materials. And it's like, oh, it looks so strange. My older brother got the whole day off school because his sleep was disturbed, while I got sent to school as usual as punishment for being such a heavy sleeper. But none of this explains how the paintings always seem to survive every house fire, despite everything else in the house getting reduced to ash. British comedian Steve Punt felt that he might have stumbled across the answer in a 2010 episode of his comedy podcast, Punt Pie, which investigated unsolved mysteries. Whoa, 2010 podcast? This guy's OG. After talking to some of the victims of the curse, Steve and researcher Martin Shipp attempted to get a hold of a copy of the vintage Crying Boy painting and set fire to it. Apparently, delivery of the Crying Boy was inexplicably delayed, although I suspect this may have been Steve just trying to ramp up the spooky tension. But here's the funny thing, when it finally arrived, the picture really didn't burn. It was exposed at length to a naked flame, which reached 2 feet in height, and yet, when the picture was inspected afterwards, there was barely any damage at all. Okay, so it's made out of fire-resistant material, it's got a fire-resistant coating. That's fine. Is this the explanation? It seems entirely reasonable. It's certainly more reasonable than a fucking curse. The string had burned to a crisp and the flames had created a tiny hole in the picture, but aside from that, the Crying Boy was completely unhurt. Stephen Martin conducted further tests at the Building Research Establishment in Watford and concluded that the painting had been treated with a fire-retardant varnish which protected it from serious damage. It was also printed on a high-density hardboard, which would be incredibly difficult to ignite. So, it would seem that a varnish and hard-density hardboard rather than a curse was keeping those Crying Boys safe from harm. What a giant surprise. Another point to bear in mind is that the string holding the painting would be one of the first things to deteriorate in a house fire, which would result in the painting falling flat on its face on the floor, which would offer further protection for the print. The high-density hardboard wasn't even a particularly new theory. Some of the clever Rotherham firefighters had suspected this all along. But, surely there's going to be lots of other paintings that are also painted on with varnish and high-density hardboard. Right? At the height of the Sun's high-profile campaign, Chief Divisional Officer of the South Yorkshire Fire Service, Mick Riley, released a public statement which explained that the hardboard was most likely protecting the seemingly indestructible paintings. Mick was becoming increasingly concerned that the Sun's campaign was diverting everyone's attention away from the real causes of a house fire. He's like, guys, it's not the fucking painting. Be careful with your chip fires and stop, for fuck's sake, smoking in bed, you clowns. And he felt that homeowners should be more concerned about taking fire safety precautions in the house rather than getting all wound up about a picture. Mick grumbled, fires are not started by pictures or coincidence. Sadly, The Sun didn't give much coverage to the statement, preferring instead to speculate on the alternative theory that the soul of a disgruntled voodoo child was inhabiting the picture frame. Oh my god. Enormous facepalm. If only we'd listened to Mick Riley rather than a guy who was just trying to shift a few more copies of a allegedly shitty newspaper. The curse didn't entirely disappear, and even relatively recently there have been fresh reports of Crying Boy house fires around the world, including yet more cases in good old Rotherham. And even today, panicked homeowners are still hiding the paintings in guarding sheds, positioning them right next to fire extinguishers or donating them to charity shops, just to be on the safe side. Perhaps the mystery hasn't been entirely solved, though. For starters, if the paintings were so indestructible, then how did the Sun manage to destroy 2,500 of them with relative ease in 1985? I would imagine it's a combination of accelerator, so you're starting a big fire, and then a big bonfire is going to be way hotter. Like, think about it, if you hold, like, a lighter to a glass bottle, it's not going to melt that glass bottle. But if you've got an absolute raging bonfire and you put a glass bottle into it, that glass bottle is going to melt to nothing. Or like burn or whatever. So I imagine it's just greater heat. Were they even burning the right pictures, or were they just largely pissing about? And why was it that only multiple versions of Crying Boy images by different artists just happened to be protected by high-density hardwood and fire-retardant varnish, when pictures of anything else always seem to perish in the flames? And again, I think that probably comes down to the confirmation bias of people the firefighters just seeing that over and over again, and so every time they go, they look for it particularly. I'd just say that that's probably the answer there, or maybe it just wasn't that common to print onto hardboard back in the day and varnish. Who knows? What I do know is it's not curse. There are a couple of final flickering footnotes to this saga. Within months of the Sun's bonfire by the Thames, the paper's parent company News International enjoyed a painful period of strikes during which print unions began violently picketing the company's new production plant in Wapping in protest of the modern facility, which was pushing traditional printing methods out of the picture. Ah, the Luddites. Yes, here we go. The tense, unpleasant drama dragged on for a whole year, and the Western morning newspaper poked fun at their rival, suggesting that the crying boy had exacted his revenge on Calvin Mackenzie and his buddies, just not in the way they were expecting. Oh my, do I hope that was a joke. Here's an even weirder incident that's completely true. One sensible firefighting friend and early bird myth debunker, Chief Officer Mick Riley, later received an unexpected knock on the door of his home. It was an anguished local female resident clutching a copy of The Crying Boy and wailing that she didn't know what to do with it. Mick kindly took it off her hands and suggested to his wife that they should hang it in the house, but his wife point blank refused. So instead, Mick took it into work, mounted it on the wall of the fire station, just for a bit of a giggle. Mick, you absolute legend. As soon as it was spotted by one of his miserable superiors, he was ordered to take the painting down immediately. On the very same day, one of the ovens in the upstairs kitchen randomly overheated for no apparent reason and burned the dinners of the brave crew to an inedible crisp. Oh, the jokes continue. Hardly a great tragedy, but think of the fire officers who were deprived of their sausage, eggs and beans on that day. Could the crying boy still be destined to have the last laugh, or at least shed the last tear? And much more importantly, will Simon ever feel brave enough to display the crying boy on the wall of his own office? Danny, you predicted it. If I wants one for free, I heard a rumour that there are stacks of abandoned crying boy paintings littering up the banking next to the River Thames, each and every one of them in surprisingly pristine condition. No, it's not. This has been an episode of Decoding the Unknown. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoy this show, please leave it a review. Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts. Or if you're watching on YouTube, it also comes out as a video. Please do hit that like button. Make sure you're subscribed. And I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Hi everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host Simon. Welcome to the show. If you love this show, leave it a review. Yes, we're delivering on the high value first, asking you for something before every bit of YouTube advice is always like, deliver some value before you ask someone to like, subscribe, or on a podcast, leave a review. And here I am, right at the start, asking you to be a true legend and leave this podcast a review wherever you listen to it, because it gets it into more people's hands, and I desperately need that because
independence costs money.
I like people listening and watching. Look, today we're talking about the Nazca lines. Thank you, Arnaldo, for writing this. Oh my god, an alien landing strip, question mark, or not, ... That's the title of the episode. Look, I don't want to shit all over the concept before we've even really started with today's episode, but I'm familiar with the Nazca lines. NASCAR lines? No, Simon. Nazca. Nazca. They're somewhere like, I think they're in Peru. Does it say that in the title? No. Look, I think they're in Peru, and they're these lines in the dirt that were made a really long ass time ago, and people are like, oh, the ancient people from Peru could have possibly made something so advanced. It must be aliens. Am I just immediately thinking of anything like this? It's like, or they figured it out. Either they were more advanced than you think, or it was aliens, and guess what? It's not aliens. Because, I mean, just the absurdity of this is like what the aliens came to Earth and then they scraped some lines on the ground to like land their spaceships, and then they left, and there's absolutely zero evidence for that whatsoever other than some lines which were probably just made by people. And again, it's like the ancient pyramids thing. Like, oh no, the ancient Egyptians couldn't possibly have built those. It would just be impossible. They had much too small brains. And it's like, it's just vaguely racist, isn't it? Anyway, let's jump in. Somewhere in Peru. Nailed it, Simon. Big brain. Sometime in the first decade of the second millennium, a group of British backpackers are touring the vast, dry expanses of the Peruvian pampas, happily exploring the world during their gap year. You guys know, it was one of the original, like, OG videos that I remember, and it was just this, it was a video of this, like, stereotypical gap year dude. So I was like, oh, yes, like super posh, and he's talking about like his gap year. I don't even remember why this was so brilliant, but at some point he pronounces it gap year in Peru.
Peru, darling, Peru.
Instead of Peru.
Peru.
Because I guess Peru is how posh people say Peru, which I've never heard before. But I hope this video is still on YouTube. It was like, along with watching pirated versions of the Ali G show as a student, this was... What was that, Simon? That was supposed to be a chef's kiss. It was beautiful. Amazing. And then he chunders everywhere. The sun is hitting hard, but they manage to climb atop a small hill. Most of them collapse to the ground exhausted. Only one stands tall, peering at the horizon. He has a thick mop of hair, is clean-shaven, and doesn't wear glasses. He suddenly exclaims... Lads, have you seen this? It is most flabbergasting. The plain beneath us is inscribed in tens, if not hundreds, of shapes. I can see lines, patterns, even images of animals. A member of the group interjects, what are you talking about, Simon? Oh, the guy with... Yeah, I did used to have long floppy hair. I was clean-shaven and I didn't wear glasses. Unfortunately, my hair fell out. I grew myself a beard because I didn't want to look like Mr. Clean. And my eyes just got a bit shit. So here we are. But I've never been to Peru. I did go on a gap year. And I didn't go to Peru, even though it's very popular. Although it's technically pronounced Peru. Here is known as Simon continues. No humans could have possibly conceived such magnificence. It must be the work of... No, Simon, don't say it, please. Aliens. Yeah, back in when I had floppy hair, it also made my brain stupid. Our imaginary friends in this fictitious yet realistic little scene have just come across the magnificence of the Nazca Lines, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. To give you a quick intro, these lines are a collection of hundreds of giant geoglyphs or signs carved into the surface of the earth. The Nazca geoglyphs are located some 400 kilometers south of Lima, Peru's capital. Okay, I'm just going to pronounce it Peru from now on because this is a joke that I imagine only 4 other people in the audience are familiar with. So we're just going to stop and carry on. They cover a surface of 450 square kilometers, straddling the pampas of Jamana and the desertic plains by the Rio Grande to Nazca. To oversimplify, Just FYI, I have no idea if I've pronounced any of that correctly. I'm fairly sure Nazca Lines is pronounced like that, but like Germana, I'm honestly not even sure of the pronunciation of Desertic, and that is not a place. To oversimplify, the drawings in the area can be divided into two large groups. The first group of shapes depict a variety of living beings, hence their name, biomorphs. That sounds like a sequel to the Animorphs series of books, which I never read, but my sister was absolutely obsessed with, to the extent I think she wishes she was an Animorph. She'd be like, sick. I wish I could turn into a bird right now. And it's like, all right. Okay. The anonymous artists have captured with a simplicity and refined elegance the essence of animals, plants, humanoid creatures, and even what appear to be mythical beasts. Some well-known examples include the monkey, the condor, the spider, the hummingbird, or the recently discovered cat. I am just like, with this, it's also ridiculous, because I know people are going to be like, it's aliens. It's aliens what? The aliens came down to Earth and drew a giant picture of a monkey. What, the aliens are just graffiti artists? They just come down and like scrawl some nonsense on a mountain and then f*** off. Please. There are also more puzzling geoglyphs such as the giant, which some insist may be an astronaut, and by some we mean idiots, or a nightmarish orca-human hybrid which holds a severed head. The second category includes lines. It's like, okay, so what's this? It's either an astronaut or an alien, or it's a bit of a badly drawn human. I wonder what that could be. Because I've seen these things. They're not exactly super accurate. The second category includes lines and abstract geometrical shapes of varying complexity. The lines are generally straight, extending for as much as 12 kilometers, crossing riverbeds and hills without losing direction. Many lines originate from the same point or hub, and others merge into mazes, spirals, and geometrical figures, some up to 400 meters long. The first record of these lines dates to 1533, when Spanish conquistador Cieza de Leon reported the presence of trail markers in the desertic plains, but we had to wait until 1926 for them to be fully revealed to the world. Is that because that's when we got up in the air and we're like, oh shit, look at all this? Because before, wait, didn't we just say that our fictional backpackers saw them from a big-ass mountain? This honor belongs to Peruvian archaeologist Toribio Major Exepe. I just made zero effort with that. I'm sorry, Toribio, who spotted the patterns while hiking the hills. The mantle was later picked up by historian Paul Kossak and most of all by Maria Reich, the legendary Lady of the Lines. Reich, again, R-E-I-C-H-E, Reich. Reich devoted all of her life to studying, cataloguing, and preserving the Nazca lines, to the point that she single-handedly swept more than 1,000 kilometers worth of lines with a broom to prevent the designs from being covered in sand and dust. Okay, that's a lot. Is she an archaeologist? Because I feel like if you're like a historian and you're studying this stuff, I mean, no offense to people who brush things, but isn't that the job of someone else, like, to do? Shouldn't, like, the archaeologist or whatever be like, let's get a big overview and be focused on writing a book or spreading knowledge about this, rather than sweeping 1,000 kilometers worth of dust? I don't know, just me. Until her death in June of 1998, Maria Reich could be seen patrolling the line, sometimes chasing away intruders in a wheelchair. Oh my. Welcome to Nazca Interstellar Airport. Paul Kossak, Maria Reich, and other scholars such as Peruvian archaeologist Johnny Isler pretty much agreed that the lines were drawn mainly by the local pre-Columbian civilization of the Nazcas, with some artwork carved by the neighboring Palpas. But let's not listen to these educated fools. What do they know with their stupid books and learning and multiple degrees and incredible brains? Why should we listen to them? There's some idiots on the internet who think it's an airport. Let's go. Man, why is it like this? Why are people like this? Why do you have to be so dumb? The technique they used consists of simply removing the top of the surface with oxidized pebbles, revealing a clearer layer of sand and dirt. Amongst the gravel placed by the cleared paths, Maria Reich was able to find remains of wooden stakes and pottery artifacts. Based on carbon dating, she was able to estimate that most geoglyphs were drawn between 500 BC and 500 AD. But there are still many more open questions which need to be addressed. What motivated the Nazcas to etch and sketch all over the Pampas? How could they plan and direct the work without access to a high vantage point? And was there some form of external help involved? For example, from aliens. Look, let me take some guesses right here. Why do we humans do anything? Because we want to leave like a mark. The Romans made statues and big buildings. I make thousands of YouTube videos. Bad example. But people like making their mark on the world. And what better way to do it than by drawing some massive lines on the ground? What was the second question? How do they plan and direct the work without access to a high vantage? I don't know. Maybe scale diagrams? Like, if I was to... Okay, put me out in a field, and I'm like, Simon, we need you to draw an octagon. And I'll be like, the first thing I'm going to do is not write to, like, cat and be like, yo, I need a giant cherry picker, cat. Are these... I worry these are British-specific terms. A cat is like... I think Americans call them a backhoe. Or, like, they're the company that make backhoes, like JCB, Liebherr, Cat. You know, these big companies, they make big machines. And they make those cherry pickers, which are those platforms that rise up into the air. If someone's asking me to draw an octagon... Oh, no, that was a very long explanation to describe a platform that goes up in the air, Simon. What are you up to? I'm not going to be like, okay, I need a giant platform to go up in the air so I can see what I'm doing. Of course not. I'm going to draw an octagon by hand, be like, okay, let's make that side 10 paces, that side 10 paces, and how are we going to work out the angles? Oh, I don't know. The same way we work them out by drawing it by hand. It's not that hard. Sure, it's not going to look perfect, but I don't need a giant cherry picker to get it right. The words Nazca and aliens are often mentioned in the same breath. It's widespread theory that the lines may have been inspired by contact with a UFO, may have been drawn by the aliens themselves, or may have been intended as a means of communication between the Nazcas and visitors from above. Yeah, that sounds likely. The aliens arrived on Earth after traveling thousands of light years in their magical alien spacecraft that are so far beyond our level of technology that we couldn't possibly understand them. And then they're like, well, how are we going to have a chat? And then you're like, well, just draw a big cat on the ground. That's how we communicate. Big, giant cats drawn in the ground.
Well, I'll talk to him and see what I can do.
But how did it all get started? The association may have been kicked off by one of our serious scholars, Paul Kosuk. He once noted that the lines looked like prehistoric landing fields. It was, of course, a joke, but it may have inspired Swiss writer Erich von Däniken, author of the classic Chariot of the Gods. Has this come up in a previous Decoding the Unknown episode, which I call DTU, whenever I'm like sending emails to people or like, you know, making videos like behind the scenes, but I realized I don't often call it that on the air, so... Why are you explaining this, Simon? Good Lord, this is not what people are here for. So he wrote this book called Chariot of the Gods, and I'm pretty sure I've heard of this book before in a previous episode, and it's the one that he had to republish, like saying this is a work of fiction afterwards because didn't he go in trouble or something like that? I don't know. For those who are not familiar with Herr Däniken, his book posits the theory that ancient civilizations were visited by extraterrestrial beings whose advanced technology and flying crafts inspired the depiction of deities in most religions. Everyone else thinks he's just smoked too much crack, allegedly. Or I don't know. Probably not crack. What's that? Like a drug that makes you, you know, imagine that's not there.
Oh yeah, acid. LSD.
What's that one Joe Rogan always talks about? He's like, yeah, I took it and I went into some other realm. And it's like, all right, Joe. Steady on. Ketamine? No, it's not ketamine. Oh God, I don't know what it is. It doesn't matter. Let's not be doing that. Chariot of the Gods is considered one of the main inspirations for another classic of the Western canon, Ancient Aliens, aired by the History Channel. While first researching the mystery of the Nazca, I came across a summary of von Däniken's theory. According to him, an alien craft may have landed on the Nazca Plains, leaving a long line on the ground. The locals were left in awe, interpreting the event as a portent of the gods. This miraculous happening inspired them to carve their own lines into the oxidized ground, which then evolved into the more complicated patterns and biomorphs. I'm not discounting that von Däniken or a like-minded author may have come up with such an origin story. Well, no, of course not. It's like if you just make up an origin story, you still came up with it. It doesn't mean anything. Right? Did I miss something? It's not. I did not trust the summary, however, and search for chariots and Nazca on my trusty Scribd account. Scribd's amazing. They used to sponsor us. I think they sponsored like one episode, and I'd used them for years, and I was really disappointed they didn't come back. Because I was like, it's like one of those, whenever there's a service, like Backblaze is one I always think of that I've used. Like, I vet my sponsors. I'm happy with who sponsors us. But there are services that I've used for like years before they come along as sponsors. And I'm like, that's pretty cool. Like Backblaze, Scribd before. Who else? There are a few others. But Scribd is incredible. You pay like £6, something like that. I don't even know. It's really cheap. A month. And you get like unlimited. Now, it doesn't have all of the books, but it's got a crazy selection of audiobooks, a crazy selection of books, and it's an absolute bargain. So look, Scribd, there's a free plug. I honestly, if you just comped my account, I'll be happy with that. Honestly, I'm just happy to pay for it, actually. Whatever, you're welcome. Scribd is an online library with access to thousands of free ebooks, audiobooks, and podcasts and scholarly journals, which I find invaluable in my research. This is not a sponsor blog, by the way, but if I was Scribd, I would sponsor the hell out of Simon Whistler and offer free subs to all of his authors. Hell yeah, Scribd, get on it! Anyway, a quick search for Nazca returned a smorgasbord, a cornucopia, a panoply of enticing titles such as Raising Atlantis, Ancient Giants of the Americas, Ancient Aliens, the official companion book, and Ancient Aliens and JFK. It's when you mix, sorry, if anyone just says JFK, Ancient Aliens and JFK, whenever you mix the crazy conspiracy theories together, it's like, you know, when you say like, yeah, there's, you know, you take a deck of cards and you're like, okay, what are the odds of getting the Queen of Hearts? Well, it's 1 in 52. But then what are the odds of getting the Queen of Hearts twice in a row? It's 52 multiplied by 52. So it's, you know, it's vastly less likely that it's going to happen twice in a row. And when you mix two conspiracy theories together that are super unlikely, although, you know, JFK ain't Ancient Aliens, all right? Like not that he's coming back to life or anything. But, you know, the JFK... that assassination stuff, I'm like, there's some shady shit going on there. Don't know what it is, but it's like shit went down, right? It's not quite, you know, it's weird. But Ancient Aliens are obviously utter nonsense. But when you mix those two together, it just becomes much less likely. So stop doing that. That was a rabbit hole I couldn't wait to probe, pun intended. But I focused on Chariot of the Gods, and I realized that von Daniken's approach is more subtle than I expected. In fact, he never mentions that aliens may have landed on the plane, but he does suggest that the geoglyphs were carved to attract extraterrestrial attention or serve an extraterrestrial function, which is totally fair because, like, people could believe that. It doesn't make it any more real, but it makes what they're doing, yeah, alien related. That's entirely possible. Have we been ripping into Van Daniken this whole time and being too harsh? Because that just sounds like pretty decent. I mean, it's a guess, but it's not complete bull. In his own words, the, quote, impression that the 37-mile-long plain of Nazca made on me was that of an airfield. What is so far-fetched about the idea? Well, what's far-fetched, mate, is that it was many, 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 many years before planes existed, so there wouldn't be much need for it. And also, I take what I said back. I take it back. Oh, von Daniken. What is wrong with the idea that the lines were laid out to say to the gods, land here, everything has been prepared as you ordered? He does admit that, quote, it's not yet possible to say with certainty whether the plain of Nazca was ever an airfield, but he concludes that carving the biomorphs and geometric patterns would have taken decades without modern machines and appliances. This whole activity would have made no sense if the end product of their efforts had not been meant to as signs to beings approaching from great heights. Look, chill out. People do all sorts of stupid stuff. Like in the future, we'll be looking at all these religious buildings. It's like, oh my God, look at this cathedral. It's so fancy. And in like thousands of years, maybe some of these cathedrals will still be around. And people are like, why did we build these again? They'd be like, oh, they thought they were places where everyone would get together and they'd whisper to this invisible man in the sky. And people would be like, whoa, they spent so much effort building these buildings that don't really have any super practical purpose. And people would be like, yeah. Like we're doing to the Nazca lines right now. They spent decades scratching these lines in the ground because they thought there were men in the sky. Idiots! And yet here we are doing the same thing. They still build these mega churches, right? The big glass things. There's a dude up there and he's like, give me all your money or you'll go to hell. It's weird, isn't it? For his latter book, History is Wrong. Sorry, later book. Learn to read, Simon. Christ. Our Lord and Savior. History is Wrong. Daniken returned to Nazca. His foundation footed the bill for a joint expedition of the HTW Dresden University and the Pontifical Catholic University of Peru. The expedition performed magnetic and geoelectric measurements on the lines and the surrounding untouched surfaces. Their findings showed a clear difference in magnetic measurements between the lines and the other areas, as well as geoelectric anomalies up to 2 meters below the geoglyphs. Finally, soil analysis revealed unusually high deposits of arsenic and the presence of a white glass-like material whose origin